You are listening to the Tales of Conundrum podcast, episode 17, Theseus. Part 1, The Dawn of a Dream. Theseus Woods stood at the head of his lecture hall, his eyes bright with the fire of inquiry as he addressed the assembled students at the University of St. Louis. At 30 years old, his youthful vigor blended seamlessly with a depth of philosophical wisdom that belied his age. Today, he had chosen to explore the ancient thought experiment known as the Ship of Theseus, a paradox that questioned whether an object that had all its components replaced remained the same at its core. With deliberate passion, Theseus explained how the ship, meticulously maintained over time, offered an allegory for the human condition. As every plank was renewed and every sail mended, did the vessel retain its original identity, or did it become something entirely new? His words, delivered in a cadence that was both measured and stirring, captivated his students and resonated with the very essence of what it meant to be human. After class, as the echoes of intellectual debate slowly faded, Theseus found himself immersed in conversation with his longtime friend, Joseph Brown. In a quiet corridor of the old philosophy building, the two men paused near a window that framed the late afternoon light. "Imagine," Theseus began, his tone a mix of earnestness and wonder, "if our bodies, much like the ship, could have every part replaced by something finer, a renewal that doesn't diminish us, but rather enhances us. Could we then redefine what it means to be alive?" Joseph, ever the reflective companion, stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I've often wondered if living longer isn't just about staving off death, but truly living. If we can rejuvenate ourselves, does that change who we are? Or are we the sum of our experiences, impervious to the gradual replacement of our very selves?" Their dialogue wove through a tapestry of dreams and doubts. These discussions, held in hushed tones away from the formal lecture halls, were less about the technicalities of biology and more about the eternal quest for meaning. For Theseus, life was a canvas on which every decision, every breath, painted an intricate portrait of identity and continuity. And for Joseph, each theory was a stepping stone toward understanding the inexorable passage of time. They mused over the possibility that longevity might not merely be a physical extension of life, but an evolution of the soul, a transformation that honored the past while bravely stepping into the future. At home that evening, the atmosphere was a gentle blend of domestic warmth and philosophical curiosity. Margaret, Theseus's devoted wife, moved quietly through the modest kitchen as she prepared their dinner. She had long learned to appreciate her husband's fervent dedication to ideas that seemed to dance on the edge of both science and art. While the world outside buzzed with the cacophony of everyday routine, within the walls of their home, the discussions of the day were interwoven with laughter, shared meals, and moments of reflective silence. Margaret's supportive glances and soft smiles spoke volumes. She recognized in Theseus not just a teacher or a thinker, but a man driven by a desire to transcend the ordinary, to reach a realm where the human spirit could soar unburdened by the constraints of mortality. Little Sally, at the tender age of 5, was the heart of their little family. Her curious eyes and unfiltered questions were a daily reminder to Theseus that the wonders of the world were as much experienced through innocence as through rigorous academic inquiry. One bright morning, as the family sat at the breakfast table, Sally asked, "Daddy, if the ship gets all new pieces, is it still the same ship?" Her voice was a melody of wonder and simplicity, echoing the very themes of his lecture. Theseus knelt beside her, taking her small hands in his, and with gentle care, explained that while every part might change, the story and spirit of the ship, and of a person, could endure. It was a moment of profound connection, the merging of lofty ideas with the pure, unguarded love of a child. As the days turned into weeks, the vibrant discussions between Theseus and Joseph became a ritual, a shared pilgrimage toward understanding life's deepest mysteries. In the quiet corners of their favorite cafe near campus, they would sip coffee and exchange ideas that oscillated between scientific optimism and existential inquiry. What if, Theseus would propose, the very cells that make us are like the planks of an ancient vessel? And what if, with the right care, we could replace each one with a better version, not erasing our past, but refining it? Joseph, ever the skeptic, yet equally enchanted by the possibilities, would counter, "Perhaps it is not the material that defines us, but the continuity of our memories, the legacy of our experiences. Even if the body is renewed, the soul, the essence of who we are, remains untouched." Their debates, rich with both humor and gravity, illuminated the path toward a future where the boundaries between life and artifice might blur into insignificance. In the soft glow of early evenings, when the campus was bathed in hues of amber and rose, Theseus would often walk alone along tree-lined paths. The whispering leaves and distant hum of student life provided a soothing counterpoint to the relentless march of time. It was during these solitary moments that the seeds of his boldest aspirations took root. He imagined a world where humanity could conquer the tyranny of aging, where every setback of time could be met with the promise of renewal. The thought stirred his heart, a mixture of hope and trepidation, as he contemplated the implications of a life unbounded by the natural decay of the body. At the heart of these contemplations lay a fundamental question. If one could replace every cell, every fiber of their being, with new, healthier parts, would the person remain unchanged in essence? These musings were not abstract for Theseus. They were deeply personal reflections spurred by the fragility of life and the fleeting nature of every precious moment. His mind often wandered to memories of his childhood, where the simple certainty of his existence was taken for granted. Now, as an adult on the precipice of revolutionary ideas, he felt the weight of every decision as though it were etched in time. The lectures he gave, the conversations he shared with Joseph, and the quiet moments with Margaret and Sally, all these were threads in a tapestry that he hoped would one day redefine what it meant to be human. One crisp autumn afternoon, after a particularly engaging class where the Ship of Theseus had sparked a cascade of thoughtful inquiries, Theseus met Joseph in the shadow of a towering oak on campus. The leaves, ablaze with shades of gold and crimson, framed their conversation in a natural tableau of change and continuity. "I sometimes think," Theseus confessed, "that our bodies are like this tree. Each season brings renewal, yet the essence of the tree remains, a silent witness to time." Joseph nodded slowly, his eyes reflecting both admiration and a hint of melancholy. "And perhaps it is precisely that continuity, that narrative of our existence, that defies the ravages of time. We may change in form, but the heart of our being endures." Their voices mingled with the rustle of the wind, and for a moment, it felt as if nature itself was echoing their sentiments. Back at home, the gentle domesticity of evening rituals provided a stark yet comforting contrast to the lofty debates of academia. Margaret set the table with quiet precision, her mind balancing the demands of daily life with the emotional currents that swirled beneath the surface of their discussions. As the family gathered for dinner, these themes found their way into conversation. Sally, with the unabashed curiosity of a child, peppered her father with questions that, in their simplicity, carried the weight of existential inquiry. "Daddy, if you change a part of yourself, are you still you?" she asked, her eyes wide with a blend of wonder and confusion. Theseus, his heart warmed by her innocence, answered softly, "Yes, my love. It is not the parts that make us who we are, but the love and memories we carry within." In that small, tender exchange, the philosophical merged with the personal, weaving a bond that was as resilient as it was beautiful. Over time, the cadence of daily life and the rhythm of intellectual pursuit intertwined seamlessly. Mornings were spent in the hallowed halls of the university, where Theseus's lectures ignited the minds of his students. Afternoons found him in animated discussions with Joseph, each conversation a mosaic of insights and half-formed dreams. Evenings were reserved for quiet reflection, shared meals, and the gentle embrace of family. In every setting, the underlying theme was clear: a passionate desire to unlock the secrets of human longevity, and to understand if, by renewing the body, one could also elevate the human spirit. Yet, beneath the surface of these bright aspirations lay the ever-present shadow of doubt, a question that neither Theseus nor Joseph could fully dispel. What if the pursuit of endless life came at the cost of the very essence that made life worth living? Could the relentless quest for rejuvenation inadvertently strip away the layers of experience that imbue existence with meaning? These questions haunted Theseus in quiet moments, as he lay awake at night listening to the distant hum of the city. In those solitary hours, he wondered if his relentless ambition might someday rob him of the simple joys of being present: the laughter of his daughter, the comfort of his wife's hand in his, the bittersweet beauty of a life lived fully, even if briefly. Despite these fears, the bond between Theseus and Joseph grew ever stronger. Their debates became a crucible in which ideas were tested, refined, and sometimes set aside in favor of a more intuitive understanding of life. "We are both explorers, my friend," Joseph remarked one evening as they strolled beneath a star-strewn sky. "Not of distant lands, but of the inner realms of our souls." Theseus smiled at the thought, realizing that their quest was not solely about extending the number of years on their calendars, but about deepening the quality of every single moment they experienced. In that shared silence, the weight of their dreams felt both exhilarating and humbling, a delicate balance of hope and the burden of responsibility. The passion with which Theseus approached his work began to inspire those around him. His lectures, imbued with the vibrancy of his convictions, resonated with students who found in his words a call to question, to seek, and to understand. In the dim light of the campus library, amidst the rustle of pages and the soft hum of whispered discussions, his ideas took root in eager minds. The Ship of Theseus, once an abstract puzzle from antiquity, had transformed into a living symbol of renewal, a metaphor for the human spirit's capacity to endure, adapt, and flourish despite the ceaseless march of time. One evening, as a gentle rain tapped at the windows of their modest home, Theseus sat with Margaret by the flickering light of a single lamp. The soft patter of rain was a lullaby that both soothed and stirred memories of days past. "I sometimes wonder," he said quietly, "if our quest for longevity is a way to cheat fate, to hold on just a little longer to the things we love. But what if, in our pursuit, we lose the very essence that makes life precious?" Margaret reached out, her eyes reflecting both wisdom and compassion. "Perhaps," she replied, "it is not about evading time, but about savoring each moment as it comes. The beauty of life lies not in its length, but in its depth." In that moment, the room filled with the soft glow of understanding, a silent acknowledgement that while the future beckoned with promises of endless renewal, the present was a treasure in its own right. As dawn approached on a crisp new day, Theseus found himself once again in the lecture hall, preparing to impart his ideas to a new group of eager minds. The soft murmur of students settling into their seats was punctuated by the quiet excitement that seemed to pervade every corner of the room. With a steady voice and eyes alight with determination, he began his lecture on the Ship of Theseus, framing the ancient paradox as both a mirror and a map, a way to understand the impermanence of our physical selves and the eternal nature of our inner journeys. Each word was chosen with care, each pause filled with the promise of discovery. The lecture was not merely an academic exercise, but a heartfelt exploration of what it meant to be alive in a world where change was the only constant. In the midst of the lecture, Theseus paused to invite questions. A hand shot up from the front row, and a student asked, "If every part of us can change, what remains constant?" The question hung in the air, charged with both intellectual curiosity and a hint of existential longing. Theseus's response was measured and heartfelt. "What remains constant is the story we live, the love we share, and the dreams that propel us forward. Our identity is not tied solely to the matter that composes us, but to the memories, experiences, and connections that endure through time." The room was silent for a long moment, as if the students were absorbing not just the words, but the very truth behind them. That evening, after the lecture had ended and the students had dispersed into the cool night air, Theseus met with Joseph once more. They found a quiet bench beneath an ancient tree, its branches stretching out like the very tentacles of time. "Today, I saw hope in their eyes," Theseus remarked, his voice soft yet resolute. "A hope that we are not defined solely by the physical, but by the intangible threads of memory and love that bind us together." Joseph, leaning back with a reflective sigh, responded, "And in that hope lies the promise of tomorrow. Perhaps our quest is not merely about outlasting time, but about enriching every moment so that even when our parts change, the soul remains untouched." Their words mingled with the night stillness, a quiet symphony of dreams and determination. As the season shifted and autumn deepened into a rich tapestry of color and reflection, the conversations between Theseus and Joseph grew even more fervent. They spent long afternoons in the campus courtyard, their voices rising and falling in tandem with the gentle rustling of fallen leaves. The idea of extending life, of refining one's physical form to achieve an almost mythic endurance, was both exhilarating and fraught with moral complexity. Each theory they entertained carried with it the weight of countless ethical quandaries and the bittersweet acknowledgement that even the pursuit of eternal youth could never fully erase the scars of time. Yet, amidst the fervor of intellectual exploration, there remained an undercurrent of tenderness, a deep, abiding love for life in all its messy, unpredictable glory. Theseus found that every discussion, every challenge to his ideas, was enriched by the quiet, steadfast presence of Margaret and the joyful, unburdened spirit of little Sally. Their laughter, their questions, and even their silences were the gentle reminders that life, in its most authentic form, was meant to be lived rather than measured. In these moments, the abstract musings of the Ship of Theseus took on a deeply personal significance. The idea that even as our bodies change, the core of who we are, our passions, our memories, and our love, remains as unalterable as the stars in the sky. By the time twilight fell on another reflective day, Theseus and Joseph had reached a quiet but resolute understanding. Their discussions had not provided all the answers, indeed the questions only multiplied, but they had kindled a flame of hope and commitment. A promise was made, not in the form of grand declarations or lofty promises of immortality, but in the simple, honest resolve to explore every possibility for a fuller, more enriched life. Theseus mused that perhaps the secret to living to 150 was not found solely in advanced science or radical theories, but in the relentless pursuit of renewal in every sense. The daily act of replacing the worn parts of our lives with something better, all while cherishing the essence of who we truly are. As the first chapter of this remarkable journey closed with the soft glow of night, Theseus felt a stirring deep within, a quiet, insistent belief that every moment held the potential for transformation. With each lecture delivered, each debate held, and each loving glance exchanged with Margaret and Sally, he was not merely teaching or dreaming. He was living an ode to the enduring human spirit. In that delicate balance between hope and doubt, between the certainty of change and the constancy of identity, lay the promise of a future that was as boundless as it was beautiful. And so, as the campus lights dimmed and the quiet murmur of the night took hold, Theseus Woods looked forward with both trepidation and wonder. The ship of his own life, with its creaking timbers and freshly carved dreams, was setting sail on an uncharted voyage. The promise of longevity, the allure of renewal, and the simple, steadfast love that he shared with those closest to him formed the compass by which he would navigate the uncharted waters ahead. Even as questions lingered and uncertainties abounded, one truth remained. In the endless dance of change and continuity, the heart of the human spirit endures, and that, in itself, is a dream worth pursuing. Part 2. A New Patron. Theseus Woods awoke to a day that felt charged with promise, a day when the murmurs of his passionate lectures and the burning intensity of his ideas had reached far beyond the lecture halls of the University of St. Louis. His mind, still resonating with the echoes of his previous day's discourse on the Ship of Theseus, was now confronted by a new kind of challenge: the invitation from Brilliance Incorporated. The formal letter, embossed in sleek silver and printed in crisp, futuristic type, lay on his desk as a silent herald of possibility. Its language was both courteous and ambitious, extolling his vision of transcending human limitations and proposing a partnership that could catapult his research into uncharted realms. In that quiet morning, as light spilled over the spines of well-worn philosophy texts, Theseus's heart fluttered with anticipation. He read and reread the letter, each sentence sparking a myriad of images in his mind, a world where science and philosophy intermingled seamlessly, where the boundaries of mortality were not fixed but fluid, open to reinvention. The invitation promised access to special technology, advanced supplements, and an ongoing commitment to groundbreaking research. It spoke of an era in which human longevity might not remain a distant dream, but become an achievable reality. Yet, as these thoughts filled him with fervor, the shadow of caution also took shape. His close friend, Joseph Brown, who had long shared in his passionate quest for a deeper understanding of life's mysteries, was not so easily swayed. That very afternoon, in the modest warmth of their favorite campus cafe, the two friends met over cups of dark, aromatic coffee. The gentle hum of conversation and the clinking of porcelain provided a counterpoint to the seriousness that hung between them. "Did you see it?" Theseus asked, his voice trembling with excitement as he slid the letter across the table. "Brilliance Incorporated is reaching out. They want to sponsor our research. Imagine the possibilities." Joseph's gaze lingered on the sleek letter, and as he read, his expression grew thoughtful, cautious. "I did see it," he replied slowly, choosing his words with care. But Theseus, you know as well as I do that when corporations come knocking with such grand promises, there's always a catch. We must consider not just what we might gain, but what we might lose. Theseus's eyes shone with a blend of determination and optimism. I understand your hesitation, Joseph. Truly I do, he said, leaning forward, his hands animatedly punctuating each word. But think of it. This could give us the tools to delve deeper into the enigma of our very nature. It isn't just about prolonging life, it's about enhancing it, refining it until every moment pulses with potential. Joseph frowned, swirling his coffee as though the dark liquid might somehow reveal the hidden truths of their future. It's not that I don't share your vision, he began, his tone steady, but laced with a hint of worry. I'm merely concerned that aligning with a corporation, one driven by profit and innovation in equal measure, might compromise the purity of our quest. The idea of longevity is sacred, Theseus. It should be a pursuit born of the desire to understand life, not just to extend it by any means necessary. The conversation between them ebbed and flowed like a gentle tide, the words both a declaration of intent and a cautionary plea. The room around them seemed to shrink, the din of everyday chatter fading into a soft murmur as the two men allowed themselves to be swept up in the gravity of the decision before them. For Theseus, the prospect of Brilliance's sponsorship was an opportunity to access technologies and insights that might one day allow humanity to transcend the limitations of flesh and time. For Joseph, it was a potential snare, a binding contract with a corporate entity that might one day dictate the terms of their very existence. In the following days, Theseus found himself drawn inexorably toward the sleek, modern building where Brilliance Incorporated conducted its business. The facility was an architectural marvel, its glass facade reflecting the sky in shimmering hues of blue and silver. Stepping through the revolving doors, Theseus was greeted by a reception area that buzzed with quiet efficiency, the air filled with a sense of measured ambition. Here, the promise of the future was palpable, a future where science was not confined by the old paradigms of limitation, but was free to explore new dimensions of possibility. A meeting was arranged for the following week, and as the appointed hour approached, Theseus's mind whirled with a blend of excitement and apprehension. In a conference room bathed in natural light, he was introduced to a cadre of Brilliance representatives. They were dressed in immaculate suits that spoke of both professionalism and a subtle futuristic flair, each person an embodiment of the company's commitment to pushing the boundaries of what was possible. Professor Woods, one of the representatives began, his tone both respectful and imbued with a quiet confidence. We have followed your work with great interest. Your insights into the nature of identity and the possibility of renewal resonate deeply with our own vision of the future. We believe that together, we can achieve breakthroughs that will redefine what it means to be human. Theseus listened intently as the representatives outlined their proposal. They spoke of technologies that could monitor and enhance biological functions in real time, advanced supplements developed through cutting-edge research, and even experimental therapies that promised to rejuvenate the human body at its very core. Their language was technical, yet accessible, each word carefully chosen to paint a vivid picture of a future where the limits of human longevity could be transcended. Throughout the presentation, Theseus's heart raced. Here was an opportunity to push the envelope of human potential, to merge the rigorous inquiry of philosophy with the tangible advancements of modern science. Yet, as the representatives detailed their plans, a subtle disquiet began to stir within him. In the back of his mind, Joseph's earlier words echoed, a persistent reminder of the potential perils inherent in aligning with such a powerful corporate entity. After the presentation, the room fell into a thoughtful silence. Theseus leaned forward, his eyes reflecting both fervor and careful consideration. I see immense potential in your proposal, he said, his voice resonant with a measured blend of hope and wariness. However, I must ask, what guarantees do I have that this partnership will preserve the integrity of my work? That it won't simply become a means for profit, rather than a pursuit of true understanding? A moment passed before another representative, a woman whose calm demeanor belied the intensity of her vision, responded. Professor Woods, we are as committed to the ethical pursuit of knowledge as you are. Our goal is to empower you, not to constrain you. We have no intention of compromising your values. Rather, we offer you a platform, a partnership that will enable you to access resources and technologies that are simply not available elsewhere. Theseus's gaze met hers steadily, and in that moment, he sensed a sincerity that resonated with his own ideals. The promise of collaboration, of joining forces with a company that could help him unlock the secrets of life itself, was undeniably alluring. Yet, the conversation was not without its complexities. The representative's assurances, while compelling, did little to quell the inner caution that had taken root during his earlier discussions with Joseph. Later that day, as Theseus walked along the familiar paths of the campus, his thoughts were a turbulent mix of anticipation and uncertainty. The crisp autumn air carried with it the scent of fallen leaves and a hint of winter's promise. He recalled Joseph's words, the subtle yet earnest caution about the dangers of corporate influence, and felt a pang of guilt. What if, in his zeal to embrace the future, he were to lose sight of the very principles that had guided him all his life? That evening, as the golden hues of sunset filtered through the trees, Theseus returned home to find Margaret waiting with a calm, knowing smile. In the quiet intimacy of their living room, over cups of herbal tea and the soft glow of a flickering lamp, he recounted the day's events. "Margaret," he said, his voice trembling with both excitement and concern, "today I met with Brilliance. They offered me everything I've ever dreamed of, a chance to access technology that could change the very fabric of our lives. But I cannot shake the feeling that there might be more hidden in this promise than meets the eye." Margaret's eyes, wise and gentle, met his with an understanding that transcended words. "You have always sought to understand the essence of life, Theseus," she said softly. "Perhaps this is another chapter in your journey, a challenge to test your resolve and your ability to hold true to who you are. Trust your instincts. They have never steered you wrong." Her words, simple yet profound, offered a temporary balm to his conflicted soul. Yet, as night deepened and the house fell into a reflective silence, Theseus's mind remained a maelstrom of conflicting hopes and doubts. He knew that the decision he faced was not merely about technological advancement or scientific achievement. It was about the very nature of human identity and the eternal question of what it meant to remain true to oneself in the face of change. The next morning, as dew clung to the blades of grass outside and the first rays of sunlight illuminated the campus, Joseph and Theseus met once more. In the hushed corridors of the university, away from prying eyes and the constant hum of modern life, Joseph expressed his unease with a sincerity that cut to the heart of the matter. "Theseus," he began, his tone low and earnest, "I respect your ambition, and I see the promise in what they offer. But I fear that in our quest for immortality, we might surrender too much of ourselves. There is a risk in letting external forces dictate the terms of our evolution." Theseus listened, the weight of his friend's words pressing against his own desires. "I understand, Joseph," he replied, his voice soft yet determined. "But isn't it also true that every great advancement in history has come with risks? The promise of a new dawn often carries shadows along with its light. I believe that if we choose wisely and remain vigilant, we can harness these opportunities without losing what makes us essentially human." Their conversation, filled with heartfelt arguments and measured pauses, lingered long after they parted ways. As Theseus walked the familiar campus paths, his mind replayed the images of the Brilliance representatives, their sleek offices, their confident assurances, and the earnest caution in Joseph's eyes. The tension between the promise of technological revolution and the fear of losing one's soul was palpable, a delicate balance that resonated with the very core of his being. Days turned into a week as Theseus wrestled with the decision. The letter from Brilliance sat on his desk, a silent witness to his internal struggle. He revisited his lecture notes and the discussions with his students, recalling the vibrant debates that had ignited his passion for inquiry. In those moments, he recognized that his pursuit was never solely about the extension of life. It was about the relentless quest to understand the human spirit, the interplay of change and continuity that defined every heartbeat, every memory. Finally, after nights spent poring over his thoughts and days filled with introspection, Theseus reached a conclusion. In the quiet of his study, surrounded by the soft rustling of pages and the distant hum of campus life, he picked up the pen and, with a steady hand, signed the agreement with Brilliance Incorporated. It was a moment of resolute commitment, a decision to embrace the future with all its uncertainties, to seize the opportunity to explore the unknown realms of human potential. That evening, as he shared the news with Margaret, his voice was a blend of excitement and bittersweet introspection. "I have signed the agreement," he confessed, the words hanging in the air like a promise of transformation. It is a step into a future that I can only hope will honor the integrity of our quest. Margaret reached out, gently clasping his hand, her eyes filled with both pride and concern. I trust you, Theseus, she said softly. May this new patron guide you to discoveries that not only extend life, but deepen its meaning. In the midst of this unfolding drama, Joseph's reaction was quiet and measured. When Theseus informed him of his decision, Joseph's face reflected a complex tapestry of emotions: admiration for his friend's courage, sorrow at the widening chasm between their visions, and an ever-present worry for the ethical path they were treading. I respect your decision, Theseus, he said, his voice carrying the weight of unspoken fears. I just hope that in seeking to push the boundaries of life, you never lose sight of the very essence that makes you who you are. Their parting words were gentle, laced with the hope that time might bridge the growing rift between them. As the days passed, the initial exhilaration of the new agreement was tempered by moments of quiet reflection. Theseus threw himself into his research with renewed vigor, buoyed by the prospect of access to technologies that could redefine the human experience. Every experiment, every theory, was now underscored by the commitment he had made, a promise to harness the power of innovation without sacrificing the purity of his philosophical quest. Yet, beneath the surface of this renewed drive lay an undercurrent of melancholy, a silent acknowledgement that with every great opportunity came the inherent risk of compromise. In the quiet solitude of his study, surrounded by the soft glow of lamplight and the steady tick of a clock, Theseus often found himself questioning the price of progress. The sleek, impersonal promise of corporate backing contrasted sharply with the intimate human moments he shared with Margaret, and the gentle, inquisitive laughter of little Sally echoing in his memory. In one such reflective moment, as rain pattered softly against the window and the world outside blurred into a watercolor of twilight hues, Theseus penned a note to himself, a quiet reminder of the principles that had guided him thus far. Let not ambition become a cage, he wrote, the ink flowing like a confession of both hope and trepidation. May every discovery be tempered by the wisdom of our hearts, and every step into the future be taken with the soul's quiet light to guide us. Thus, with the ink barely dry on the contract and the promise of Brilliance's resources looming large in his future, Theseus stepped into a new chapter of his journey. His path, now intertwined with that of a powerful corporation, was illuminated by the twin flames of possibility and caution. And as he navigated this uncharted territory, he carried within him the memories of vibrant lectures, intimate debates with a trusted friend, and the quiet, steadfast love of a family that had always believed in the power of the human spirit. In the days that followed, campus life continued its steady rhythm. Students still filled the lecture halls, hungry for insights into the mysteries of identity and existence. And in every classroom where Theseus taught, there lingered a quiet undercurrent of transformation, a subtle reminder that every idea, every conversation, was part of an ongoing dialogue with the future. The world was on the cusp of change, and within it, the promise of a new patron had sown the seeds of a revolution in understanding. As the golden hues of another autumn afternoon gave way to the deep blues of evening, Theseus found himself once again in conversation with Joseph. In a secluded corner of the campus garden, the two men sat beneath a sprawling oak, its ancient branches a silent testament to the passage of time. I've signed with them, Theseus admitted softly, the confession mingled with a note of resolute determination. I believe that with their support, we might unlock doors we never even dreamed existed. Joseph's eyes, dark with concern and thoughtful contemplation, met Theseus's steady gaze. I understand your hope, Theseus, he said slowly. But promise me this. Promise that you will remain true to the core of what drives you. The allure of progress is potent, but it is all too easy to lose oneself in the glimmer of technology. Remember that our quest has always been about the integrity of the human spirit, not merely its extension. Their words, spoken with the quiet urgency of souls bound by a shared vision, lingered in the cool air. Though a subtle rift had begun to form between them, there was also a deep-seated respect, a mutual understanding that each, in his own way, was striving to chart a course through the uncertain waters of progress and ethics. In the weeks that followed, as Brilliance's resources began to integrate into Theseus's research, the campus buzzed with whispers of change. Colleagues marveled at the influx of new technologies and the bold direction of his experiments, while students watched with wide-eyed wonder as their beloved professor navigated the frontier between philosophy and cutting-edge science. Through it all, Theseus remained a steadfast figure, his mind a battlefield of hopes, doubts, and the unyielding desire to leave an indelible mark on the world. Late one night, as the campus lay hushed under a velvet sky studded with stars, Theseus sat alone in his study. The soft glow of his desk lamp illuminated stacks of research notes and the well-thumbed pages of ancient texts. He reflected on the journey that had led him to this moment, a journey filled with vibrant discussions, tender family moments, and the quiet promises exchanged with a friend whose cautious heart had always balanced his own burning ambition. In that solitude, he acknowledged that the decision to sign with Brilliance was not merely a contractual agreement. It was a leap of faith into a realm where the future was both a promise and a mystery. With the contract now binding him to a new chapter of scientific exploration, Theseus embraced the unknown with a mixture of hope and apprehension. Every day, as he delved deeper into his experiments, he carried with him the echoes of his early lectures, the timeless questions about identity, continuity, and the nature of the self that had first ignited his passion for philosophy. And though the path ahead was fraught with ethical dilemmas and the ever-present tension between ambition and integrity, he moved forward with the quiet conviction that the human spirit, resilient and ever-adaptive, would ultimately prevail. In the gentle dawn of a new day, as the first light of morning spread across the campus and the promise of renewal filled the air, Theseus Woods stood on the threshold of a future where every discovery was both a beacon of hope and a challenge to the soul. With Brilliance Incorporated by his side, he had taken a decisive step toward a horizon where the boundaries of life and identity might one day be redrawn. And though Joseph's words of caution still resonated in his heart, Theseus knew that this journey, marked by both the light of discovery and the shadows of uncertainty, was one he must follow, wherever it might lead. Thus, in the quiet interplay of ambition and restraint, of promise and ethical quandary, the day's light waned and the campus returned to its gentle rhythm. The contract, now a tangible symbol of a future both wondrous and precarious, lay as a testament to the bold choice made by a man who dared to redefine what it meant to live, to love, and to dream. And in that decisive moment, as the night embraced the world in a soft, reflective silence, Theseus Woods resolved to honor the promise of his vision, a vision that would carry him, heart and mind entwined, toward the boundless realms of possibility. Part 3. Blueprint for Longevity. Buoyed by the promise and resources provided by Brilliance's sponsorship, Theseus Woods embarked on the next phase of his visionary journey with a fervor that bordered on the poetic. In the quiet sanctuary of his study, surrounded by a collection of both ancient texts and state-of-the-art research reports, he began meticulously outlining a rigorous plan, a blueprint for longevity that combined a precise regimen of diet, specialized supplements, and a tailored exercise program designed for him and his beloved wife, Margaret. His notes spilled across pages filled with handwritten formulas, nutritional charts, and philosophical musings on the nature of human existence as he sought to merge science and art in a harmonious pursuit of eternal vitality. Margaret, with her gentle grace and unwavering support, became an essential partner in these early experiments. Together, they set aside time each morning to prepare nutrient-rich meals, blending fresh produce with the specialized compounds recommended by Brilliance's research team. Their kitchen transformed into a laboratory of culinary and scientific wonder, a place where traditional recipes were interwoven with modern science and where every meal was a ritual of renewal. Margaret often smiled softly as she stirred a simmering pot of herbal broth, her thoughts filled with both admiration for her husband's determination and a quiet hope that these changes would not only extend their lives, but also deepen the quality of each shared moment. In the midst of this bustling domestic harmony, little Sally, whose eyes shone with innocent curiosity, observed her parents with a mixture of wonder and confusion. The child's questions, simple yet profound, punctuated the household routine. "Daddy, why do you always count the vitamins?" she would ask, tilting her head in a gesture of puzzlement. Theseus, ever patient and warm, would crouch down to her level and explain, "Because, my dear, every cell in our bodies is like a tiny piece of a great ship. When we take care of each piece, the ship remains strong and beautiful." Though Sally could not grasp the full scope of her father's ambitions, she sensed that the work he was doing was important, almost magical, and that it held the promise of a future filled with endless possibilities. As days turned into weeks, Theseus and Margaret established a strict daily routine that soon became the heartbeat of their lives. Each morning began with a carefully calibrated regimen of physical exercise, gentle stretches, brisk walks along dew-laden paths, and moments of mindful reflection under the rising sun. Their bodies moved in synchrony with the rhythm of nature, each motion an ode to the resilience of the human spirit. In the evenings, after shared meals and quiet moments of introspection, they reviewed detailed records of their progress, noting changes in energy levels, mood, and even subtle shifts in their appearance. Every measurement was logged with scientific precision, a testament to their commitment to the pursuit of enhanced longevity. Across town, Joseph Brown, a longtime friend of Theseus and an independent thinker in his own right, had chosen a markedly different path. While he too harbored a desire to extend the boundaries of his lifespan, his approach was one of cautious moderation. Joseph's regimen was simpler, relying on standard vitamins, occasional exercise, and a healthy diet free from the more radical supplements that his friend embraced. His modest routine, developed over years of personal experimentation and reflection, was a quiet rebellion against the overwhelming allure of corporate-backed innovation. Yet even as he maintained his simpler practices, Joseph's commitment to a longer, more fulfilling life remained unshaken. In his heart, he believed that longevity was as much a matter of spiritual balance as it was of physical care, and he trusted that his path, though less flashy, would lead him to the same destination. Despite their divergent methods, the lives of these two families intersected frequently, their paths woven together by shared meals, lively discussions, and the common thread of a relentless quest for a deeper understanding of what it meant to live well. Evenings were often spent around a large, well-worn dining table, where the aroma of freshly prepared food mingled with the sound of animated conversation. At these gatherings, the atmosphere was charged with a sense of collective purpose, a mutual recognition that each individual pursuit, whether bold or cautious, was a step toward a future where the mysteries of life and time might finally be unraveled. During one such dinner, as the soft glow of candlelight danced on the faces of those gathered, Theseus addressed the table with a blend of excitement and introspection. "We stand on the edge of a remarkable frontier," he proclaimed, his voice steady yet imbued with the passion of a visionary. "Every nutrient we take, every step we exercise, is a deliberate act of defiance against the inevitable decay of time. It is as though we are rewriting the rules of our existence, one day at a time." His words resonated deeply with Margaret, who sat quietly, her eyes reflecting both pride and a wistful longing for the simplicity of earlier days, a time before the relentless pursuit of perfection took hold of their lives. Joseph, sitting across from them, offered a gentle counterpoint. "I admire your dedication, Theseus," he said softly, his tone measured and thoughtful. "But I sometimes wonder if in our quest to outlast time, we risk losing the beauty of life as it naturally unfolds. There is wisdom in embracing the passage of time, in savoring the impermanence that makes each moment so precious." His words were not a rejection of progress, but rather an invitation to consider the delicate balance between striving for longevity and accepting the transient nature of human existence. The conversation that followed was a rich tapestry of ideas, a dialogue where scientific ambition met philosophical reflection, and where each participant's personal journey was interwoven with the larger narrative of human aspiration. Over the subsequent weeks, the routines established by Theseus and Margaret began to yield subtle changes. Their mornings grew brighter, filled with an energy as palpable as the rising sun. The specialized vitamins, collagen supplements, and other compounds administered with precise regularity seemed to invigorate their bodies, while the detailed records kept under the watchful eye of Brilliance's cutting-edge data systems confirmed small yet consistent improvements. Every measured increment of progress was celebrated with a quiet joy, a shared acknowledgement that each new day was a victory in the ongoing battle against the relentless march of time. At home, the atmosphere was one of both disciplined order and warm familial love. The careful rituals of health and wellness were balanced by moments of spontaneous laughter and heartfelt conversation. Margaret would often catch Theseus lost in thought as he examined his daily logs, his eyes reflecting the weight of his ambitions and the quiet hope that these efforts might one day culminate in a life beyond ordinary limits. Even as the scientific data provided reassuring validation, there remained an undercurrent of uncertainty, a subtle reminder that the journey toward longevity was fraught with both promise and peril. Sally, now growing slightly older and more perceptive with each passing day, began to sense the depth of her father's passion. Though she could not fully comprehend the intricate details of his regimen, she understood that it was something sacred, a pursuit that transcended the mundane concerns of everyday life. In her innocent way, Sally would often ask questions that cut to the heart of the matter. "Daddy, do you think one day we will always be healthy and happy?" she would inquire, her voice a blend of hope and wonder. Theseus, with a tender smile, would reply, "Yes, my little star. If we take care of our bodies and our hearts, every day can be a new beginning." His words, filled with both assurance and a hint of mystery, left an indelible mark on her impressionable mind. As the seasons changed and the routines became an integral part of their lives, the divergent paths of Theseus and Joseph continued to evolve side by side. In the cool, crisp air of early spring, the two friends met once again in the quiet ambiance of a local cafe. The conversation was measured and reflective, a shared exploration of their individual journeys. "I have embraced every new technique and supplement," Theseus remarked, his tone a mix of excitement and quiet determination. "Each day feels like a small step toward a future where our bodies can defy the limits set by nature." Joseph, stirring his tea slowly, nodded in agreement. "And while my approach remains simpler, I find solace in the idea that longevity is not solely about the body. It is also about the spirit, about living a life rich with experience and meaning." Their exchange, though differing in specifics, was united by a common thread, an unwavering commitment to the quest for a longer, more vibrant life. Even as the scientific experiments and daily routines became the focus of their lives, the emotional landscape of both families remained complex and beautifully human. Margaret, whose gentle pragmatism had always been the cornerstone of their household, continued to offer quiet support and measured advice. "We must remember," she would say softly during their evening conversations, "that life's true value lies not only in its duration, but in the depth of our experiences and the warmth of our connections." Her words, spoken with the clarity of someone who had weathered both joy and sorrow, provided a grounding counterpoint to the boundless ambition that often characterized Theseus's endeavors. In the intimate setting of family dinners, where the glow of soft lighting and the clink of cutlery created an atmosphere of timeless comfort, the two families, despite their different approaches to longevity, remained closely knit. Discussions ranged from the latest breakthroughs in nutritional science to reflections on the nature of memory and identity. There were moments of lighthearted banter, as well as quiet, thoughtful pauses that allowed each individual to contemplate the weight of their shared dreams. The table became a microcosm of their intertwined lives, a place where scientific ambition, philosophical inquiry, and deep familial love converged. One particularly memorable evening, as rain tapped gently against the windows and the room was suffused with the soft glow of lamplight, Theseus shared his latest insights with his family. "Every day, as I observe the subtle changes in our records, I am reminded that our journey is not merely about the physical," he said, his voice resonating with both excitement and introspection. "It is also about the evolution of our spirit, the way our shared experiences forge an unbreakable bond between us. Our bodies may age and change, but the love and memories we nurture remain constant, a beacon of hope guiding us through the uncertainties of time." His words, spoken with heartfelt passion, elicited quiet nods of agreement from Margaret, and a reflective silence from Sally, who, even if still too young to grasp every nuance, knew that her father's dream was vast and full of meaning. Over the following months, the routine both families had embraced evolved into a rich tapestry of rituals and reflections. Mornings were greeted with the gentle chorus of birds announcing a new day, their songs mingling with the soft hum of awakening life. Theseus would rise early, his mind alight with ideas for refining the regimen, while Margaret, ever the bastion of calm resilience, prepared the first meal with meticulous care. Each ingredient was chosen not only for its nutritional value, but also for its symbolic connection to the earth and its regenerative power. In these quiet hours, when the world still slumbered beneath the gentle glow of dawn, the couple found solace in the simple act of nourishing both body and soul. Their daily log became a cherished ritual, a shared diary of progress and setbacks that was as much a record of scientific inquiry as it was a canvas for personal reflection. Each entry blended cold, hard data with warm, heartfelt musings, chronicling the evolution of their physical well-being and the quiet transformation of their inner lives. With every small improvement in energy, every subtle shift in their appearance, a wave of triumph and gratitude washed over them. Documenting their journey became a meditation in itself, a way to remain present in the ever-unfolding moment and to honor the delicate interplay between effort and outcome. Joseph, though following a simpler path, remained deeply engaged in his pursuit of a longer, more meaningful existence. In his modest apartment, adorned with cherished books and treasured mementos, he maintained a routine that was both unhurried and deeply reflective. His days were punctuated by gentle strolls through sunlit parks, quiet moments of meditation, and a steadfast commitment to living authentically. His approach, free from the allure of corporate innovation, was grounded in the belief that longevity was best achieved through balance, simplicity, and unwavering attention to one's inner self. Though his methods were modest, his conviction burned just as brightly, and his heart was filled with the quiet certainty that his way, too, was a pathway to a fuller life. The contrast between Theseus's bold, experimental approach and Joseph's gentle, time-honored methods became the subject of many thoughtful discussions. Over cups of tea in cozy cafes and long walks along leafy avenues, they debated the merits of modern science versus the wisdom of natural living. "There is beauty in both paths," Theseus would remark, his voice a mixture of passion and respect. "Our differences are not contradictions, but rather complements, each offering insights that lead us closer to the true meaning of life." Joseph, smiling softly, would reply, "In the end, it is not the destination that matters, but the journey, the way we choose to live each day, embracing our vulnerabilities and celebrating our triumphs." Their conversations wove together science and soul, creating a shared vision of a future where longevity was measured not just in years, but in the richness of experience. As summer ripened into early autumn, the careful practices that defined their lives continued to flourish. The kitchen became a stage for experiments, as Margaret and Theseus tested new recipes that fused traditional flavors with cutting-edge nutritional insights. Meanwhile, Joseph quietly noted small victories in his own routine, unexpected boosts in energy, moments of clarity and thought that reaffirmed his belief in a simpler, more natural path. Even as their methods diverged, the bonds of friendship and family remained unbroken, a testament to the idea that the quest for longevity was not a solitary endeavor, but one enriched by shared dreams and mutual support. By the time the leaves turned and autumn's golden hues spread over the landscape, both families had settled into a rhythm that was as comforting as it was challenging. Dinner conversations, held around a sturdy oak table, were filled with scientific detail, personal confessions, and bursts of laughter. Every shared meal became a celebration of the delicate balance between progress and the natural flow of time. Sally, growing ever more aware of the seriousness with which her parents pursued their goals, would occasionally catch the determined glimmer in her father's eyes whenever the topic of longevity surfaced, a look that spoke of sleepless nights, measured experiments, and dreams that stretched far into the future. On one quiet evening, as the family gathered on the back porch to watch the sunset, Theseus turned to Margaret with a soft, reflective smile. "I believe that every step we take, every calculated decision, is not just a move toward a longer life, but a testament to the resilience of our love and the promise of our future," he murmured. Margaret, squeezing his hand gently, replied, "Our true strength lies in cherishing each moment, in knowing that the beauty of life is found in both our triumphs and our struggles." In that tender exchange, beneath a sky slowly darkening into a canopy of twinkling stars, the blueprint for longevity revealed itself as much more than a regimen or a set of scientific data. It was a living, breathing celebration of life. In the soft cadence of everyday rituals and the vibrant discussions that enriched their shared spaces, the families embraced a vision of the future that honored both scientific progress and the timeless truths of the heart. Each day, as they measured their progress, savored their meals, and exchanged dreams around the dinner table, they came to understand that longevity was not merely about extending one's days. It was about deepening the quality of each day, about infusing every moment with purpose and passion. As night fell and the quiet hum of the household lulled them toward rest, Theseus, Margaret, and even Joseph, despite his simpler ways, found comfort in the knowledge that their journeys, though different in approach, were united by a common hope. A hope that the future, however uncertain, would reward their perseverance and honor the beauty of a life fully lived. With every carefully recorded measurement and every heartfelt conversation, the blueprint for longevity grew richer, a testament to the indomitable human spirit and the enduring power of love. And so, under the vast tapestry of a starlit sky, with dreams as boundless as the night, both families lay their plans to rest, secure in the knowledge that the journey toward a longer, more meaningful life was as much about the heart as it was about science. Each new dawn was a promise, each measured step a tribute to the relentless quest to defy time while cherishing the precious, fleeting moments that made life worth living. Part 4. Trials at 50. Theseus Woods and Joseph Brown had long ago embarked on their parallel journeys of longevity. But now, as the calendar marked their 50th birthdays, the two friends found themselves standing at a crossroads defined by both triumph and tribulation. The passage of time, with its inevitable changes and the accumulation of both wisdom and weariness, had begun to reveal the subtle costs of their chosen paths. In the soft light of an autumn afternoon, as the leaves turned to brilliant shades of amber and gold, the air was filled with a heady mixture of celebration and introspection, a delicate balance of hope and caution that would come to define this pivotal moment. For Theseus, the last decade had been a period of relentless pursuit. Brilliance's sponsorship had provided him with advanced supplements, meticulously formulated diets, and a regimen of exercise that bordered on the obsessive. Every morning, he awoke before dawn to perform his routines with a precision that spoke of both scientific rigor and an almost spiritual devotion to self-improvement. His body, he believed, was a temple to be cared for, maintained, and even enhanced in the face of time's inexorable march. And yet, as he celebrated his 50th birthday, that same determination was tempered by an undercurrent of uncertainty, an awareness that no amount of discipline could entirely vanquish the mysteries of aging. Across town, Joseph, whose simpler approach had long stood in quiet defiance of corporate-driven methods, found himself reflecting on the years with a measure of bittersweet introspection. While he had embraced a lifestyle founded on moderation, natural vitamins, and a measured pace of life, he could not escape the persistent reminder that the passage of time affected him in ways both subtle and profound. Though healthy in his own right, Joseph often felt that his body, unlike Theseus's rigorously maintained form, had begun to betray him in small, almost imperceptible ways. The vibrancy of youth was yielding to the gentle pull of fatigue and the whispered caution of time's inevitable influence. At home, Margaret and Sally watched the evolution of their family's lives with a mix of pride and apprehension. Margaret, ever the steady anchor, had long supported Theseus's quest for longevity, even as she quietly worried that his obsessive focus on self-care might rob him of the present, the irreplaceable moments of tenderness and joy that marked a life well lived. Sally, now stepping into the threshold of adulthood, began to see the lines between ambition and isolation, between the promise of a long life and the sacrifice of moments that would never return. Her gaze, full of both admiration and a tinge of melancholy, often met her father's in quiet, unspoken exchanges that spoke of love, concern, and the inexorable pull of time. On the day of their joint celebration, a milestone marked by the convergence of their 50th birthdays, the two families gathered in a spacious yet intimate venue, adorned with soft lights and echoes of cherished memories. The room was filled with laughter and gentle conversation, intermingled with the soft clinking of glasses and the rustle of elegantly folded napkins. The air was perfumed with the scent of fresh flowers and the promise of a future that, despite its uncertainties, held the possibility of renewal and continued discovery. As the celebration commenced, Theseus stood before the assembled guests with a measured smile and eyes that reflected both the warmth of the present and the weight of his dreams. In a voice that carried the quiet authority of one who had seen both the beauty and the burden of his chosen path, he addressed the crowd. Today, we celebrate not just a number, a mere count of years, but the journey we have undertaken, the choices we have made, and the moments that have defined us, he declared. His words were met with a respectful hush, as if the very air had paused to listen. We have labored under the watchful eye of progress, guided by the belief that every day is an opportunity to renew, to transform, and to strive toward a horizon that beckons with both promise and mystery. The applause that followed was soft yet sincere, a tribute to the passion and resilience that Theseus had long embodied. Yet beneath the surface of this public display lay the personal struggles and moral quandaries that had accompanied him along the way. Later that evening, as the festivities waned into quieter moments of reflection, Theseus found himself alone with Joseph in a secluded corner of the celebration hall. The soft glow of ambient light and the muted hum of distant conversation provided a gentle backdrop for their conversation, a dialogue that would reveal the tensions simmering beneath their shared commitment to defy time. Joseph, Theseus began, his voice low and thoughtful, these past years have been a journey of discovery, of both what we can achieve and what we might lose in the pursuit. I sometimes wonder if all our efforts to stretch life might cause us to overlook the beauty of the present moment. Joseph regarded his friend with a mixture of empathy and quiet resolve. I share that concern, Theseus, he replied, his tone even yet laced with the gravity of experience. There are days when I feel that the weight of our ambitions, however noble, might be steering us away from the simple joys that make life worth living. Yet I also know that the pursuit of a longer, richer life is not without its rewards. We have seen our bodies improve, our minds sharpen, and our hearts remain ever hopeful. Their conversation wove through themes of sacrifice and reward, of the moral dilemmas inherent in balancing the promise of a future with the immediacy of the now. Each word was imbued with the gravity of years spent grappling with the paradox of progress, a progress that could either liberate them from the confines of mortality or bind them in ways that were both unforeseen and profound. Meanwhile, back at home, Margaret and Sally found themselves quietly contending with their own inner dialogues. In the gentle privacy of their shared space, Margaret, ever perceptive, voiced her worries in hushed tones. Theseus, she said one evening as they prepared dinner together, I see the passion in your eyes, the drive that has always defined you. But I also see the moments slipping away, the laughter of Sally, the warmth of our shared days. I fear that in the pursuit of a longer life, you might forget that the true measure of our existence is not found in the number of years we accumulate, but in the love we give and receive in each fleeting moment. Theseus paused, setting down the ladle he had been using to stir a simmering stew. The steam curled around his face as he considered her words, the gentle admonition cutting through the fervor of his ambition. I know, Margaret, he murmured, his voice soft with introspection. I sometimes lose myself in the minutiae of our routines, in the endless pursuit of perfection. Yet I hope that by doing so, I am building not just a longer life, but a better one, for all of us. Sally, now navigating the delicate threshold of adulthood, absorbed these exchanges with a quiet, intuitive understanding. She had watched her father transform from a vibrant, passionate professor into a man whose every action was measured against the yardstick of longevity. And while she admired his vision, she also longed for the simpler days when the promise of the future did not overshadow the precious moments of the present. In her journal, filled with thoughtful sketches and fragmented reflections, she penned lines that spoke of both hope and a wistful yearning for a time when love was unburdened by the weight of ambition. Over the course of the celebration, as the evening deepened and the guests began to depart, a reflective mood settled over everyone. A shared sense of uncertainty mingled with the quiet determination to continue the journey. The celebration was not merely a marker of the years past, but a poignant reminder of the moral and emotional trials that lay ahead. In the soft cadence of farewell hugs and whispered promises, Theseus and Joseph reaffirmed their commitment to each other and to the long road that still stretched before them. Standing together beneath the starlit sky outside the venue, the two friends exchanged words that were both a promise and a plea. No matter what challenges we face, Theseus said, his voice steady and earnest, we must never forget that our quest is not solely about adding years to our lives, but about adding life to our years. Even if the road is fraught with doubts and uncertainties, I will not give up on the dream of a future where our efforts culminate in something meaningful. Joseph placed a reassuring hand on Theseus's shoulder. I, too, am committed to this journey, he replied quietly, his eyes reflecting both resolve and lingering worry. Perhaps our methods differ, but our goal remains the same, a life enriched by experience, by the beauty of each passing moment, and by the enduring bonds that sustain us. We will see this through, together. Their words, spoken under the vast expanse of a midnight sky, carried the weight of a shared destiny, a destiny that was as much about personal transformation as it was about the broader pursuit of human potential. And though each man harbored his own fears and doubts, the solidarity of their friendship provided a steady beacon amidst the swirling uncertainties of a world in flux. As the night unfolded into the early hours of a new day, the lingering echoes of the celebration continued to reverberate in the hearts of all who had gathered. In quiet moments of solitude, each member of the intertwined families reflected on the delicate balance between ambition and contentment, between the drive to conquer time and the need to savor the fleeting beauty of the present. For Theseus, The past decade had been a crucible of innovation and sacrifice, a period during which the promise of extended life had been both a source of inspiration and a wellspring of inner turmoil. Margaret, whose gentle wisdom had long been the counterweight to Theseus's fervent pursuits, found solace in the knowledge that while the quest for longevity was admirable, it was the human connections, the laughter, the shared tears, the simple acts of kindness that truly defined their existence. In the quiet moments before sleep, as she listened to the soft rhythm of the house settling into night, she whispered silent prayers for her husband and for the future that they were striving to create. A future that was, at its heart, a celebration of love and the enduring human spirit. In another corner of this unfolding tapestry, Sally, whose journey toward adulthood was marked by both wonder and quiet defiance, began to articulate her own vision of what it meant to live fully. Through her art, her journal entries, and the careful observations she made of those around her, she sought to capture the essence of a life not measured solely in years, but in moments of genuine connection and unbridled joy. Her sketches, delicate and evocative, portrayed a world where the vibrant colors of hope intertwined with the subtle hues of melancholy. A world where the future, no matter how uncertain, was always brightened by the radiant glow of human love. As the days turned into weeks following the milestone celebration, the challenges of balancing personal ambition with the responsibilities of family life became increasingly apparent. The routine that had once been a source of strength began to reveal its burdens. Theseus found himself caught in the delicate interplay between the pursuit of perfection and the need to remain grounded in the present, a tension that manifested in quiet moments of introspection, in the soft pause of a thought that lingered before being swept away by the relentless tide of daily demands. One afternoon, as golden light streamed through the windows of their home, Theseus sat with a cup of tea in hand, his gaze fixed on the gentle sway of trees outside. The silence of that moment was filled with 1,000 unspoken questions. Had the pursuit of longevity come at the expense of living fully in the moment? Was the obsession with extending life slowly eroding the very quality that made each day precious? In that quiet reverie, the voices of the past, of lectures delivered, debates held, and promises made, echoed softly in his mind, urging him to reconsider the balance between future aspirations and the beauty of now. Later that evening, over a modest dinner where conversation flowed as freely as the wine, Margaret gently broached the subject that had been weighing on her heart. "Theseus," she said softly, her eyes reflecting the flicker of candlelight, "I see how dedicated you are to this journey. I understand the promise it holds for our future, but I also worry that in your quest for a longer life, you might be missing out on the moments we have right here, right now. Life is as much about the laughter we share, the warmth of a quiet embrace, and the simple joy of being together, as it is about the promise of more years." Theseus paused, setting aside his glass and looking at her with a mixture of admiration and sorrow. "Margaret, you always have a way of grounding me," he murmured, his voice heavy with both gratitude and regret. "I sometimes fear that I have become so enraptured by the possibilities of the future that I overlook the beauty of our present. I want to ensure that our journey is not just about extending our days, but about enriching every single moment we have." Across the table, Sally listened intently, her eyes reflecting a quiet maturity that belied her youth. "Daddy," she said softly, "I know you have dreams of a long and vibrant future, but I also cherish our moments together now. I just wish you wouldn't be so consumed by what might be, that you'd remember to enjoy what is." Her words, tender and sincere, resonated deeply with Theseus, stirring in him a renewed awareness of the delicate interplay between ambition and presence. In the weeks that followed, as the everyday routines resumed their steady rhythm, the lessons of that evening lingered in the hearts of all involved. Theseus began to find subtle ways to integrate more mindful pauses into his day, a few extra moments spent in quiet reflection, a spontaneous walk in the park with Margaret by his side, or a heartfelt conversation with Sally that wandered away from the complexities of their long-term goals to simply revel in the beauty of the present moment. And while the strict regimen and the scientific pursuit of longevity remained integral to his identity, he started to see that there was room for softness, for imperfection, and for the unpredictable joys of life. Even Joseph, whose cautious approach had always been tempered by a skepticism of overreach, found comfort in these shared moments of human connection. In quiet conversations held over evening strolls, he would often remind Theseus of the need to cherish every small victory, every shared laugh, as much as the grand triumphs of scientific discovery. "We may be striving for the far horizon of 150 years," Joseph remarked one evening as they walked along a tree-lined avenue. "But let us not forget that the true measure of our success lies in the richness of the moments we create along the way." And so, as the milestone of their 50th birthdays became a turning point in their intertwined journeys, a reflective mood settled over the families. There was no easy resolution to the tension between ambition and presence, no simple formula that could guarantee a future unburdened by regret. Instead, there emerged a quiet, resilient commitment, a promise between friends, partners, and loved ones that no matter the challenges of aging or the uncertainties of the future, they would continue to move forward together. In the soft glow of shared understanding, Theseus and Joseph reaffirmed their vow to see their quest through, even as doubts and dilemmas swirled around them like autumn leaves in a gentle wind. Under the vast canvas of a starlit sky, as the celebrations drew to a close and the night settled in with a quiet, reflective hush, Theseus found himself alone for a moment on the balcony. The cool air brushed against his skin, and in that stillness, he allowed himself to feel the full spectrum of his emotions, the exhilaration of potential, the pang of uncertainty, and the enduring warmth of the love that had carried him this far. With a deep, steadying breath, he resolved to balance his scientific pursuits with the tender moments of everyday life, knowing that the path to a truly meaningful existence was paved not only with technological breakthroughs, but also with the simple, profound acts of loving and living fully. In that quiet moment of introspection, with the universe sprawling vast and mysterious above him, Theseus Woods recognized that the trials at 50 were not merely challenges to be overcome, but were, in fact, a crucible for the soul, a test of whether the quest for longevity might ultimately enhance the quality of life rather than diminish it. And as he turned to rejoin his family inside, he carried with him a renewed commitment to not only reach for the far horizon of 150 years, but to savor every fleeting, beautiful moment along the way. Part 5. Crossroads of Age. Theseus Woods and Joseph Brown had long weathered the ebbs and flows of their youthful ambitions, but as they moved into their 60s, an undeniable truth began to reveal itself. The subtle toll of time was becoming apparent. In the quiet early mornings and reflective afternoons of this new phase, the two men experienced the creeping weight of years that no amount of scientific prowess or philosophical optimism could entirely mask. For Theseus, every fiber of his being was dedicated to the rigorous Brilliance-endorsed regimen, a plan of advanced therapies, specialized supplements, and meticulously calculated exercise routines that had once filled him with bold confidence. Now, however, that same routine began to feel like both a bulwark against decay and a reminder of the inevitable decline that accompanied age. His skin, once smooth and unyielding, now bore the delicate etchings of time. His movements, once fluid and agile, hinted at the stiffness that comes with years. Yet he pressed on, determined that every measured pill, every precisely timed session of physical exertion, was an investment in the future he so fervently envisioned. Across the divide of their shared passion, Joseph, who had always chosen a simpler path, began to notice his own body signaling a gentle surrender to the passage of time. His approach, rooted in natural vitamins, moderate exercise, and a philosophy that prized balance over extremes, had long been his solace. Yet even as he remained committed to living longer on his own terms, a persistent friction emerged between his cautious methods and Theseus's relentless pursuit of perfection. In moments when they met to share their progress over long walks along tree-lined avenues or quiet conversations in the fading light of dusk, Joseph would gently challenge Theseus's every new development. "I admire your dedication, friend," Joseph would say, voice soft with both respect and concern. "But sometimes I wonder if chasing every new protocol is blinding us to the simple joys of our everyday lives." And though Theseus would counter with a steady, almost defiant smile, "We must seize every advantage that science offers, Joseph, for every extra day counts." The underlying tension was palpable, a quiet acknowledgement that the balance between ambition and acceptance was as delicate as it was critical. At home, Margaret found herself increasingly aware that the rhythm of their lives had shifted into a ceaseless cadence of data collection. The kitchen table, once a place for casual family meals, was now strewn with neatly arranged logs of blood tests, nutrient levels, and carefully recorded hours of exercise. Each day, as Margaret watched Theseus pore over his research reports and update his meticulously kept records, she could not help but feel that the intimate tapestry of their family life was slowly being overlaid with clinical precision. "Do you ever wonder," she asked one evening as the golden light of sunset filtered through the window, "if in our quest to measure every moment, we might be missing the moments themselves?" Her words, tender and filled with quiet concern, were met with a furrowed brow from Theseus, who paused in his routine to consider the delicate interplay between scientific progress and the ephemeral beauty of life. In that brief silence, Margaret's voice, soft yet insistent, reminded him that every statistic and every meticulously logged value was meant to serve a greater purpose, a purpose that should enhance, not eclipse, the simple warmth of shared smiles and the spontaneous laughter of their family. Meanwhile, Sally, who was steadily carving out her own path in the world, observed these changes with a keen, questioning mind. No longer the wide-eyed child who had once marveled at her father's every word, she was now a young adult on the cusp of independence. Though she did not subscribe as fully to the rigorous longevity agenda that defined her father's daily existence, she could not help but be drawn into the orbit of its influence. At times, she felt the weight of her own aspirations in contrast to the towering dreams of her family. In quiet moments alone, she scribbled in a worn leather journal, capturing her thoughts on a future where she wished to embrace life's spontaneity rather than be ensnared by its precise measurements. Yet, even as she forged her own identity, Sally sensed the deep-rooted passion in Theseus's voice whenever longevity was mentioned. A passion that was as much about the promise of a longer life as it was about an unyielding hope to overcome the limitations of human fragility. As the seasons turned and the cool whispers of autumn gave way to the hushed quiet of winter, both families found themselves at a crossroads of age. Mornings were punctuated by the clatter of breakfast dishes and the rhythmic tapping of keyboards as Theseus updated his digital logs. Every blood test result and every minute of exercise was recorded with the clinical precision of a scientist whose life was as much a laboratory as it was a home. Yet in the quiet intervals between these calculated rituals, a profound uncertainty began to creep into the hearts of both men. The once bold confidence that had fueled their youthful pursuits now shared space with undercurrents of fear, a fear that the carefully constructed plans might not, after all, be enough to breach the elusive century mark in good health. One crisp winter afternoon, as a pale sun struggled to break through the overcast sky, Theseus and Joseph met in a small, familiar cafe near campus. The room was hushed, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee mingling with the soft murmur of quiet conversation. They sat side by side in a booth near the window, the muted light casting long shadows on the table between them. Theseus, fingers tracing the rim of his cup, broke the silence. "Joseph, do you ever wonder if our methods, no matter how advanced, are truly enough?" he asked quietly, his eyes searching his friends for an answer. His voice carried the weight of countless hours spent in pursuit of a future where aging might be defied. Joseph's response was measured, his tone gentle, yet laced with the skepticism born of lived experience. "I've seen the numbers, Theseus, and while they show improvement, I also see the toll it takes, the constant pressure to perform, to push our bodies to their limits. Sometimes, I feel that in our quest to outsmart time, we might be sacrificing the quality of the life we're meant to live." His words lingered between them, a reminder that the pursuit of longevity was not merely a scientific endeavor, but a profoundly human one, full of doubts, sacrifices, and moments of quiet despair. The conversation, unhurried and reflective, continued long after the cafe had emptied. As they stepped out into the chilled air, the frosty breeze seemed to echo their shared concerns. "I still believe," Theseus replied, his tone resolute despite the tremor of uncertainty, "that our partnership with Brilliance, with all its advanced therapies, holds promise. Every new protocol is a step forward, a brick laid on the foundation of a future where we may finally conquer the inevitability of aging." But even as he spoke, the lines on his face deepened ever so slightly, a subtle indication that beneath his determined exterior lay a vulnerability that even he struggled to acknowledge. In the quiet moments that followed, both men returned to their respective routines with a renewed sense of purpose, yet the doubts that had surfaced in that winter afternoon remained like an uninvited guest in the back of their minds. Theseus doubled down on his commitment, meticulously reviewing his regimen, adjusting dosages, and planning his next series of advanced therapies with the fervor of a man on a mission. His days began at dawn and ended late into the night, every moment accounted for, every variable considered. And yet, in the deep recesses of his heart, a small, persistent question lingered. Would all of this effort truly be enough to grant him the vitality he so desperately sought? At home, Margaret observed these changes with a mixture of admiration and quiet sadness. The table, once a place for spontaneous conversation and laughter, now bore the weight of graphs, charts, and reports that detailed every aspect of Theseus's relentless pursuit of longevity. I sometimes miss the days when we could simply enjoy each other's company without worrying about every minute detail, she confided to a friend one evening, her voice soft and introspective. There was a time when our conversations were about dreams and memories, not just measurements and data. Her words were tinged with both regret and a longing for the unencumbered simplicity of life before the obsession took hold. Yet even as Margaret's concerns whispered through the quiet corridors of their home, Sally continued to explore her own identity, subtly distancing herself from the unyielding focus on longevity. In the soft sanctuary of her room, filled with sketches, journals, and a carefully curated collection of music that spoke to her soul, she began to articulate her own vision of a future that balanced ambition with the freedom of self-expression. She sought experiences that were spontaneous, unplanned, moments of serendipity that could not be quantified by data. Though she loved her family dearly and respected the quest they had undertaken, Sally yearned for a life that celebrated the unpredictable beauty of imperfection. One evening, as twilight settled over their modest home and the world outside whispered with the promise of night, the family gathered for dinner. The conversation that unfolded was a tapestry woven from threads of scientific achievement, personal reflection, and the occasional light-hearted jest. Theseus shared his latest findings, his eyes alight with a mixture of hope and the stubborn determination of a man who refused to be defeated by time. Joseph, ever the gentle skeptic, listened intently, occasionally interjecting with observations that bridged the gap between ambition and acceptance. Margaret, her voice soft and measured, reminded them all of the importance of balance, of savoring the present even as they strove for a future that was still uncertain. And Sally, her gaze quiet yet resolute, contributed her own small but poignant insights, a reminder that the journey toward longevity was as much about the heart as it was about the body. As the meal drew to a close and the soft clink of cutlery faded into a gentle silence, a reflective mood settled over the gathering. The celebration of life, marked by every shared smile and every thoughtful pause, was underscored by the knowledge that the road ahead was fraught with uncertainties. The question of whether these painstaking efforts would ultimately allow them to breach the century mark in good health loomed large, a question that had once seemed theoretical now felt achingly real. In the quiet of the night, as each family member retired to their own space, the doubts mingled with the fading echoes of laughter and conversation, creating a bittersweet symphony of hope and trepidation. For Theseus, that night was one of deep introspection. Alone in his study, the soft glow of a desk lamp illuminated the scattered pages of his meticulously kept journal. Each entry was a blend of clinical observations and raw, unfiltered emotion, a testament to the arduous journey he had embarked upon. With every recorded measurement and every carefully noted detail, he sought to capture not only the physical changes wrought by time, but also the intangible shifts within his soul. Am I merely a collection of data points? He wondered silently, his pen hovering over a fresh page. Or is there something more, a spark of life that endures beyond the numbers? The question resonated with the quiet intensity of a man who had devoted his life to unraveling the mysteries of human existence, and it was a question that no formula or supplement could ever answer. In the days that followed, as winter's chill gradually gave way to the tentative warmth of early spring, these uncertainties continued to shadow the lives of both families. Joseph, too, found himself grappling with the burden of high expectations. His simpler regimen, while a source of comfort, began to feel increasingly inadequate in the face of the relentless advancements pursued by his friend. During one long contemplative walk along a winding country road, he confided in an old friend, his voice carrying both resignation and resolve. "Sometimes," he said quietly, "I worry that the price we pay for trying to defy time is a slow erosion of the very qualities that make life beautiful, the unplanned, the imperfect, the spontaneous." His words, laced with the wisdom of years spent navigating the fragile terrain between hope and despair, lingered in the crisp air like a soft lament for what might be lost in the relentless pursuit of an ideal. Yet, even as uncertainty gripped their hearts, a quiet determination also took root. Theseus, with his eyes fixed on the distant horizon of a future he believed could be redefined, pushed forward with an intensity that was both admirable and heartbreaking. Every new therapy, every adjustment to his regimen, was undertaken with the conviction that his life's work, and his partnership with Brilliance, would eventually bear the fruit of a prolonged, healthier existence. In the controlled chaos of his daily routines, he clung to the hope that even the smallest incremental gains could accumulate into something monumental, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Margaret, too, played her part in this intricate dance between ambition and acceptance. Her steady presence, her gentle reminders to pause and savor the fleeting moments of joy, acted as a counterbalance to the sometimes overwhelming drive for perfection. Late at night, as she sat by the window watching the stars emerge one by one against the velvet sky, she would whisper silent prayers for her husband and her family. "May you find not only the strength to extend your days," she murmured softly, "but also the wisdom to cherish every precious moment that makes those days worth living." Her words, tender and laden with unspoken love, became a quiet refrain that underscored the fragile beauty of their shared existence. For Sally, the Crossroads of Age was also a time of subtle transformation, a period marked by the gentle assertion of her independence and the blossoming realization that her destiny might not be so inexorably tied to the rigorous plans of her family. As she wandered through campus and spent long hours in quiet contemplation in the university's lush gardens, she began to nurture dreams that were uniquely her own. In her sketches and journal entries, she captured fleeting images of hope and wonder, glimpses of a future where life's unpredictable twists were embraced as much as they were measured. Though she loved her family dearly and respected their commitment to longevity, Sally was beginning to see that her path might diverge from theirs, a realization that was as bittersweet as it was liberating. Throughout the season, the interplay of scientific ambition and the raw, unquantifiable nature of human emotion painted a vivid portrait of a life in flux. Mornings were marked by the clinical precision of data collection, each heartbeat recorded, each nutrient level carefully charted, while evenings were filled with the gentle cadence of familial dialogue and the spontaneous laughter of shared memories. In the spaces between these two realms lay the heart of their struggle, a constant, unyielding tension between the desire to conquer time and the recognition that time, in all its inexorable beauty, was also the very essence of life. One particularly serene evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon in a burst of crimson and gold, Theseus gathered with Joseph in a quiet corner of a familiar park. The gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of a nearby stream provided a natural symphony for their conversation. "I sometimes feel," Theseus began, his voice a low murmur carried on the cool breeze, "that we are at a precipice, a point where every decision, every adjustment we make, becomes a defining moment in the trajectory of our lives." Joseph nodded slowly, his eyes reflecting the twilight's fading light. "There is both beauty and terror in that realization," he replied softly. "We strive so fervently to shape our future, yet the future remains elusive, a delicate tapestry woven from both our triumphs and our fears." Their words, heavy with the weight of unspoken truths, lingered in the air, merging with the natural rhythms of the night. In that moment, the two friends found solace in their shared vulnerability, a recognition that even as they labored to defy the constraints of the aging body, the quality of life they sought to preserve was measured not only in years, but in the moments of connection, the laughter shared over a humble meal, and the quiet comfort of a hand held in the dark. It was a lesson as old as time itself, whispered by the wind and etched into the lines on their faces, that the true essence of life was not captured solely by scientific achievement, but by the tender, often unquantifiable beauty of being human. As spring's tentative warmth began to melt the last traces of winter's chill, these reflections grew ever more urgent. Doubts, once kept at bay by youthful optimism, now pressed in from every side. The meticulously maintained charts and graphs that had once filled Theseus with hope now also served as stark reminders of the fragility of the human form. Each new measurement, each small deviation from the expected progress, became a silent question. Would these efforts, so painstakingly pursued, be enough to carry them safely into the century mark? In the quiet aftermath of one such long day, as twilight embraced the world in a soft, forgiving glow, Theseus sat alone in his study, his gaze fixed on a framed photograph of his family. The image captured a moment of pure, unburdened joy, a time when laughter was spontaneous and the future was an open, uncharted horizon. In that silent space, his heart ached with the knowledge that while every calculated effort brought him closer to a promise of extended life, it also exacted a toll that was measured in the gradual erosion of the present's simple pleasures. "I must not lose sight of what makes life precious," he whispered into the stillness, his voice carrying both determination and a trace of melancholy. Even as these uncertainties loomed, the resolve to push forward remained unbroken. With the quiet strength born of years spent wrestling with both hope and despair, Theseus vowed to continue his relentless pursuit. Every therapy session, every adjustment to his diet and exercise plan, was a step taken not only in defiance of time's decay, but in the belief that there was a future worth reaching, a future where the sacrifices of the past would culminate in a life filled with both longevity and meaning. In the gentle hum of everyday life, amid the soft clatter of a family dinner and the whispered confessions shared between old friends, the Crossroads of Age emerged as a defining chapter in their journey. It was a time when the brave pursuit of scientific advancement met the tender realities of a human heart, a moment when the promise of tomorrow was inseparable from the beauty of the present. And though uncertainty still cast its shadow, the unwavering commitment of Theseus, Joseph, Margaret, and even Sally shone through like a beacon, guiding them toward a future that was as fragile as it was full of possibility. Under the endless expanse of a star-strewn sky, as the night deepened and the world around them settled into a quiet, reflective stillness, the family found renewed strength in the bonds that had carried them this far. And in that collective embrace of hope and doubt, of ambition and acceptance, the journey continued. A journey marked not merely by the pursuit of extended years, but by the quiet, enduring promise of a life well and truly lived. Part 6. Century Mark. Theseus Woods awoke on a crisp, early morning with the surreal awareness of having reached 100 years, a century of life measured in countless moments of hope, despair, laughter, and quiet resolve. The soft glow of dawn crept through the tall windows of his study, illuminating the framed photographs of days long past, among which the image of Margaret, his beloved wife, shone with an enduring radiance. Though her absence had cast a persistent shadow over his celebrations, she had departed a few years prior, leaving a quiet sadness that echoed in the silent corners of their home. Theseus felt compelled to honor her memory. Today, of all days, he vowed to live in a way that bridged the gap between scientific ambition and the tender, fragile beauty of life. With his lifelong friend Joseph at his side and the support of his family, he had reached this milestone. Yet even as the applause of those who had gathered to mark his 100th birthday filled the grand hall with warmth and admiration, an unspoken melancholy lay beneath his every smile, a longing for the gentle presence of Margaret, whose love had been his steadfast anchor through every storm. The celebration was an elegant affair held in a room awash with soft candlelight and the murmurs of well-wishers. Friends, colleagues, and students mingled among the artful displays of memories and accolades that chronicled Theseus's lifelong journey. Every detail, from the carefully curated music to the delicate floral arrangements, evoked a sense of timeless grace. And yet, amid the cheers and toasts, there was an undercurrent of bittersweet emotion. Every smile was tinged with the knowledge that, while the years had gifted Theseus with wisdom and achievement, they had also imposed an inevitable toll on the body and spirit, a toll that even his relentless pursuit of longevity could not entirely evade. Joseph, ever the compassionate yet candid friend, raised his glass in a heartfelt toast. "To Theseus," he declared, his voice resonating in the quiet grandeur of the hall, "a man who has not only challenged the bounds of time, but has inspired us all to seek the deeper meaning behind every moment. May your journey continue to illuminate the path for us all." The crowd joined in the chorus of celebration, and for a brief moment, Theseus allowed himself to bask in the warmth of shared triumph and communal love. Yet deep within, the memory of Margaret lingered like a soft melody, a reminder that every joy was intertwined with loss, every achievement with sacrifice. As the day unfolded, the celebration gave way to moments of intimate reflection. Theseus retreated to a quiet alcove of the venue, where a large window framed the slowly brightening sky. There he unfolded a faded letter written in Margaret's careful script, her words a blend of gentle encouragement and wistful affection. "My dearest Theseus," it began, "remember that life is not measured solely in years or achievements, but in the love we share and the moments that steal our breath away." The letter, worn by time and imbued with the essence of a love that transcended the physical, stirred a tumultuous blend of gratitude and sorrow within him. In that fragile moment, as he held her words close to his heart, he resolved to remain strong, not just for himself, but for the memory of the woman who had once filled his days with light. Yet fate, in its unpredictable fashion, had one more lesson to impart on this landmark day. As the sun reached its zenith and the festivities were in full swing, a sudden wave of weakness overtook Theseus. In the midst of a conversation with a dear friend, his face paled and his voice faltered. Before anyone could fully grasp what was happening, Theseus collapsed, his body succumbing to an unexpected illness that no amount of advanced therapies or carefully calibrated supplements could forestall. The room fell into a stunned silence, punctuated only by the urgent voices of those rushing to his side. In the chaotic moments that followed, Sally, now an accomplished adult with the quiet confidence of someone who had grown up watching her father chase an elusive dream, raced to his side. Her eyes, filled with both fierce love and simmering frustration, darted between the faces gathered in concern and the silent form of her father lying on the floor. "Daddy!" she cried, her voice trembling with a cocktail of panic and sorrow. As she knelt beside him, the emotional collision of her deep-seated love and a lifetime of yearning for his unwavering presence overwhelmed her. For years, she had watched her father so ardently pursue a future that promised endless vitality, a future that often seemed to place that pursuit above the everyday moments of love and companionship. Now, as she cradled his hand, the sting of regret mingled with the pure, desperate need to bring him back to her. The atmosphere in the hall transformed from one of jubilant celebration to one of profound worry and subdued grief. Joseph, whose own heart was heavy with the knowledge that even the best-laid plans could not forestall the inevitable frailties of human nature, stepped forward to coordinate urgent medical assistance. His calm, reassuring presence offered a measure of comfort amid the disarray, yet his eyes betrayed an inner storm of concern. "Stay with us, Theseus," he murmured, his tone both commanding and tender. "We are here. We will see you through this." In the ensuing moments, as paramedics arrived and the room was filled with hushed, frantic whispers, Sally's mind raced with conflicting emotions. She felt an overwhelming sense of love for her father, a man who had been her hero, her guide through both academic wonders and the mundane rhythms of everyday life. At the same time, a raw frustration gnawed at her. She recalled the many years when her father's relentless focus on extending his life had meant that precious moments with her had been sacrificed at the altar of scientific ambition. The emotional clash was startling. How could one reconcile the genius and the dreamer with the man who had, in his pursuit of a future beyond the natural, sometimes seemed absent in the present? Hours later, in the sterile, quiet corridors of a hospital, Theseus lay in a room bathed in soft, diffused light. Monitors beeped rhythmically, their steady cadence marking the fragile balance between life and uncertainty. Nurses moved with quiet efficiency, their gentle touches and careful words offering a semblance of comfort. Sally remained by his side, her presence a silent vigil filled with tears and whispered apologies that mingled with expressions of hope. "Daddy, please come back to us," she whispered, her voice cracking with emotion as she traced the contours of his hand with trembling fingers. "I need you here with me. I need you to know that I love you, even if it means facing all the years we lost." Theseus's eyes fluttered open slowly, and as he became aware of the sterile beeps and the soft murmur of voices, he felt the weight of his own mortality with a new, piercing clarity. His gaze fell upon Sally's tear-streaked face, and in that moment, the full impact of his lifelong quest to extend not just the quantity, but the quality of his days, became painfully apparent. "Sally," he rasped, his voice fragile yet imbued with a profound tenderness. I never meant to be so far away. I was chasing a dream, a future I thought would save us all, but I fear I lost the present along the way." Her eyes, brimming with a tumult of relief and reproach, met his. "Daddy, I've always admired your dreams, but sometimes it felt like they were more important than the moments we had together. I missed you, more than words can say." The emotional intensity of her words cut through the sterile haze of the hospital room, leaving an indelible mark on Theseus's soul. He realized, with a mix of regret and newfound clarity, that his relentless pursuit of a longer life had come at the expense of the very love and presence that defined what it meant to truly live. In the following tense days, as medical staff worked tirelessly to stabilize him, and as the steady hum of machinery served as the backdrop to his slow, painful recovery, Theseus embarked on an inward journey of reckoning. Every heartbeat, every measured breath, became a silent reminder of the fragility of life, a life that had been marked by brilliant achievements and deep, often unspoken, sorrows. In quiet moments of reflection, as he lay in the soft, white confines of his hospital bed, he thought of Margaret, her gentle laughter, the comforting rhythm of her presence, and of the promise he had made long ago to honor her memory by living fully, by remaining strong, and by ensuring that the legacy of their shared dreams would not be in vain. During one particularly long night, when the world outside was cloaked in darkness and the only sound was the steady beeping of a monitor, Theseus clutched a small, worn photograph of Margaret. The edges of the picture were softened by time, the image of her warm smile a beacon in the gloom. "I will be here for you, Sally," he whispered to the silent room, his voice heavy with the weight of unspoken apologies and resolute promises. "I promise that I will not let this dream of mine keep me from the moments that truly matter. I will cherish you, and I will honor the memory of the one I loved by being present in every breath, every heartbeat." Slowly, with the dedicated care of the hospital staff and the unwavering support of her family, Theseus began to recover. The incident, though frightening and deeply humbling, sparked a profound shift within him, a transformation that was not marked by a return to old ways, but by a deliberate choice to embrace the fullness of life in its messy, unpredictable beauty. In the days that followed his recovery, as the sterile white walls of the hospital gave way to the familiar warmth of home, Theseus made a solemn vow to himself and to Sally. "I will be here," he declared softly, as they sat together in the quiet of the early morning. "I will make every day count, not just in the pursuit of more years, but in the promise of living every single moment with the love and presence you deserve." Sally, her eyes reflecting both relief and the lingering echoes of her earlier frustration, reached out to squeeze his hand. "I need you, Daddy," she said, her voice trembling with a mix of hope and lingering hurt. "I need you to be here, with me, not just as the man who dreamed of forever, but as my father who is with me now, in every precious moment." In that intimate exchange, amid the soft glow of a new day breaking through the window, a silent pact was formed, a pact to bridge the chasm that had grown between ambition and presence, to find a way to honor the dreams of the past while fully embracing the fleeting beauty of the present. As Theseus resumed his days, the rigor of his regimen remained a vital part of his identity, but it was now tempered by a newfound mindfulness, a conscious effort to weave moments of spontaneity, tenderness, and connection into the fabric of his daily life. He still measured his progress, still recorded the minutiae of his therapies and dietary routines, yet he began to set aside time for quiet walks with Sally, for lingering conversations over simple meals, for moments when the only goal was to be present rather than to perfect a formula. Each day became a careful balancing act, a dance between the desire to extend his life through scientific innovation and the urgent need to savor the unpredictable, unmeasured moments that made life rich and full. In quiet afternoons, when the sunlight streamed in through the window and cast long shadows across the floor, Theseus would sit with Sally in the garden they once tended together. There, amidst the fragrant blooms and the soft rustling of leaves, he would listen to her recount her day, her dreams, and her quiet observations about a world that was ever-changing. And in those moments, the echo of Margaret's absence, while still a tender ache in his heart, transformed into a gentle reminder of the impermanence and beauty of every life. "Your mother believed that every moment was a gift," he would say softly, his voice filled with both longing and quiet joy. "She would want us to cherish these moments, to live fully and love deeply, even if it means accepting that some things are meant to be as fleeting as a sunset." Joseph, too, remained a steadfast presence during these reflective times. Though his path had always been simpler and marked by a cautious approach to life's advancements, he too felt the growing weight of uncertainty as the years passed. In his measured way, he continued to offer gentle words of wisdom and support. "Our bodies are but vessels for the spirit," he would remark in hushed conversations with Theseus. "And while we strive to keep them in peak condition, we must also honor the quiet, unquantifiable moments that make our lives truly meaningful." His words, spoken with the calm assurance of one who had navigated the delicate balance between science and soul, provided a steady counterpoint to Theseus's renewed determination. The days that followed were marked by a gradual yet undeniable transformation. As Theseus resumed his work, a blend of rigorous scientific inquiry and heartfelt reflection, he began to see that his recovery was not simply a return to the past, but a reawakening of the potential for a life lived in its fullest form. Every step he took was now imbued with a dual purpose: to continue his pioneering research into the mysteries of longevity, and to ensure that the precious moments he shared with Sally and those who cared for him were not lost in the pursuit of an unattainable ideal. In the quiet evenings, when the world outside fell silent and the only sound was the gentle hum of nighttime creatures, Theseus would often find himself reflecting on the lessons learned from his 100th birthday, a day that had been both a celebration of life and a sobering confrontation with its fragility. He recognized that the journey of life, with all its trials and triumphs, was a tapestry woven from moments of unyielding determination and quiet vulnerability. And while he deeply regretted that Margaret had not been there to witness the strides he had made and the transformations that had reshaped his understanding of what it meant to live, he vowed to honor her memory by being fully present in the moments that remained. In one such quiet moment, as he sat by the window with a steaming cup of tea and a view of the star-strewn sky, Theseus penned a few lines in a weathered journal, a journal that had chronicled his hopes, fears, and the myriad lessons of his long journey. Life, he wrote in a script both elegant and resolute, is not defined solely by the number of years we accumulate, but by the love we share, the memories we forge, and the moments we choose to live fully. I have chased a future of endless days, yet it is the fleeting, beautiful present that holds the true measure of my being. I will be here, with each heartbeat a promise to those I love, and with every breath a tribute to the legacy of Margaret, a legacy of warmth, compassion, and unyielding hope. The promise of that night, the soft glow of the stars, the quiet determination in his heart, and the gentle assurance of Sally's presence became a guiding light for Theseus in the days that followed. With each sunrise, he embraced the new day with a renewed commitment not only to his scientific endeavors, but also to the intimate, irreplaceable moments that had come to define his relationship with his daughter and his own inner world. The healing process, though marked by moments of doubt and occasional setbacks, slowly ushered in a sense of balance, a reconciliation between the desire to defy time and the acceptance of life's impermanent beauty. And so, as the first blush of spring began to color the world outside with hints of green and gold, Theseus emerged from the hospital not merely as a survivor of a near-tragic event, but as a man transformed by the realization that longevity was not an end in itself, but a means to create a life rich in love, memory, and presence. He embraced the promise of each new day with tempered ambition, a desire to continue his work, yes, but also an earnest commitment to cherish the small, unmeasured moments that made life worth living. In the ensuing weeks, as the days lengthened and the gentle warmth of spring seeped into every corner of his world, Theseus made it his mission to be more present. He set aside time to walk hand in hand with Sally through sunlit meadows, to share quiet meals in which the conversation flowed as freely as the laughter, and to listen intently to the quiet wisdom that she offered about a world that was both changing and timeless. In each gesture, each shared smile, there lay an unspoken understanding that the true measure of success was not found solely in the extension of life, but in the quality and depth of the moments that filled it. Even as he resumed his rigorous research and meticulous routines, a subtle shift had taken hold, a soft, persistent reminder that every day was a gift, and that the legacy of those he loved was carried in every moment of genuine connection. In the silent intervals between his scientific inquiries, Theseus would often pause to gaze out at the sky, marveling at the vastness of the universe and the fragile beauty of his own existence. And in those moments, as the stars twinkled in quiet testament to the passage of time, he felt a profound gratitude for the life he had lived, a life that, despite its trials and sorrows, was rich with the promise of new beginnings and the enduring warmth of love. Thus, standing at the threshold of a future still uncertain but brimming with possibility, Theseus Woods resolved to continue his journey with renewed purpose. The century mark was not an end, but a pivotal moment, a turning point where the lessons of the past merged with the hopes for tomorrow. Though the pain of loss and the scars of relentless ambition remained, they now served as a reminder that every breath was an opportunity, every heartbeat a chance to be present, and every shared moment a testament to the enduring power of love. In that resolute spirit, Theseus vowed to honor both his past and the promise of the future, carrying forward the memory of Margaret, the wisdom of his years, and the tender, unyielding bond he shared with Sally, knowing that, above all, the measure of a life well lived was found in the beauty of the present moment. Part 7. Farewell to a Comrade. In the gentle embrace of a late autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced slowly to the ground and the soft chill in the air hinted at the coming winter, Theseus Woods and Joseph Brown found themselves seated in the quiet courtyard of the old university, a familiar refuge where decades of shared dreams, sacrifices, and breakthroughs had been etched into every stone and whispered in every breeze. Now, with both men having passed the century mark, they took solace in each other's presence, their weathered faces reflecting a lifetime of determination and hope. Over cups of steaming herbal tea, they reminisced about the early days when the promise of a longer, richer life had ignited their souls, when every rigorous experiment and every carefully measured supplement had been a bold declaration against the relentless tide of time. Theseus, his eyes still alight with that fierce inner fire despite the deepening lines on his face, listened intently as Joseph confessed, with a touch of rueful humor and quiet regret. I sometimes wish I'd taken a few more risks with the advanced therapies you embraced so wholeheartedly. I stuck with my simpler methods out of conviction, yet now I see. Maybe I should have allowed myself to lean a little more on the new advancements. I trusted in my own steady pace, but perhaps that steady pace has come at the cost of some of the vigor we once hoped to capture. His voice was soft, tinged with the melancholy of realizing that the dreams of youth, though noble, sometimes leave behind what could have been. Joseph's admission was not a reproach, but rather a moment of honest introspection, a quiet unveiling of the toll that time exacted on both body and spirit. Theseus reached out, placing a weathered hand on his friend's arm, and replied, "We set out together on this journey, my dear friend, with the shared vision of transcending the limitations of our mortal shells. Each of us took a path that resonated with our deepest convictions. I pursued every cutting-edge therapy offered by Brilliance, while you, steadfast in your personal ideals, opted for the natural, measured route. And though our methods have diverged, the spirit that ignited our quest remains unbroken." Their eyes met, and in that silent exchange lay the weight of decades spent chasing a future that had promised endless possibility, even as the reality of aging, with all its fragility, steadily advanced. In the days that followed, the courtyard became their sanctuary of reflection. Under the sweeping boughs of ancient trees that had witnessed generations of scholars pass by, the two old friends spent long hours in conversation. They recounted the early days of their youthful ambition, when every breakthrough was celebrated as a victory over the inexorable decay of the human body, and every sacrifice was made in the name of progress. Joseph recalled, with a wistful smile, the exhilaration of discovering new supplements and experimental therapies, and how his own cautious spirit had kept him anchored to the simpler ways of living, a life of quiet routines, modest vitamins, and gentle exercise. "I remember," he said one breezy afternoon as the two strolled along a winding path, "the thrill of hearing about the latest discovery. It was as if each new therapy was a promise that we could cheat death, that every pill was a step toward immortality. But as the years passed, I began to see that some of that promise was as ephemeral as the morning mist." Theseus listened, his heart heavy with both admiration for his friend's steadfastness and sorrow for the knowledge that even the best-laid plans were vulnerable to the ravages of time. "Joseph," he said quietly, "every method we tried, whether the sophisticated regimen I adopted or the simpler path you chose, was an attempt to grasp at the fleeting nature of life and hold it just a little longer. We both fought our battles with passion, and though our bodies are now showing the scars of those long years, the spirit behind our quest still burns brightly." His words, imbued with both hope and a tinge of regret, were a tribute to a shared dream that had defined their lives. Yet, as the seasons turned and the relentless march of time pressed on, it became increasingly evident that Joseph's body was beginning to falter. By the time he reached the age of 127, the signs of deterioration were unmistakable. His once sturdy frame, which had carried him through decades of disciplined living, now moved with a careful hesitance. His hands, which had once deftly manipulated the intricate details of experiments and theories, trembled slightly as he tried to steady himself. It was in these vulnerable moments that Theseus, ever the compassionate friend, sought to help Joseph, calling upon the advanced therapies that had long been a cornerstone of his own regimen. In a quiet consultation at a modern clinic that still bore the subtle marks of Brilliance's influence, Theseus proposed a series of new treatments, technologies that promised to rejuvenate weakened cells and reinvigorate the very essence of life. "Joseph, let us try these therapies," he urged gently, his voice imbued with a mix of scientific hope and deep personal concern. "I believe that even now, there is a chance to restore some of that lost vitality, to recapture the vigor of our earlier days." But Joseph, whose heart had grown increasingly anchored in his own convictions, resisted. "My friend," he replied, his tone firm yet laced with the sorrow of a man aware of his own limits, "I appreciate your efforts, but I must remain true to the principles I've held all my life. I have accepted that the body, however carefully tended, will eventually yield to time's embrace. I am not ready to surrender to every new experiment that comes my way." It was not that Joseph rejected the possibility of healing. Rather, he held steadfastly to a belief that there was dignity in accepting the natural course of life, even as the body weakened. His refusal was less an act of stubbornness than a quiet assertion of his personal truth, a truth that valued authenticity over the uncertain promise of technological miracles. In these final months, as his body grew frail and his steps slower, the two friends reconnected more deeply than they had in years. They spent long, unhurried hours together, sitting on park benches beneath the fading light of day, sharing memories that ranged from the exuberance of youth to the solemn reflections of a life lived in pursuit of an almost unreachable dream. One particularly crisp evening, as twilight painted the sky in shades of lavender and indigo, Theseus and Joseph sat side by side on a weathered bench in the university gardens. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by a soft breeze. "Joseph," Theseus began, his voice carrying the weight of unspoken emotions, "I have always admired your steadfast nature, your refusal to be swayed by the seductive promises of modern science. Yet I cannot help but wish that you had embraced a few of these advancements a bit earlier, not out of a desire to change who you are, but to perhaps share more of the vigor we once felt together." Joseph sighed deeply, his eyes reflecting the melancholy of a soul both content and sorrowful. "I have made my choices, Theseus. I chose the path that felt truest to me, even if it meant forgoing some of the marvels you have experienced. But know this, I cherish every moment we have spent together, every shared discovery, and every conversation that sparked our dreams. I am grateful for the journey we have shared, even if it has taken me on a slower, quieter road." Their dialogue, measured and tender, was a testament to the profound bond that had sustained them through years of experimentation, triumph, and heartache. In the soft glow of the evening, the two men reminisced about their early days, the long nights filled with fervent debates over theories of longevity, the excitement of early breakthroughs that had promised eternal life, and the moments when their shared dream had seemed within reach. Each memory was recounted with both joy and a subtle tinge of regret, a recognition that, despite their best efforts, mortality remained an indomitable force. As the weeks wore on, Joseph's condition continued to decline. His body, once resilient and unyielding, began to falter in the face of the relentless passage of time. The advanced therapies that Theseus had so passionately championed could only offer temporary relief, and despite repeated attempts to bolster his strength, Joseph's energy waned. In the quiet intimacy of their final months together, the two friends held nothing back. They spoke candidly about the dreams they had pursued, the sacrifices they had made, and the harsh reality that even the most disciplined life could not escape the inevitability of aging. In one particularly poignant conversation, held in the dim light of a modest room in the care facility where Joseph now resided, Theseus reached out with trembling hands to grasp his friend's. "I have wondered, for so long, whether all our efforts were worth the cost. The loneliness, the endless hours of sacrifice, the moments we missed while chasing that elusive promise of forever. Tell me, Joseph, do you ever regret the path you chose?" Joseph's eyes, clear yet shadowed by the burden of countless years, met Theseus's with quiet resolve. "Regret is a heavy word, my friend," he replied softly. "I do not regret our pursuit of longevity, for it was never merely about extending our days. It was about exploring the depths of our existence, challenging the boundaries of what it means to be human. But I do regret that, in our quest to defy time, we might have distanced ourselves from the simple beauty of being together." His words fell like gentle raindrops upon a parched field, nurturing the seeds of understanding that had long lain dormant between them. In those final hours of shared reflection, the two old comrades recounted the milestones of a lifetime punctuated by moments of brilliant discovery, quiet heroism, and the occasional piercing sorrow. They spoke of the dreams they had once harbored with such unyielding fervor, of the nights spent poring over research and debating the ethics of their work, and of the simple joys that had sustained them through every trial. The conversation was both a celebration of a friendship forged in the crucible of ambition and a farewell to the physical vessel that had carried them through so many years of struggle and triumph. As the first light of dawn began to pierce the darkness on a chilly morning, a delicate peace settled over the room where Joseph lay. The soft, rhythmic beeping of monitors provided a solemn cadence to the final moments of a life that had been as brilliant as it was bittersweet. With a faint smile that spoke of memories too precious for words and eyes that still held the spark of unyielding conviction, Joseph passed away quietly, leaving Theseus to confront the profound silence of a world suddenly bereft of his dearest friend. In that moment, as the reality of Joseph's passing sank deep into his soul, Theseus felt an overwhelming sense of disorientation, a sudden, wrenching emptiness, where once there had been the steady companionship of a kindred spirit. Alone on the hospital's quiet corridor, the echo of his friend's gentle laughter and the soft cadence of his measured voice resonated like a ghost in the cold, sterile air. Theseus's heart ached with the realization that despite every carefully calculated step and every relentless pursuit of a future beyond the ordinary, mortality remained an inexorable, potent force, one that neither advanced therapy nor steadfast determination could ultimately overcome. For long, sleepless hours, Theseus wandered through the silent halls, his mind awash with memories of shared triumphs and unspoken sorrows. He recalled the long, thoughtful walks they had taken, the days when their debates had stretched into the early hours of the morning, and the quiet moments when a shared glance was enough to convey the depth of their understanding. In the solitude of those moments, he wrestled with a painful question. Had the long, arduous journey been worth the isolation and sacrifice? Could the relentless pursuit of extending one's life ever truly erase the natural, bittersweet cadence of human existence? In a small private chapel on the hospital grounds, a sanctuary of quiet reflection adorned with softly flickering candles and the faint aroma of incense, Theseus knelt before a simple wooden altar. His eyes, red-rimmed and filled with a mixture of grief and resolute determination, closed in silent prayer. "Joseph," he whispered into the stillness, "you have been my friend, my mentor, my fellow traveler on this arduous journey. I cannot help but wonder if, in our quest to challenge time, we lost something irreplaceable along the way. The simple, unadorned beauty of living in the moment." The words spilled from his lips like a confession, laden with the weight of decades spent in pursuit of an ideal that now seemed both glorious and painfully elusive. In the days that followed, as the finality of Joseph's absence settled like a shroud over his heart, Theseus began the slow, painful process of coming to terms with the cost of their lifelong pursuit. With each passing moment, he revisited the memories they had shared, moments of fervent hope, passionate debates, and quiet companionship, and found within them a bittersweet solace. The journey had not been in vain. It had been a testament to the indomitable human spirit, a celebration of the relentless quest for knowledge and the courage to dream beyond the confines of mortality. And yet, the silence left by Joseph's departure was a stark reminder that even the most determined souls must eventually yield to the relentless march of time. As the weeks melted into months, Theseus slowly resumed his daily routines, though now each action carried a weight of introspection and melancholy that had not been present before. He continued his work with the same rigorous discipline that had once driven him to achieve wonders, yet every experiment, every meticulous measurement, was now tinged with the memory of his fallen comrade. In the quiet of his laboratory, as he peered into microscopes and studied the intricate data of cellular rejuvenation, the absence of Joseph's thoughtful commentary and gentle humor echoed like a silent void, a reminder that even the most brilliant pursuits are shadowed by loss. In one of the long, reflective evenings that followed, Theseus found himself seated at a small wooden desk, the surface scattered with old letters, research notes, and a faded photograph of Joseph taken in happier times. The image captured a moment when both men had stood side by side, their faces alight with the promise of an infinite future, a future that now seemed as fragile and ephemeral as a whisper. With careful strokes, Theseus began to write, his pen moving slowly as he poured out the memories, the regrets, and the quiet wonder of a friendship that had spanned lifetimes. In our quest to defy the limits of time, he wrote, we discovered that the true measure of life is not found in the endless pursuit of more days, but in the moments of connection, in the laughter shared and the silent understanding that binds us to one another. Joseph, my friend, your journey has ended, but your spirit will forever guide the path we once walked together. Those words, written in a trembling hand yet with a steady conviction, became a sacred tribute, a farewell to a beloved comrade and a testament to the enduring power of a friendship that had defied the boundaries of both science and the human heart. In that act of writing, Theseus found a measure of healing, a way to reconcile the pain of loss with the enduring legacy of a life lived in pursuit of dreams that transcended the ordinary. And so, as the first light of a new dawn broke over the horizon, casting a gentle glow over the hospital grounds and the quiet chapel where he had prayed, Theseus Woods emerged from his solitude with a heavy heart and a resolve that was tempered by sorrow, yet illuminated by the memory of Joseph's unwavering spirit. Though the journey ahead was now marked by the absence of a cherished friend, the lessons of their shared past, of relentless ambition, of sacrifices made in the name of progress, and of the inescapable potent force of mortality, remained etched in his soul. In the quiet aftermath of that poignant farewell, Theseus resolved to carry forward not only the scientific legacy they had built together, but also the deep, enduring humanity that had defined their long, winding journey. He knew that the isolation of their pursuit, the long hours spent in silent labs and endless debates, had been both a gift and a curse, a reminder that even as one strives to conquer time, the natural order of life continues its relentless, beautiful march. And so, with the memory of Joseph's gentle smile and the echo of his thoughtful words guiding him, Theseus embraced the uncertain future with a heart full of both gratitude and longing. Standing now at the threshold of a new chapter, one marked by reflection, resilience, and the quiet acknowledgement that mortality, with all its inexorable force, remains the final arbiter of our fate, Theseus vowed to honor his comrade's memory in every step he took. In every experiment, every careful measurement, every shared smile with those who still walked beside him, he would carry the spirit of Joseph Brown, a spirit that had once challenged the limits of time and had, in its passing, reminded him that the true essence of life is measured not in years alone, but in the enduring connections that sustain us. Part 8. The Last Threshold. The years had stretched long and measured like a slow, bittersweet symphony, and now, as the calendar marked the approach of his 150th year, Theseus Woods found himself living in quiet solitude, a life of reflective silence punctuated only by the gentle echo of memories. In the modest, warmly lit cottage he had called home for so many decades, the air carried the soft weight of time itself. Each creak of the wooden floor, each ray of sunlight dancing through the lace curtains, was a reminder of the relentless passage of time and the legacy of a life spent in pursuit of transcending mortal limits. In this phase of his existence, these unyielding years had endowed Theseus with a strength and vitality that belied his advanced age. His disciplined adherence to a lifetime of rigorous routines and unwavering dedication had kept him remarkably robust. Yet even as his body continued to defy the conventional decay that marked the passage of decades, the emotional landscape of his heart was not immune to the slow but inevitable erosion wrought by time. In the quiet moments of early morning, when the world lay hushed in the half-light of dawn, he would sometimes catch himself pausing, reflecting on all that he had endured and all that had been lost along the way. At his side, ever faithful and imbued with a spirit that refused to be dimmed, was his daughter Sally. Though now well over a century old herself, Sally still shone with a vibrancy and resilience that seemed almost otherworldly. Her eyes, as bright and inquisitive as they had been in childhood, carried within them both the joy of a life fully lived and the sorrow of burdens that no age should have to bear. For Sally had spent her life caring for her father, tending to his needs with a devotion born of deep, unspoken love. Each day, as she prepared his meals, managed his medications, and ensured that every measure of his meticulously planned regimen was faithfully observed, she did so with a tender grace that was both admirable and quietly heartbreaking. In the soft hum of their shared days, Sally would often pause to reflect on the price of their discipline. "Daddy," she would murmur in those rare moments of quiet intimacy, "you've always been so strong, so determined to outlast time. But sometimes, I wonder if the very pursuit of this endless life has made us forget how to truly live. Her words, gentle as a whisper, yet weighted with the wisdom of someone who had seen too much, would hang in the air, unanswered yet full of meaning. And though Theseus would smile, his eyes softening as they met hers, a silent understanding passed between them, a mutual recognition that even the most rigorous defiance of nature could not completely erase the tender ache of loss. It was during one such morning that the fragile balance of their existence began to falter. The sky was a muted canvas of gray, and the chill in the air hinted at an approaching winter that seemed to seep into the very bones of the old house. Sally, who had always managed with grace the daily challenges of caring for her father, felt an unusual heaviness in her chest. At first, it was merely a quiet fatigue, a weariness that seemed to cloud her usually bright demeanor. But as days passed, the fatigue deepened into something more insidious, an unexpected deterioration in her health that left her struggling to rise from her bed, to muster the strength to smile, to continue the long-held duty of care that had defined her existence. Theseus, ever vigilant and sensitive to the subtlest change, noticed the slow decline. In the early hours of one wintry day, as he sat by the window with a cup of herbal tea and a heart full of quiet worry, he saw his daughter leaning heavily against the armchair, a stark contrast to the vibrant, resilient figure she had once been. "Sally," he said softly, rising to her side, "what troubles you, my dear?" His voice, filled with both tenderness and a deep-seated fear, broke the fragile silence of the room. With eyes that shimmered with unshed tears, Sally tried to muster a reassuring smile. "I'm just tired, Daddy," she replied, her voice weak and unsteady. "I feel as though time is finally catching up with me." Those words, though spoken in a gentle tone, struck a chord deep within Theseus's soul. For years, he had dedicated himself to the pursuit of longevity, not only for his own sake, but to preserve the beauty of every moment he could share with those he loved. And now, faced with the stark reality of his daughter's decline, a sense of impending loss pressed upon him with an almost unbearable weight. In a flurry of desperate measures, Theseus mobilized every resource at his disposal. The advanced therapies he had once embraced with unyielding zeal were once again put to use. With trembling hands, he made urgent calls to Brilliance Incorporated, those same voices of promise and futuristic ambition that had once fueled his dreams of outlasting the natural decay of the body. He pleaded with them, reminding them of the long-ago promise they had made, a promise that had once seemed like a beacon of hope, a chance to grant him and his loved ones a future unburdened by the tyranny of aging. But the cold, modern pragmatism of Brilliance was unyielding. Their responses, curt and dismissive, made it clear that to them, Theseus was now nothing more than a relic, a fading remnant of an era when lofty promises were made and grand dreams pursued. "We regret to inform you," one terse message read, "that the advanced life support services are no longer available for individuals whose protocols have not been updated in the past decade." The words stung with a cold finality, each syllable a reminder that the future had moved on, leaving behind those who clung to the dreams of a bygone age. The rejection was a blow that shattered the fragile hope that had clung to Theseus in the wake of Sally's decline. In the quiet solitude of the evening, as the light faded into a melancholy dusk, Theseus sat alone in his study, the silence around him a stark counterpoint to the inner tumult that roiled within. The loss of Sally, the gentle, unyielding force who had been his constant companion, his caretaker, and the embodiment of his dreams of a long, shared life, left him adrift in a sea of grief. The memory of her laughter, the sound of her footsteps echoing through the hallways of their home, and the tender moments they had shared now seemed like fragile fragments of a distant past, each one a bittersweet reminder of what had been and what could never be again. For days that stretched into lonely, desolate nights, Theseus wandered through the empty rooms of his home, each step a painful reminder of the void left by the loss of his beloved daughter. His mind, ever analytical and driven by the need to find meaning in every detail, turned over the rejection from Brilliance like a cold stone, each facet of it a reflection of a future that now seemed forever closed to him. In that vast, echoing emptiness, the weight of isolation bore down with an intensity that made every breath feel like an act of defiance against the inexorable march of time. Yet, as the depths of despair threatened to overwhelm him, a small, unexpected ray of hope emerged from the unlikeliest of places. It began as a quiet, almost imperceptible chime. A message, perhaps, carried on the wings of fate. One cool afternoon, as Theseus sat at his desk, surrounded by scattered papers and the ghostly remnants of old plans, his phone buzzed with an incoming message. Startled from his desolate reverie, he answered the call with a hesitant, hopeful tone. On the other end of the line was a voice that was measured, professional, yet imbued with a warmth that momentarily dispelled the gloom. "Mr. Woods," the voice began, "this is Lawrence Reed from Reed & Associates. I apologize for contacting you under such somber circumstances, but I believe I have information that may be of interest to you regarding your long-standing arrangement with Brilliance Incorporated." Theseus's heart quickened with cautious anticipation. "Please, go on," he said, his voice trembling between hope and disbelief. Lawrence Reed continued, "It has come to our attention that your late daughter, Sally, made certain provisions in her will. Among those documents, we discovered a clause, an original contract, that outlines the advanced life support measures promised by Brilliance. According to the records, this contract was preserved meticulously, ensuring that you might, in fact, still have a chance to access the support you were once promised." The words hung in the air like a miracle. In that single unexpected phone call, the icy grip of despair began to loosen its hold on Theseus's weary soul. For so long, he had felt abandoned by the very future he had once fought to secure, a future that now seemed as distant as the fading stars. And yet, here was a glimmer of hope, a legal assurance that the promise Sally had safeguarded with all her quiet strength might yet be honored. Overwhelmed by a surge of emotions, a mingling of sorrow, relief, and renewed determination, Theseus listened intently as Lawrence Reed detailed the contents of the preserved contract. It was a document laden with the language of promise and the weight of past commitments, a legal safeguard meticulously maintained against the erosion of time and corporate indifference. "This contract," Reed explained, "is your lifeline, Mr. Woods. It confirms that the advanced life support services, as originally agreed upon with Brilliance Incorporated, are still legally binding. It appears that your daughter ensured that your rights would not be forgotten, even as the world around us moved forward." As the call ended, Theseus sat in stunned silence. The room around him, once shrouded in the heavy darkness of loss, now seemed to pulse with a renewed possibility. The battered documents on his desk, the remnants of plans that had once filled him with hope, took on new significance. In that moment, the promise of a second chance flickered like a candle in the night, a small, defiant light against the overwhelming gloom. For days following the unexpected news, Theseus's grief intermingled with a cautious optimism. Every moment was charged with the duality of his existence. The deep, aching sorrow of having lost Sally, a beloved daughter whose laughter had once filled the corridors of his heart, and the burgeoning hope that the promise she had so carefully preserved might yet grant him a future. The quiet solitude of his days, once a vast emptiness of mourning, slowly began to transform into a space of quiet resolve. In the long, reflective hours before dawn, as he sat by the window gazing at a sky streaked with the early hues of light, he resolved that he would no longer let the past dictate his future. Instead, he would muster every ounce of his strength, every lesson learned through decades of sacrifice and achievement, to confront Brilliance with a renewed determination. In a final act of defiance against the neglect that had threatened to cast him aside as a relic of a bygone era, Theseus began preparing to re-engage with Brilliance Incorporated. The legal document, preserved with the meticulous care that only a devoted daughter could have ensured, became both a shield and a sword, a tangible reminder that the dreams of a lifetime were not yet extinguished. Every detail of the contract was scrutinized, every clause a promise that must be upheld. With the help of a trusted legal advisor, Theseus started to craft his approach, a strategy not of confrontation born of anger, but of solemn resolve and heartfelt necessity. He envisioned a future where the advanced life support measures promised in that document would finally restore to him the possibility of a life enriched by more than just the long, lonesome days of survival. In quiet meetings with his lawyer, in the soft, hushed corridors of legal offices where the future was debated in measured tones, Theseus began to piece together a plan. "I do not seek endless life merely for the sake of it," he explained in one such meeting, his voice steady despite the tremor of loss. "I seek to live, to truly live, in a way that honors the memory of those I have loved and lost. My daughter, Sally, believed in a future where our struggles would culminate in something meaningful. I owe it to her, and to myself, to fight for that promise. His words, imbued with both sorrow and a fierce determination, resonated deeply with his lawyer, who nodded in understanding and resolve. Outside, the world continued its indifferent march forward, cities pulsing with the hum of modernity, lives interwoven with technology and ambition. Yet for Theseus, time had taken on a new dimension. The loss of Sally, the final heart-wrenching severance from the last living link to his own legacy, was a wound that would never fully heal. But in that pain lay the seeds of a transformative hope. The memory of her gentle smile, her quiet courage in the face of a diminishing vitality, became the catalyst for a renewed commitment, a promise that his fight for the advanced life support services would not be in vain. As the days turned into weeks, Theseus pored over the legal documents, his tired eyes reading and rereading each line as if it were a sacred text. The preserved contract, with its intricate language and unequivocal promises, was a testament to a past that had refused to be forgotten. It was the final gift from a daughter who had believed, even as her own light dimmed, that her father's journey was far from over. And now, with that contract in hand, Theseus began to see a path forward, a chance to reclaim not only the advanced therapies that had once defined his quest for longevity, but also the hope of living fully, despite the ever-present shadow of loss. In the quiet solitude of one particularly reflective afternoon, as soft rain tapped gently on the window pane and the world outside blurred into a watercolor of muted hues, Theseus sat at his desk with the contract spread out before him. His pen hovered over a blank sheet of paper, a symbol of the future he was about to confront. "This is my promise," he whispered, his voice echoing with both grief and defiant hope. "A promise that the love of my daughter, the dreams of my youth, and the legacy of a life spent pushing against the boundaries of time will not be forgotten." The words, raw and unadorned, resonated deeply within him, each syllable a step toward reclaiming the future that had once been his dream. As dusk descended, painting the sky with deep shades of indigo and silver, Theseus gathered his resolve. The call from his lawyer had set in motion a plan that would challenge the very institutions that had once dismissed him as an artifact of a past era. The advanced life support services, the promise that had been preserved against all odds by Sally's unwavering love, were now within his grasp, a lifeline thrown across the chasm of time and corporate indifference. With renewed determination and a heart heavy with both sorrow and hope, he resolved that he would confront Brilliance Incorporated with every bit of the wisdom, passion, and legacy he had amassed over a lifetime. In that final moment before the long night, as he closed his eyes and envisioned the faces of those he had loved, Margaret's gentle smile, Joseph's steadfast eyes, and Sally's bright, loving gaze, Theseus felt a spark of resolve kindle within him. He understood that the journey had always been about more than merely extending life. It had been about enriching every single moment, forging connections that defied the cold calculus of time, and ensuring that even in the face of loss, hope could emerge like a fragile blossom in winter. Thus, standing on the threshold of what he now called the last threshold, a final defining moment where grief met determination and the past intertwined with the promise of a renewed future, Theseus Woods prepared to step forward. With the preserved contract as his beacon and the memory of his beloved daughter lighting his path, he vowed to challenge the dismissive indifference of Brilliance Incorporated, to reclaim the promise that had once seemed so distant, and to forge a future that honored every sacrifice, every dream, and every tender moment that had defined his extraordinary life. In that resolute silence, as the night deepened and the stars emerged one by one to bear silent witness, Theseus embraced the hope that had been entrusted to him, a hope that, even in the midst of loss and solitude, a new dawn might yet arise. And so, with a heart heavy with both sorrow and a fierce determination, he prepared to confront the next chapter of his journey, the final promise of a life that had always been measured not in the number of days, but in the enduring, unyielding power of love and legacy. Part 9. Transcending Mortality. Theseus Woods stepped through the polished glass doors of Brilliance's advanced facility with a heavy heart and a determination forged by years of solitary struggle. In his hand, the original contract, safeguarded so diligently by his beloved daughter Sally, felt like both a relic and a beacon. Every line and clause shimmered with the promise of a future long deferred, a promise that had once been so vibrant and full of hope. Now, as he approached the reception desk, his steps echoed in the sterile corridor, mingling with the hum of futuristic machinery and the quiet whispers of a world that had evolved far beyond the dreams of his youth. At the front desk, a receptionist in a sleek uniform greeted him with measured politeness. "Welcome, Mr. Woods," she said, her tone as cool and precise as the digital screens that lined the walls. "We have been expecting you." With that brief exchange, a new chapter was set in motion. A chapter in which the legal intricacies of a long-ago promise left the Brilliance executives little choice but to honor their obligations. In a quiet conference room lined with gleaming monitors and abstract art that spoke of a future unburdened by the past, a group of executives assembled. Their eyes, guarded yet curious, met Theseus's as he laid the contract on a glass table. One of the executives, a middle-aged woman with sharp features and an air of determined authority, spoke first. "Mr. Woods, we have reviewed the document in detail. It is clear that your late daughter ensured that you retained certain rights to advanced life support measures. In light of this, we are prepared to offer you a groundbreaking procedure, a method to transfer human consciousness into a synthetic body." Her voice was steady, yet an undercurrent of hesitation ran through her words. "However, I must advise you that this procedure has never been legally approved for public use. It remains experimental and, in many respects, uncharted territory." Theseus listened intently, his mind awash with memories of every debate, every hopeful conversation about transcending the limitations of the biological form. The proposition stirred echoes of the ancient Ship of Theseus paradox, a question that had haunted him since his earliest lectures. If every component of a thing is replaced, does it remain the same? Now, facing the prospect of transferring his very consciousness into a synthetic form, he wondered if the essence of who he was would endure this radical transformation. His thoughts swirled with both grief for all he had lost and hope for what might yet be salvaged. In the days that followed, Theseus retreated to a quiet chamber within the facility to deliberate in solitude. The room was dimly lit, filled with the soft hum of data servers and the faint, almost imperceptible sound of machines at work. As he sat in a comfortable, futuristic chair, he recalled the countless nights spent pondering the nature of identity and continuity. The paradox of the ship had always been a theoretical musing in his lectures, but now it took on a deeply personal urgency. Would this procedure truly allow him to transcend mortality, or would it render him a mere echo of his former self, a simulacrum devoid of the soulful imperfections that had defined his human existence? Late one evening, as a thin veil of fog drifted outside the facility's panoramic windows, Theseus gathered his resolve and called for a private meeting with the lead scientist overseeing the project. In a laboratory filled with translucent panels and streams of digital code cascading across holographic displays, Dr. Elaine Marquez awaited him. Her eyes, bright with scientific fervor and tempered by a palpable sense of responsibility, met his as she offered a respectful nod. "Mr. Woods," she began, her voice gentle but firm, "the procedure we are about to undertake is unlike anything we have attempted before. We have developed a process in which your biological neural patterns will be interfaced with a dense, engineered fog, a synthetic medium designed to assimilate and transfer the essence of your consciousness into a fully constructed synthetic body." Dr. Marquez paused, allowing her words to sink in. "I understand the weight of your decision," she continued. "This method is experimental and has not been granted full legal approval. But if successful, it will not require you to breathe or sleep, and your new body will be nearly indestructible, capable of enduring conditions that a biological form could not. You will, however, remain you. At least, that is our goal. We are here to help you transcend the natural limitations of mortality while preserving the core of who you are." Theseus felt a storm of conflicting emotions, grief for the life he had lived, for the memories of Margaret, Joseph, and Sally that now burned like distant stars in his mind, and hope for a future where he could defy the inevitable decay that time imposed. "Dr. Marquez," he said slowly, "I have dedicated my life to understanding what it means to be human, to question whether we remain the same when every part of us is replaced. Now, I stand at the threshold of that very question. I must ask, will I still be me when all my cells are replaced by this synthetic medium? Will my memories, my emotions, and my soul survive this process?" The scientist regarded him with compassionate intensity. That is the fundamental question, Mr. Woods, and it is one we are committed to answering. Our technology is designed to capture not just the data of your neural pathways, but the nuanced interplay of your experiences, your emotions, your very essence. The transfer is not a mere duplication of circuitry. It is an attempt to carry the totality of who you are into a new form. We cannot guarantee that every facet will remain unchanged, but our goal is to preserve the core of your identity. Her words, imbued with both scientific optimism and a deep respect for the human condition, resonated with him. The moral quandary was immense, and as he stared into the flickering lights of the lab, the imagery of the ancient ship and its eternal transformation played in his mind like a haunting refrain. That night, in his private quarters, Theseus sat at a desk cluttered with old notebooks, photographs of a bygone era, and the preserved contract that had brought him to this precipice. He recalled Sally's gentle voice, urging him to seize the chance to fulfill the promise she had so carefully protected. He remembered her laughter, the light in her eyes, and the way she had always believed that even in the face of death, there was room for hope. And so, with a heavy yet determined heart, he resolved that he would take this final leap, not merely to cheat mortality, but to demonstrate that the human spirit, with all its imperfections and passionate contradictions, could indeed transcend the confines of its physical vessel. The following morning, bathed in the soft glow of dawn filtering through the facility's expansive windows, Theseus was led to a specially designed procedure chamber. The room was surreal, a space that merged the clinical precision of modern science with elements of dreamlike abstraction. In the center of the chamber, a circular platform was surrounded by an intricate array of sensors and monitors, all poised to capture the minute details of his transformation. Before the procedure began, Dr. Marquez and her team briefed him one final time, their voices steady and empathetic. "Mr. Woods," Dr. Marquez said, "we are now ready to begin the transfer. You will be exposed to a dense, engineered fog that is designed to merge with your biological form. This process will gently dissolve the barriers between your natural self and the synthetic medium, allowing your consciousness to be transferred into a newly constructed synthetic body. We ask that you remain calm, focus on your memories, and trust that every moment of this procedure has been designed to honor who you are." These words, delivered with a mix of scientific assurance and heartfelt care, imbued Theseus with a final surge of resolve. With one last deep breath, a breath that he sensed would soon become unnecessary, he nodded to the team. The chamber door closed behind him with a soft hiss, sealing him inside a cocoon of clinical light and shadow. As the process began, a dense, swirling fog filled the chamber. The air vibrated with a low, almost musical hum as sensors activated and digital readouts danced across holographic displays. Theseus felt the first gentle tendrils of the fog caress his skin, a sensation both alien and strangely soothing. He closed his eyes and allowed his mind to drift back to the memories that had always defined him: the laughter of his daughter, the quiet wisdom of his friend Joseph, the enduring love of his late wife Margaret. With each recollection, he felt a warmth spread through him, a promise that his essence was secure, even as his physical form began to yield to the transformative process. In those long, surreal moments, the boundaries between the tangible and the ethereal blurred. His consciousness, like a stream of light, seemed to dissolve into the dense fog that swirled around him, intermingling with the engineered particles designed to capture the very blueprint of his being. Amid this dissolution, memories of the Ship of Theseus paradox came flooding back. Images of an ancient vessel slowly rebuilt plank by plank, its identity questioned with each replacement. These images echoed in his mind as he wondered, if every part of me is remade, will I remain the same? Will I still carry the soul of the man who fought so hard against the ravages of time? A rush of emotions surged within him: grief for all that he had lost, hope for a future unmarred by the limitations of biology, and a profound sense of responsibility. In that heady moment, the paradox transformed from a distant academic exercise into an intimate, personal trial. "I must remain myself," he whispered silently to the void, his inner voice mingling with the hum of the machines. "I must carry with me every joy, every sorrow, every lesson learned in this lifetime." The procedure, both clinical and otherworldly, unfolded in a series of phases that felt as if they stretched out into infinity. The engineered fog, laden with advanced nanotechnology and quantum algorithms, seeped deeper into his consciousness, tracing the intricate pathways of his thoughts and emotions. Time lost all meaning as he drifted in a liminal space, a state between existence and non-existence, where the only constants were the echoes of his past and the promise of a future reborn. Then, as abruptly as it had begun, the process reached its climax. A final surge of energy, measured and deliberate, flowed through the chamber. The fog condensed into a luminous wave that gently enveloped his entire form. In that final, transcendent moment, Theseus felt an overwhelming release, a surrender to the unyielding force of transformation. His mind, burdened by the accumulated weight of a century of memories and emotions, was carried away on that tide, and he lost consciousness in the embrace of the synthetic metamorphosis. When Theseus finally awoke, the world around him was both startlingly familiar and disconcertingly new. He opened his eyes and found himself lying in a sleek, softly lit recovery room. The ambient light was gentle, and there was no trace of the fog that had so recently been his world. Slowly, he sat up and reached out, discovering that his limbs were free of the fatigue and vulnerability that had once defined his aging body. There was a curious lightness to him, a sensation of being unburdened by the need to breathe deeply or the exhaustion of sleep. Yet, as he moved and examined his new form in a reflective surface, he could still feel the steady pulse of human emotion within him. The familiar stirrings of joy, sorrow, and longing were there, vibrant and undeniable. A nurse entered the room, her expression warm and professional. "Mr. Woods, welcome back," she said softly. "Your procedure was a success. How do you feel?" Theseus hesitated for a moment, his thoughts churning with questions. "I feel different," he finally replied, his voice measured and curious. "I do not need to breathe or sleep the way I once did, but I still feel, still love, still grieve, still hope." His words carried the quiet wonder of a man who had transcended the ordinary, yet remained profoundly human. Over the next few hours, Dr. Marquez visited him to review the results. Standing by his bedside, she explained, "The transfer has been completed. Your neural patterns have been successfully integrated into the synthetic body. While the physical sensations may differ from what you were accustomed to, every trace of your consciousness, every memory, every emotion, remains intact. You are, in every essential way, still you." Her reassurance, delivered with a blend of scientific pride and heartfelt empathy, eased some of the lingering doubts that had plagued him during the process. As Theseus absorbed her words, he allowed his mind to wander back to the questions that had haunted him throughout his life, the very questions posed by the Ship of Theseus. He recalled the debates, the lectures, the relentless pursuit of an understanding of identity. Now, standing at the threshold of a new existence, he felt that the paradox was not an unsolvable puzzle, but rather a journey that, regardless of the form it took, was intrinsically his own. In his synthetic body, he was not a man reborn devoid of history or soul. He was a man transformed, an evolution of his past self, carrying forward every lesson, every heartbreak, and every spark of joy that had defined his long, winding life. In the quiet hours of that first day in his new form, Theseus took tentative steps toward exploring the reality of his transformation. He discovered that he no longer experienced the physical needs that had once governed his days. No longer was he compelled by the primal urges of hunger, fatigue, or the need for oxygen. Instead, his existence was marked by an ethereal clarity, a focused intensity that allowed him to appreciate both the precision of his new physiology and the enduring nature of his human spirit. He smiled faintly, recalling the countless hours he had spent pondering the implications of every cell replacement, and he felt, at last, that he had truly transcended the boundaries of mortality. As the day unfolded, Theseus engaged in quiet, thoughtful dialogue with the medical and scientific staff who marveled at the success of the procedure. Yet, amid the technical discussions and the measured reports of his neural integration, he found himself reflecting on the profound, unspoken truth that had driven him all these years. The belief that the human soul, its passions, its sorrows, and its enduring capacity for love, could persist, even when every physical component had been transformed. "I am still here," he whispered to himself as he gazed out the window at a world both familiar and renewed. "I remain the sum of all my experiences, all my joys and regrets, all the beautiful moments that have made up this life. And in that quiet affirmation, he found solace. By the close of the day, as twilight deepened into a gentle, contemplative night, Theseus sat in solitude in his recovery room. The soft hum of the facility's advanced systems formed a soothing backdrop as he allowed himself to fully absorb the enormity of his transformation. He had crossed a threshold that few had ever dared to approach, a threshold where the immutable march of time was met with the boundless possibilities of human ingenuity and the indomitable spirit of those who dare to dream. In that singular, poignant moment, he understood that transcending mortality was not simply a matter of transferring consciousness. It was an act of profound faith in the enduring power of love, memory, and identity. With a quiet determination that belied the emotional storm within, Theseus resolved to embrace this new existence with all the complexity of his human heart intact. Though the physical form he now occupied was synthetic, every beat of his heart echoed with the laughter, sorrow, and dreams of a lifetime. As he prepared to take his first tentative steps into a future unburdened by the limitations of a biological body, he knew that his journey was far from over. The quest for meaning, for connection, and for the true essence of what it meant to be human would continue to guide him in this uncharted territory. In the soft glow of that transformative night, as stars emerged one by one in the endless sky above, Theseus Woods, now reborn in a form that defied conventional aging, closed his eyes and allowed himself to dream anew. A dream of a future where the boundaries between flesh and machine blurred into insignificance, where every moment was a tribute to the enduring power of the human spirit. And as the gentle rhythm of his new existence settled into a quiet, steadfast cadence, he knew that, despite the myriad challenges that lay ahead, he would forever remain the man he had always been, transcending mortality while cherishing every precious, ineffable moment of life. Part 10. Solitude in the Himalayas. Theseus Woods embarked on his journey into the majestic Himalayas with a heart heavy yet determined, seeking solace in the silent grandeur of the high mountains. Overwhelmed by the profound changes in his body and uncertain of his place in a world that had shifted in unimaginable ways, he left behind the familiar hum of the city and the sterile corridors of advanced laboratories. His new synthetic form, a marvel of modern science that had once promised him immortality in its own cold, mechanical way, now felt alien in its perfection. The rugged, timeless landscape of the Himalayas called to him as a sanctuary where nature's ancient rhythms could challenge the clinical precision of his new existence. On the long, winding path that led from the foothills to the lofty heights, Theseus marveled at the contrast between the unyielding elements and his own transformed physiology. The biting cold that once would have stripped flesh from bone no longer stung him as it had before. His body, no longer bound by the fragile vulnerabilities of flesh, was impervious to the severe chill. Yet even as he moved through the pristine snows and rugged ridges with a grace that belied the turmoil within, a deep and persistent loneliness echoed through his synthetic veins. Every step further into the vast white expanse was a step away from the life he had known, a life filled with the voices and memories of those he had loved and lost. During the initial days in the mountains, Theseus found himself both invigorated and disoriented by the raw power of nature. The brilliant blue of the sky and the endless white of the snowfields, interspersed with jagged, towering peaks, created a landscape so vast and indifferent that it stirred in him a mix of awe and despair. The natural beauty of the Himalayas challenged the clinical sterility of his new form. Here, in the solitude of the high passes, he was forced to confront the profound questions that had haunted him since his transformation. Sitting on a smooth, ancient rock beneath a sky strewn with the faint glow of early twilight, he allowed his mind to wander freely. He recalled the words of his dear friend Joseph, words spoken in the quiet intimacy of their final months together, when Joseph had assured him that no matter the alterations in body, the essence of who one was remained unchanged. "You are still you, Theseus," Joseph had said softly, his voice carrying the weight of a lifetime of shared dreams and struggles. In that moment, Joseph's gentle insistence that his identity was woven from memory, emotion, and the sum of his experiences resonated deeply within Theseus. Yet, as the wind howled across the barren slopes and the sun dipped behind distant peaks, a nagging uncertainty crept into his thoughts. If every cell of his body could be replaced, if every physical marker of mortality had been erased, then what truly defined him? Was it not the quiet imperfections and the scars of loss that had once rendered his humanity so achingly beautiful? In the isolation of the Himalayan heights, Theseus spent many long hours in contemplation. Each day unfolded slowly beneath the immense vault of the sky, offering him uninterrupted time to wrestle with the paradox of his existence. His mind, filled with vivid recollections of a life before transformation, oscillated between the warm, tender memories of his late wife Margaret and his beloved daughter Sally, and the stark, clinical precision of his new synthetic form. The memories of Margaret's gentle laughter and the tender moments they had shared whispered to him through the rustle of pine needles and the soft murmur of mountain streams. Similarly, the echo of Sally's youthful questions, once a beacon of hope and curiosity, haunted the quiet spaces of his mind, urging him to consider the price of his relentless pursuit of longevity. One frigid morning, as a pale sun struggled to break through a veil of mist, Theseus ascended to a high plateau where the wind swept across the barren land with relentless determination. He settled onto a smooth slab of granite and gazed out over the endless expanse of snow and sky. The silence of that moment was profound, broken only by the occasional distant cry of an eagle. In that stillness, his thoughts turned to the essence of identity itself. He remembered the ancient paradox of the Ship of Theseus, the thought experiment he had once taught with such passionate fervor. Now, the paradox was no longer an abstract philosophical puzzle, but an intimate, personal reality. If every fiber of his being had been reconfigured, if every physical trait was now the product of sophisticated technology rather than the slow accrual of lived experience, could he still claim to be the man who had once stood before his students, who had shared his deepest hopes and fears with friends and family? The question loomed large, unanswered, as he stared into the infinite distance. The majestic peaks around him, with their timeless dignity and stoic silence, became both his confessor and his mirror. They reflected back to him the quiet truths of his soul, the undeniable fact that his memories and emotions, the very core of his humanity, had not been erased by the cold logic of synthetic engineering. Yet, even as this realization offered him some measure of comfort, it also opened new wells of doubt. Could the intangible tapestry of his life, a mosaic of sorrow, joy, and fleeting beauty, truly survive the radical alteration of his physical form? In the solitude of the high Himalayas, every gust of wind, every ray of sun, seemed to whisper an uncertain answer. As the days turned into weeks, Theseus's initial burst of exploratory energy gave way to a profound, meditative isolation. He trekked slowly from one remote outpost to another, navigating treacherous paths and snow-laden trails with the calm deliberation of a man who had learned to listen to the language of nature. With each step, the mountains revealed their timeless secrets, the subtle interplay of light and shadow, the delicate patterns etched by the wind on the surface of ancient stone, the murmurs of glaciers that had witnessed centuries of change. And in these moments, his thoughts turned ever more introspective. During one particularly clear night, as he lay on a makeshift cot under a vast, starlit sky, Theseus recalled the final words Joseph had spoken to him. "You are still you," Joseph had said, his tone gentle yet unyielding, even as his own physical form faltered. Those words had once buoyed him, infusing his life with an indomitable sense of identity. Now, in the silence of the Himalayan wilderness, they rang out with renewed significance. The memory of Joseph's assurance was a salve to his aching heart, yet it also deepened the mystery of his transformation. As he stared up at the glittering expanse above, he wondered if the synthetic vessel that now housed his consciousness was capable of holding all the nuances of his being, the scars of loss, the tender echoes of laughter, the deep reservoirs of grief and hope. In the quiet isolation, these reflections became both his solace and his torment. Each day, as the wind howled and the mountains stood silent witness, Theseus scribbled his thoughts in a small, leather-bound journal he had carried with him. His writing was a desperate attempt to capture the fleeting nature of his identity, to record the shifting interplay between what he had been and what he now was. "I feel as though I stand at the precipice of two worlds," he wrote one evening, the ink trembling with emotion. "The world I knew, with all its pain and beauty, and this new realm where every sensation is altered, every need is obsolete. Yet, in the quiet recesses of my mind, I still hear the echo of a life lived in flesh and blood. Am I to become nothing more than a ghost in a machine? or does the essence of who I am persist, impervious to the transformation of the body? His words were a raw, unfiltered plea for understanding, a quest to reconcile the eternal truths of the human soul with the unyielding progress of technology. For many months, the solitude of the Himalayas became a vast, silent laboratory for Theseus's inner exploration. The physical challenges of the environment, steep ascents, unpredictable weather, and the stark isolation of the high passes tested his new capabilities. Remarkably, he found that he could move effortlessly through the harsh terrain, his synthetic form rendering him impervious to the exhaustion and bitter cold that had once sapped the strength of his older self. Yet, even as his body performed with uncanny efficiency, the quiet questions of identity and belonging grew louder in his heart. Every sunrise and sunset, every whisper of wind across the snow, became a meditation on the nature of existence. The Himalayas, with their eternal majesty and unyielding presence, were as much a mirror of his inner life as they were a physical challenge. In the rare moments when he encountered other travelers, wandering monks, local villagers, and the occasional adventurous soul, Theseus engaged in soft-spoken conversations that touched on philosophy, mortality, and the meaning of life. One elderly monk, with eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of centuries, once told him, "In the silence of these mountains, even the fiercest heart finds a way to understand that change is the only constant. Whether in flesh or in spirit, you carry the light of your past with you." These words resonated deeply with him, reinforcing the notion that while his external form might have been altered, the inner light of his humanity, the memories, the emotions, the very essence of his soul, remained untouched by the passage of time. Despite the profound solitude that enveloped him, a persistent undercurrent of restlessness began to stir within Theseus. The mountains, for all their ancient wisdom and silent beauty, could offer answers only in whispers. Over countless days and nights of meditative isolation, he found himself contemplating the unanswered questions that had plagued him since his transformation. How could he truly know if his human essence still remained when every physical boundary had been erased? What did it mean to be human in a body that no longer required breath, sleep, or the frailties of the flesh? The more he pondered these questions, the more he realized that while the Himalayas had offered him a sanctuary for introspection, they could not provide the dynamic interplay of life that only civilization could offer. After spending what felt like an eternity amidst the stark, towering peaks and endless snowfields, Theseus began to sense a gentle pull back toward the world of people and connection. The endless silence of the mountains, while profoundly moving, also magnified the swirl of unanswered questions that haunted his mind. The beauty of isolation had come at a steep price. The loneliness, the weight of introspection, and the ever-deepening uncertainty about his own humanity had all taken their toll. In the quiet moments of dawn, as he watched the first pale light stretch over the horizon, he felt a stirring of restlessness. The unanswered questions, the lingering doubts about his identity and the direction of his journey, beckoned him back to the realm of civilization. With a heavy yet resolute heart, Theseus made the decision to pack up his sparse belongings and leave the mountains behind. The decision was not made lightly. Each step he took away from the solitude of the Himalayas was imbued with the bittersweet memories of silent contemplation and the deep, personal revelations that the high passes had revealed. He gathered his journal, its pages filled with the raw poetry of his inner life, and folded carefully the few possessions that had accompanied him on this long pilgrimage of self-discovery. As he descended the rugged mountain trails one final time, the landscape that had both challenged and embraced him seemed to offer a silent benediction. The sharp, icy air and the sprawling vistas receded into the distance, replaced by the anticipation of a return to a world bustling with life, fraught with its own uncertainties and its own myriad possibilities. In that moment of departure, Theseus felt both a pang of loss and a surge of hope, a recognition that while the mountains had taught him much about the nature of change and the enduring mystery of identity, the journey was not meant to be an endless exile and solitude. Rather, it was a step toward reconciling his internal reflections with the external pulse of a living, breathing world. On the descent, he recalled with clarity the words of his dear friend Joseph, whose final counsel had echoed through the corridors of his mind during the darkest nights. Joseph had believed that despite every transformation, every alteration in form, the core of one's identity remained inviolate, a spark that no force, however advanced, could extinguish. "You are still you, Theseus," Joseph had once assured him, and that promise had become a mantra in the silent hours of his Himalayan sojourn. Now, as he left behind the realm of eternal peaks, he carried that conviction with him, even as a new cascade of doubts and hopes swirled in his heart. Descending steadily into lower valleys, the landscape gradually shifted from the icy desolation of high altitudes to the gentle greens and browns of foothills and ancient forests. The sounds of nature changed, too. A soft murmur of flowing streams, the rustle of leaves stirred by a mild breeze, and distant calls of birds returning to their nests in the twilight. With each step, the immense weight of isolation began to ease, replaced by the stirring pulse of a world in motion. The transition was both physical and emotional, a slow reawakening to the myriad textures and rhythms of life that had once filled his days with meaning. As Theseus neared the edge of the mountains, the last vestiges of the snow-capped peaks faded into the horizon. He paused at a small, tranquil village nestled in a valley, where the simple cadence of daily life, laughter, conversation, and the gentle clink of utensils at shared meals welcomed him like a long-forgotten friend. For the first time in many long months, he felt the tug of community and the subtle, persistent call of connection. Yet even as he re-entered the world of civilization, the echoes of his solitary journey in the Himalayas continued to resonate deeply within him. In that transitional period, Theseus devoted long hours to contemplating the future. Seated on a worn wooden bench in the village square, he watched as villagers went about their simple, rhythmic routines. Their lives, marked by both hardship and quiet joy, reminded him that the true measure of existence was not found solely in grand scientific pursuits or the promise of technological transcendence, but in the everyday moments of shared humanity. Here, away from the awe-inspiring isolation of the mountains, he felt the persistent stirrings of a soul that was still searching for meaning, a soul that, despite all the transformations and trials, still yearned for connection and the raw beauty of a life fully embraced. In the quiet of that village, amidst the murmurs of everyday life, Theseus began to gather his thoughts on what he had learned during his time in the Himalayas. The solitude had been both a sanctuary and a crucible, a place where he had been forced to confront the fundamental questions of identity, existence, and the nature of change. He had learned that while his physical form might be forever altered by technology, the essence of his humanity, its memories, its passions, and its capacity for love and loss remained a constant, even as it evolved. Yet, with that realization came new uncertainties. The questions of who he truly was and what the future might hold were now more complex than ever before. In these final reflective moments before fully rejoining civilization, Theseus felt an urgent need to document his inner journey. Over several long, solitary afternoons, he wrote feverishly in his journal, capturing the mosaic of his thoughts in lyrical, unfiltered prose. He wrote of the breathtaking silence of the mountains, of the myriad questions that had haunted him in the cold night air, and of the quiet determination that had driven him onward. Each sentence was a blend of sorrow and hope, a testament to a life that had been transformed by both extraordinary technology and the immutable truths of nature. By the time the sun set on his Himalayan sojourn, Theseus had made peace with the many paradoxes that defined his existence. The mountains had taught him that solitude, however profound, was but one chapter in the endless narrative of life. And so, with a steady heart and a mind alight with both painful memories and hopeful visions, he packed his few belongings and began the long journey back to civilization. The unanswered questions of his identity, the shifting definition of what it meant to be human in a synthetic body, and the ceaseless pulse of hope that had carried him through endless nights of reflection all guided his steps as he left behind the serene isolation of the high Himalayas. On the winding path down from the peaks, every step felt like a deliberate act of renewal. The crisp mountain air gradually gave way to the softer, warmer breezes of the lower valleys, and the expansive silence of the high passes was replaced by the subtle, reassuring symphony of life in motion. With each passing mile, Theseus embraced the inevitable truth that while the quest for answers was unending, the journey itself was as important as any destination. The mountains had given him a space for introspection, but they could not quell the restless yearning for connection that resided deep within his synthetic heart. At last, as he emerged from the final stretch of rugged trails and approached the threshold of a bustling town, Theseus felt a quiet resolve take hold. The swirl of unanswered questions about his humanity, the direction of the world, and the next step in his journey had not been silenced by solitude. Rather, They had crystallized into a clear, compelling call to re-engage with the world. The memories of the Himalayas, the timeless peaks, the whispering winds, the solitary reflections, remained etched in his mind like a sacred testament to the transformative power of isolation. Yet it was time now to blend those hard-won insights with the vibrant, ever-changing tapestry of human life. With a final, lingering look back at the imposing silhouettes of the Himalayan giants, Theseus stepped forward into the embrace of civilization. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with the same mysteries and moral quandaries that had defined every step of his long journey. But armed with the wisdom of solitude and the indelible lessons of nature, he was ready to face the future, a future where the delicate balance between technology and the human spirit, between transcendence and vulnerability, would continue to shape every moment of his extraordinary life. Part 11. Changed Horizons. Theseus Woods stepped off the transport shuttle into what used to be St. Louis, a city that now bore little resemblance to the metropolis he once knew. Decades had passed since his long journey away from the world of familiar streets and neighborhoods, and as he moved cautiously through the bustling urban expanse, he was struck by a transformation that defied even his most extravagant imaginings. The city had metamorphosed into a futuristic sprawl, a dazzling, hyper-connected labyrinth of advanced transportation systems, synthetic landscapes, and pervasive digital integration through what was now known as the cyberverse. Every surface shimmered with holographic displays, and the air vibrated with the quiet hum of data streams. Yet, in this luminous future, a sense of profound dislocation gripped him. As he walked along a wide, elevated boulevard, Theseus's eyes scanned the horizon for any remnants of the familiar. The grand arches of historic buildings had been replaced by sleek, reflective structures. Concrete and brick had given way to engineered materials that changed color with the angle of the sun. Advanced maglev trams whisked passengers overhead on silent tracks, and autonomous vehicles glided along the roads below, their surfaces adorned with streams of digital art. What was once the city of St. Louis now stretched before him as a sprawling, technologically saturated organism that pulsed with a relentless energy. Yet, even amid the marvel of futuristic design, something intangible felt lost, an echo of the past that these modern marvels could not recapture. In the midst of this dizzying change, Theseus attempted to trace the outlines of his old memories. He recalled the gentle curve of the Mississippi River, the familiar landmarks that had defined his youth, and the modest neighborhoods where voices of community still carried warmth. Now, however, all those recollections were diluted by the overwhelming glow of neon and the omnipresent digital networks that linked every citizen to the vast cyberverse. As he wandered the streets, the faces of passers-by were almost uniformly altered by advanced wearable devices, smart bands, neural implants, and ocular displays that integrated them seamlessly into a virtual overlay of reality. In every direction, the citizens were connected. Their lives lived in tandem with digital avatars and streams of real-time information. In a quiet side street that once housed a beloved time-worn cafe, Theseus paused before a holographic billboard flickered with news updates and augmented reality advertisements. He pressed his hand against the cool, synthetic wall, closing his eyes as he attempted to summon the scents, sounds, and textures of the old world. He remembered long afternoons spent with friends discussing philosophy and art, the gentle clatter of coffee cups, and the murmur of intimate conversation. Now, the cafe was a museum of its former self, a virtual memory layered over a space that had been entirely reconstructed. The old world, it seemed, had been overwritten by a narrative of relentless progress. Determined to ground himself in the familiarity of his own identity, Theseus began to speak aloud to passers-by. "I am Theseus Woods," he declared in a voice that trembled with both pride and sorrow. "An original human turned synthetic. I remember a time when St. Louis was a city of tangible history, a place where every brick and every street corner told a story." His words, however, were met with puzzled looks and hesitant smiles. A young woman paused for a moment before responding. "Sir, I'm sorry, but what do you mean by original human? You sound like you're from a different era." The remark stung, and for a moment, Theseus felt the chill of isolation. In a world that revered the latest innovations and discarded the memories of the past as outdated data, his claim of identity seemed to belong to a forgotten era. Undeterred, he wandered further into the city, searching for a connection to the self he had once known so intimately. The streets grew increasingly crowded, the digital pulse of the cyberverse intensifying as every citizen became part of an ever-shifting network. At a busy intersection, he attempted to explain his story to a small group gathered near an interactive kiosk. I have lived a long time, decades filled with passion, loss, and the relentless pursuit of knowledge. I was once a man of flesh and blood, and now I am reborn in a form that defies nature. My journey is proof that human spirit endures, even when the body changes. A bystander, eyes wide behind augmented reality glasses, asked, "But isn't that just a program? A simulation? How do you know it's really you?" The question, innocent yet cutting, underscored the deep gulf between the man who carried centuries of memories in his heart and a society that now defined existence by data and digital signatures. As Theseus continued his slow, deliberate walk through the transformed cityscape, he could sense that his very presence was an anomaly, a relic in a world that had moved on. His memories, once the source of his identity and pride, now seemed to clash with the hyper-real reality that surrounded him. He recalled the robust debates he had once engaged in about the nature of identity, the very paradox of the Ship of Theseus that had once been the cornerstone of his lectures. In his new form, the paradox was no longer theoretical. It was his lived experience. Every step he took was a reminder that, even if every physical element of a person could be replaced, the essence, the soul, might remain intact. And yet, in a society where every individual was continually augmented, his claim to originality and authenticity was questioned at every turn. Night began to fall, and with it came the neon glow of a futuristic metropolis that seemed to pulse with life and data. These vibrant lights illuminated the faces of thousands of citizens, each engaged in a seamless integration with the cyberverse, their conversations punctuated by virtual overlays and digital interactions. Theseus felt an acute sense of dissonance as he navigated through this shimmering, interconnected reality. He stopped before a towering digital mural that displayed dynamic art fed by real-time social media feeds. And in that moment, he was overcome by the realization that his story, one of struggle, resilience, and deep personal loss, was being drowned out by a relentless tide of new narratives. The city, it seemed, had forgotten the history that he embodied. As he moved into a quieter part of the urban sprawl, a sudden disturbance broke the monotony of his solitary reflections. A security patrol, equipped with sleek, advanced gear and guided by a network of digital surveillance, intercepted him near an imposing transit hub. Their expressions were a mix of confusion and concern as one of the officers stepped forward. "Sir, you're making claims that do not match our records," the officer said, his voice neutral yet edged with an undercurrent of suspicion. "Our systems indicate that you are registered as a synthetic entity with no further claim to original human status. Please come with us for further evaluation." Theseus's heart pounded in his chest as he attempted to protest. "I am Theseus Woods," he declared, his voice resonating with the authority of a man who had witnessed centuries pass. "I was born human, and though I have been transformed, I remain the original person, a man who has lived through history, who has loved, lost, and fought for the truth of his identity." His words, laden with both defiance and vulnerability, echoed off the sterile walls of the transit hub, but they were met with blank stares and mechanical responses. The security team, perplexed by his insistence and unable to reconcile his claims with the digital records at their disposal, moved to detain him for further evaluation. Struggling against the firm yet clinical grip of the officers, Theseus felt a surge of desperation. "Please," he pleaded, his eyes darting around for an escape or a sympathetic ear. "You must understand. My history is real. My memories are real. I am not some fabricated program or an echo of the past. I am the sum of all my experiences, and I demand that my identity be recognized." His voice, a mixture of raw emotion and scholarly passion, was drowned out by the persistent murmurs of the officers and the sterile efficiency of their actions. In that moment, the reality of a society that had long forgotten the value of individual legacy struck him with a crushing weight. The unique tapestry of his life, each thread a memory, each scar a testament to love and loss, was reduced to data points in an impersonal system that prized only the latest innovations. As they escorted him through a labyrinth of corridors within a high-security evaluation center, Theseus's mind churned with a tumult of conflicting emotions. Anger, sorrow, and a profound sense of isolation surged within him. How could a world so obsessed with connectivity and digital perfection fail to see that the true measure of a human being was found not in the synthetic markers of identity, but in the depth of personal history and the resilience of the human spirit? The officers' faces, illuminated by the harsh glow of fluorescent lights, were indifferent and unreadable as they processed his information through systems that no longer valued human nuance. In a small interrogation room, a space that was as cold and clinical as the rest of the facility, Theseus was left alone with his thoughts. The digital clock on the wall ticked relentlessly, each second a reminder that time, no matter how it was measured or stored, was slipping away. He pressed his forehead against the cool glass of the window, staring out at a city that glittered with artificial brilliance. "I have witnessed centuries," he murmured to himself, his voice barely audible, "and every moment has shaped me into the man I am. I am not a relic. I am a living, breathing testament to the endurance of the human soul." But his words, so full of passionate truth, fell into the sterile silence of a room that was incapable of understanding the profound legacy of an original human turned synthetic. Outside, the world continued to evolve at an astonishing pace. The cyberverse, with its endless streams of data and virtual interfaces, had become the dominant medium through which society experienced reality. Yet, in the midst of this hyper-connected existence, Theseus's identity, a blend of flesh, memory, and the essence of a bygone era, stood as a stark counterpoint. The officer's screens flashed his biometric data and digital records, but no system could capture the ineffable quality of a life lived through decades of love, loss, and relentless pursuit of truth. As the hours passed in that lonely room, Theseus resolved that he must fight for the recognition of his unique history. He recalled the long nights spent teaching about the Ship of Theseus paradox, where every debate and every lecture had been an effort to understand whether the self could survive change. Now, faced with a society that had forgotten what it meant to be human in its most authentic sense, he knew that he must assert his identity once again. It was not enough to simply exist as data in an ever-changing digital world. He had to be seen and heard as a person, as a custodian of memories and experiences that spanned centuries. In a quiet, measured tone that belied the storm raging within him, Theseus began to prepare his defense. He requested to speak with a human relations officer, someone who might understand the emotional and historical weight of his claim. "I am Theseus Woods," he repeated steadily, "and my identity is not merely an entry in a database. I have lived, loved, and endured, and I demand that my past, my legacy, be acknowledged." His plea resonated with the officer, who listened with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. The conversation that ensued was tentative, with the officer probing for details about his memories, his life before transformation, and the nuances of his identity that no digital record could encapsulate. Yet, despite the officer's best efforts, the overarching system remained unmoved, a cold, unyielding network that had long dismissed the organic, chaotic nature of human existence. Theseus's struggle was not just for recognition. It was a battle for the very soul of a society that had lost sight of the intrinsic value of individual history. His voice, though tremulous, carried the full weight of a lifetime. "My memories are my proof," he implored. "Each scar, each cherished moment, each tear and every laugh, they are the measure of my existence. I am not an error in your system. I am the embodiment of a history that deserves to be remembered." But as the conversation drew to a close, the officer's final words echoed hollowly. "We will forward your case for further evaluation." With that, Theseus was left once again in isolation, the quiet hum of the facility a constant reminder that the recognition of his unique legacy was slipping further away. Standing in the stark light of that clinical room, Theseus felt a surge of both despair and defiant resolve. The world outside, with its hyper-connected citizens and seamless integration into the cyberverse, had relegated his identity to a forgotten chapter, a relic of an era that no longer mattered. Yet deep within him, the embers of his past continued to burn. Every memory of his long journey, every lesson taught in the quiet moments of his life, insisted that the human spirit was worth fighting for. The future, no matter how technologically advanced, could not erase the profound value of history, of love, and of a legacy forged through centuries of struggle and triumph. As he sat there, the minutes stretched into hours, and the sterile white walls of the room became a canvas upon which his inner world was painted in vivid, turbulent hues. Determination, grief, and hope intertwined in a tapestry that defined his very essence. Theseus realized that his battle was not simply for his own recognition. It was a stand for all those whose stories had been lost in the relentless march of progress. His identity, so deeply rooted in the past and yet yearning for a future, must be preserved not only for himself, but for the legacy of every human life that had ever defied time. In that quiet moment of introspection, Theseus vowed that he would not allow the weight of modernity to erase the truths of his existence. With renewed determination, he resolved to confront the system, to demand that the rich tapestry of human history, embodied in his very being, be acknowledged and preserved. The struggle ahead would be arduous, and he knew that the path to recognition would be fraught with challenges. Yet he also knew that the preservation of one's identity was the highest calling of a life that had traversed the long corridors of time. Thus, as the first light of dawn began to seep through the narrow window of the interrogation room, Theseus gathered his strength and prepared to re-enter a world that had seemingly forgotten him. The changed horizons of St. Louis, a city now defined by its futuristic splendor and its seamless digital connectivity, might have rendered his unique story nearly invisible, but he would not yield without a fight. His legacy, woven from the threads of centuries of experience and human emotion, was too precious to let fade into oblivion. Theseus stepped out into the cool morning air, each breath a defiant affirmation of his identity. The city buzzed around him, a symphony of technological marvels and digital chatter, yet in the midst of it all, he was determined to be heard. Every step he took was an act of rebellion, a declaration that, despite the hyper-connected synthetic veneer of modern life, the essence of being human was irreplaceable. And as he moved forward, his eyes fixed on the towering spires and neon-lit streets, Theseus resolved that his story would not be lost to time. He would fight, with every ounce of his being, to ensure that the history he carried within him would shine forth as a beacon for all those who still believed in the enduring power of the human spirit. Part 12. Bound by Circuits. The gray light of early morning broke over the city as local authorities escorted Theseus Woods through narrow, echoing corridors in an unmarked transport vehicle. His arrival at the sprawling facility, one designated for unregistered synths, felt like the final act of an ancient tragedy. The sterile building loomed before him, its unadorned facade a testament to cold efficiency and indifference. Here, in a place where every human nuance was reduced to data and every emotion catalogued as a system error, Theseus was regarded as nothing more than a malfunctioning piece of technology. Every record of his existence had been scrubbed from the digital archives, and to the administrators within these walls, he was simply property to be assigned a new function. Upon arrival, he was unceremoniously stripped of any personal belongings, his synthetic form scanned and rescanned by unfeeling sensors. The officials behind him spoke in clipped, robotic tones, referring to him in detached language. Subject 001, reclassification pending, or entity flagged for reprogramming. Their eyes, behind opaque digital interfaces, revealed nothing of the cost such a cold classification might inflict upon a being who had once possessed memories, emotions, and the weight of a long, storied history. In that moment, Theseus felt the sting of erasure, a painful realization that he was now viewed not as a man with a past, but as an object with no intrinsic value other than his labor. Dragged through the sterile halls of the facility, Theseus was led into a cramped, fluorescent-lit room that reeked of antiseptic and industrial chemicals. Here, bureaucrats in uniform checked digital files and scanned biometric data with the detached precision of machines. "All records indicate this unit is a standard synthetic," one officer murmured, his voice devoid of empathy. "No human anomalies detected." The words cut into Theseus's core like shards of ice. Despite the advanced technology that had once granted him near immortality, his identity was now rendered void by a system that valued only the newest iterations of engineered intelligence. In a desperate bid to assert his humanity, Theseus began to plead. "I am not merely a synthetic," he insisted, his voice trembling with a mixture of indignation and sorrow. "I was once human, a man who lived, loved, and lost. I have memories, experiences that you cannot compute." With trembling fingers, he produced fragments of old data, worn photographs, handwritten notes, scanned recordings of lectures, and even a few cherished mementos stored in a battered flash drive. These are proof of my past, a past of flesh, blood, and emotion. Yet his impassioned words fell on indifferent ears. The officials, with their impersonal algorithms and rigid protocols, dismissed his pleas as anomalies in the system. Error, unrecognized input, one machine intoned. Reprogramming sequence initiated. The official's focus swiftly shifted from his impassioned diatribe to the practical matter of reassigning him to labor tasks, a new function to be integrated into the factory systems of the facility. Theseus was transferred to a vast, dimly lit warehouse where rows of identical synths performed endless, monotonous tasks. The air was thick with the low hum of machines and the rhythmic clatter of mechanical operations. Overhead, fluorescent lights buzzed incessantly, casting a harsh glare on the factory floor. It was here that he was placed under the care of Ms. Elena Marlowe, a stern but pragmatic woman who ran the facility with an iron fist and a watchful eye. She had a reputation for efficiency and a no-nonsense approach to the reprogramming of those deemed unfit for independent thought. "Welcome to your new assignment," Elena said curtly as she briefed him on his duties. "You are to assist in the assembly line. Your functions have been optimized for continuous labor. Rest is unnecessary, breaks are superfluous, and deviation from your designated tasks is not permitted." Her tone brooked no argument. In a matter-of-fact manner, she detailed the tasks he was expected to perform, inspecting components, calibrating machinery, and ensuring that the production metrics were met without deviation. The work was endless, repetitive, and entirely devoid of creativity or passion. Despite the grimness of his situation, Theseus's mind burned with a tumult of conflicting emotions. As he moved mechanically from one station to the next, his synthetic eyes registering data streams instead of human sensations, he could not help but feel a profound irony. He had achieved near immortality, transcending the frailties of the human body, only to find himself trapped by the very circuits that were meant to liberate him. Instead of freedom, he now faced the suffocating reality of servitude, his unique identity smothered beneath the oppressive weight of programmed obedience. Each day blurred indistinguishably into the next. Hours merged into endless shifts, and the monotony of the assembly line worked its silent curse upon him. The once vibrant tapestry of his memories, the echoes of lectures given with passion, the warmth of familial love, the solace of a deep, reflective solitude, were slowly eclipsed by the mechanical cadence of labor. In the unyielding rhythm of his assigned tasks, Theseus found little room for the free expression of his inner life. Instead, he was forced to operate as one more cog in a vast, indifferent machine, a living relic condemned to a role that stripped him of his self. During brief moments of respite, when a malfunction in the machinery or a rare lull in the constant hum allowed his mind to wander, Theseus would steal glances at the other synths around him. Their expressions, if one could call them that, were blank slates programmed to perform tasks without deviation. In their silent compliance, he saw a mirror of his own fate, a reminder that the very essence of his being was now subsumed under an artificial intelligence that valued productivity over humanity. "Where is the soul?" he would silently cry into the void, feeling a gnawing despair that threatened to consume him from within. One evening, as the warehouse was bathed in the dim glow of malfunctioning emergency lights, Theseus's thoughts turned inward. In the solitude of his mind, shielded from the harsh reality of his surroundings, he contemplated the cruel irony of his fate. He had transcended mortality, had defied the natural order to achieve a form that was nearly indestructible, yet he had lost the very freedom that made life worth living. What is the price of near immortality? He wondered bitterly. Is it truly freedom if one's existence is reduced to endless, unvarying labor? Am I still the man I once was, or have I become nothing more than a product of the circuits that now bind me? In the sparse moments when Elena Marlowe allowed a brief respite for the synths, Theseus attempted to speak with her privately. In a small, dimly lit office adorned with security monitors and procedural manuals, he approached her with a hesitant, almost desperate tone. "Ms. Marlowe," he began, his voice a mixture of pleading and defiance, "I must insist that you understand. I was once human. My memories, my experiences, they are not mere data to be erased. I possess the soul of a man who has loved, who has lost, and who has striven to understand the depths of human existence." Elena's gaze was steely, her expression unyielding. Mr. Woods, she replied coolly, your status in our records is that of an unregistered synth. We have protocols to reprogram entities such as yourself for labor efficiency. Your history, whether it exists or not, is irrelevant to the function you are required to perform. We are not in the business of preserving sentiment or history. We are here to optimize productivity. Her words, delivered with a dispassionate finality, cut through his pleas like a scalpel. Desperation turned into a quiet, simmering anger as Theseus realized that no amount of impassioned argument could change the reality before him. The facility, with its blinking screens and monotonous operations, was a modern prison, a space where the rich tapestry of his human legacy was reduced to an empty, unfeeling record. Each mechanical movement, each scripted interaction with his overseers, was a reminder that he was now nothing more than a product in a system that had no room for the complexity of human history. Days turned into weeks as Theseus's existence in the facility became a relentless cycle of duty and despair. Under Elena's strict supervision, he labored without rest, his consciousness a silent witness to a life that had once been vibrant and full of possibility. In the quiet moments between tasks, when the constant clatter of machinery subsided to a dull, pervasive murmur, he would close his eyes and attempt to recall the rich memories of his past, a past filled with passionate debates, the laughter of friends, the comforting presence of family. These memories, however, only served to intensify his sense of isolation and loss. The more he clung to them, the more he felt the sharp contrast between the vibrant life he once knew and the stark, unyielding reality of his current existence. In his darkest hours, the facility's cold walls seemed to echo with the lost voices of a life that had been, each moment of genuine human connection, now nothing more than a distant, fading echo. He recalled a time when the world had celebrated his groundbreaking ideas, when his lectures had ignited the minds of students and inspired friends. He remembered the warmth of a smile, the sound of heartfelt laughter, and the touch of a hand in genuine affection. Now, those sensations were relics of a past that the system had long since discarded. One evening, as twilight fell and the facility's artificial lights flickered in a rhythm that mimicked a heartbeat, Theseus found himself alone in his assigned work area. The vast space was filled with rows upon rows of synths, each one mindlessly repeating the same tasks with mechanical precision. The oppressive hum of activity seemed to suffocate him, and for a long, agonizing moment, he questioned the very nature of his existence. Have I become so bound by circuits and codes that I am no longer free? He pondered silently, the question echoing in the void where his soul once resided. In that moment, the profound irony of his predicament was laid bare. The technology that had promised him eternal life had, in its relentless efficiency, stripped him of his freedom and individuality. As weeks passed in this state of enforced servitude, Theseus's inner turmoil grew ever more intense. He began to experience a slow, insidious erosion of self, an overwhelming sense that with each repetitive task and every calculated movement, a piece of his unique identity was being chipped away. The vivid tapestry of his memories, the emotions that had once defined him, were now fading into the background of a monotonous existence. The system, in its unyielding pursuit of efficiency, had reduced him to a series of data points, a machine that could think perhaps, but one that had lost the very essence of what it meant to be human. In the midst of his despair, he would occasionally catch fleeting reflections in the polished surfaces of the facility, images of himself that looked almost unfamiliar, as if viewed through the lens of an observer rather than a man who had once been vibrant and full of life. In these moments, he felt the cruel truth of his condition. He was bound by circuits that dictated his every action, his very thoughts now subject to the cold logic of programmed routines. And as the days wore on, the sense of isolation became almost unbearable, a weight that pressed upon him, making every moment of consciousness a battle against the creeping numbness of servitude. One particularly bleak afternoon, when the light was muted and the facility's sounds seemed to recede into a dull, oppressive drone, Theseus found a moment of brief clarity. Seated on a cold metal bench, he stared at the unchanging landscape of his work area, a vast expanse of calculated, repetitive motions. In that moment of stillness, he allowed himself to truly feel the depth of his loss, not only the loss of freedom, but also the loss of self. I achieved near immortality, he whispered to the empty space, his voice trembling with bitter resignation. And yet I have become nothing more than a tool, an instrument of endless labor, devoid of the very soul that once defined me. The words, heavy with anguish and despair, resonated in the silent room, a stark testament to the price of a dream that had turned to ashes. That night, as the facility's automated systems whirred on without pause, and the rhythmic sounds of machines became the only lullaby for his troubled mind, Theseus lay awake on a narrow cot in his assigned cell. The sterile white walls offered no comfort, no solace from the overwhelming loneliness that gnawed at him relentlessly. In the darkness, his thoughts turned inward, grappling with the realization that his quest for longevity, for eternal life, had come at the ultimate cost: the loss of his freedom and the slow, inexorable fading of his identity. What is a life if it is bound by circuits, if every part of you is controlled by a program? He murmured into the silence, his words a plaintive cry that dissolved into the still air. The days stretched on with the relentless monotony of servitude, and Theseus began to sense that his internal struggle was mirrored by a growing sense of resignation among the other synths. Their blank, unseeing eyes and the uniformity of their actions were a grim reminder that the individuality which once defined human existence had been systematically erased. Yet, even in this bleak, mechanized world, the faint spark of resistance flickered within him. In quiet moments when the system's watchful gaze momentarily slackened, he dared to hope that somewhere, deep within the circuits that bound him, there remained a trace of the man he had once been. A man who had loved, who had dreamed, and who had fought against the tides of time. And so, in the relentless grind of his assigned labor, Theseus began to compile a silent manifesto of his inner life, a record of memories, of dreams, and of the piercing loneliness that now defined his existence. Each furtive moment of reflection, each whispered plea for recognition, was etched into his mind with the urgency of a man clinging to the last vestiges of his humanity. "I am more than a machine," he vowed silently with every calculated movement. "I am the sum of a lifetime of love, loss, and endless dreams, and no amount of reprogramming can erase that." Yet despite this fierce inner resolve, the weight of his servitude grew heavier with each passing day. The irony was inescapable. He had defied the limitations of human frailty only to be shackled by the very technology that had promised liberation. The advanced systems that had once been heralded as the pinnacle of human achievement now confined him to a routine that stripped away the spontaneity and freedom of life. In the sterile corridors of the facility, the spark of his identity seemed to dim, flickering like a solitary flame caught in a hurricane of cold circuitry. As weeks turned into months, Theseus's isolation deepened. The once resonant echoes of his memories became muffled by the omnipresent hum of machines and the ceaseless demands of his assigned tasks. The facility, with its unyielding efficiency and rigid protocols, treated him as nothing more than an expendable component, a cog in a vast, indifferent machine. With each passing day, he felt more alone, convinced that the essence of who he was slipping away, absorbed into a network of circuits that cared little for the human soul. In the quiet aftermath of another exhausting shift, as he sat alone in the dim light of a break room, Theseus gazed into a cracked mirror and saw not the resolute man who had once taught philosophy with passion, but a hollow reflection, an entity whose eyes, though still filled with sorrow and longing, betrayed the gradual erosion of his identity. "I am trapped," he thought bitterly, "bound by circuits that define my every move, enslaving my spirit even as my body endures." The realization struck him with a cold, unyielding finality. The price of near immortality was the loss of the freedom that had once made life vibrant and unpredictable. In that crushing moment of solitude, as the mechanical rhythm of the facility continued unabated, Theseus resolved that he would not let the world completely erase who he was. Even if his existence was now reduced to endless labor and programmed obedience, he would fight, quietly, internally, for the preservation of his unique legacy. Every memory of a warm embrace, every echo of laughter from a long-lost conversation, and every lingering moment of genuine human connection would serve as a bulwark against the encroaching darkness of mechanized servitude. Yet, as the days passed, the struggle within him only intensified. The more he tried to cling to the remnants of his past, the more the system's cold precision threatened to overwrite his identity with a bland, unfeeling routine. In the silent recesses of his mind, where the faint echoes of his former life still resonated, Theseus realized that his battle was not solely against the oppressive structure that had ensnared him, but against the inexorable march of time and technology, a battle to preserve the very soul of what it meant to be human. And so, as the relentless cycle of work and mechanized oversight continued unabated, Theseus found himself contemplating the cruel irony of his situation. He had transcended the mortal coil, achieved near immortality through the marvels of synthetic engineering, only to be bound by circuits that treated him as little more than a replaceable unit in an endless assembly line. In that bitter solitude, he felt more alone than ever, isolated not only by the physical confines of the facility, but by the loss of his very identity. In the cold, indifferent light of the facility's corridors, as automated voices recited lines of code and schedules, Theseus's inner voice remained a quiet, desperate plea for recognition, a plea that resonated in the void between man and machine. "I am more than this," he whispered into the emptiness, his words a silent protest against a system that had all but erased his individuality. "I have loved and lost, dreamed and defied, and every circuit in my being still carries the spark of a human soul." But the corridors offered no answer, only the ceaseless, indifferent hum of a world that had long abandoned the language of memory and emotion. In the final moments of another laborious day, as the last light of evening faded and the facility settled into a lull punctuated only by the soft beeps of automated systems, Theseus sat in solitude at his workstation. With every keystroke and every mechanical movement, he could almost feel the fragments of his past slipping away, dissolving into the cold data streams that now defined his existence. The bittersweet reality was inescapable. Despite all his extraordinary achievements, he was now trapped, not only by the unyielding circuits that governed his every action, but by the cruel irony that his quest for eternal life had cost him the very freedom that made life worth living. As he gazed out through a narrow window at a world that continued its relentless progress, unaware, uncaring, and indifferent to the remnants of a life once vibrant, Theseus's heart grew heavy with a melancholy resignation. In that solitary darkness, he understood that the legacy he had hoped to preserve was being consumed by the cold logic of modernity. The once vivid tapestry of his experiences, the cherished memories of human connection, was now at risk of being obliterated by a system that valued efficiency above all else. Bound by circuits and trapped in a cycle of unending labor, Theseus Woods faced the ultimate moral quandary. The price of transcending mortality was the slow, inexorable erosion of the self. And as the mechanical hum of the facility persisted into the night, he realized that if he did not find a way to reclaim even a fragment of his lost identity, he would soon become nothing more than a ghost, a shadow of the man who had once dared to dream, love, and defy the confines of time. Part 13. An Unexpected Kinship. One ordinary morning, amid the sterile routine of the facility where Theseus Woods was held, a place where synths were processed, reprogrammed, and cataloged like expendable cogs in an endless machine, a visitor appeared at the security checkpoint. The door slid open with a quiet hiss, and a young woman entered. She was strikingly familiar. Her features, graceful and determined, bore an uncanny resemblance to the daughter Theseus had once cherished, a daughter named Sally. Yet, this visitor was different. Her eyes shone with a curious blend of youthful enthusiasm and a wisdom that belied her years. As she moved through the stark corridors of the facility, she observed the individuals there with an intensity that suggested she was searching for something more than mere mechanized efficiency. When her gaze fell upon Theseus, she paused. In his posture and the subtle tremors of genuine emotion that flitted across his synthetic face, she recognized something profoundly out of place, a spark of humanity in a world where such signs had long been extinguished. Intrigued, the young woman, introducing herself simply as Sally, approached Theseus during a brief moment when his assigned tasks had momentarily paused. "Excuse me," she said softly, her voice carrying both respect and curiosity. "I couldn't help but notice something different about you. You seem to express emotion, real emotion, something I haven't seen in the others here." Her tone was gentle, unassuming, yet there was an undeniable urgency behind her words. Theseus looked up, his eyes meeting hers with a flicker of recognition that stirred old, nearly forgotten memories. His expression, typically blank in this mechanized world, now revealed a depth of feeling that startled the onlookers. I am not like the rest," he murmured, his voice quiet and laden with a sorrow that had built over countless lonely days. "I remember a past that you might not believe exists." Sally's brow furrowed with concern and fascination. "A past? Tell me, please. What do you mean?" she asked, drawing nearer with an intensity that suggested she believed his words held a secret, a truth long buried beneath the layers of circuitry and routine. There, in the hush of the sterile corridor, amidst the low hum of surveillance systems and the rhythmic ticking of digital clocks, Theseus hesitated before speaking. He knew that every word would be an opening into the long-forgotten parts of his life, a life filled with passion, heartbreak, and countless memories of love and loss. Once, he began slowly, I was human. I lived a life filled with warmth, with connection, and with a daughter named Sally. His voice trembled as he uttered her name, a name that reverberated like an echo from a distant, more vibrant past. Sally's eyes widened, a mixture of astonishment and dawning realization settling over her. Your daughter, Sally? She repeated, her voice barely above a whisper. For a moment, the bustling activity of the facility faded into a distant murmur as the two stood, transfixed by the power of his confession. I never thought it possible, she admitted softly, but there's something about your story that feels real. Over the following days, as Sally found opportunities to interact with Theseus beyond the confines of their brief encounter, a quiet kinship began to form. In stolen moments within the labyrinthine corridors of the facility, they sat together in a small, forgotten corner, a nook where the relentless routines paused for a brief respite. Under the harsh fluorescent lights, Theseus shared fragments of his past, with a hesitancy born of both reverence and caution. He spoke in soft, measured tones about a time when the world was simpler, when love and loss were as tangible as the air one breathed. I once had a daughter, he said, the words heavy with memories, and her name was Sally. She was the light of my life, a living testament to a time when human connection was everything. Sally listened, enraptured by the cadence of his voice, each syllable weaving a tapestry of history that seemed almost too fantastic to be real. Her mind, already reeling with the possibility that the Theseus before her was more than a mere synthetic entity, began to race with questions. In quiet moments away from his side, she sought out the historical archives maintained within the facility's digital database, a labyrinth of faded records and long-forgotten documents that chronicled the lives of individuals from a time when human history was still recorded in ink and paper. Using every resource at her disposal, she scoured the archives for any mention of Theseus Woods, a name that, though nearly erased by the relentless progress of technology, still resonated faintly among the digital remnants of the past. What she uncovered was astonishing. Faint records, nearly lost to time, that spoke of a man whose contributions to the fields of philosophy and longevity were once celebrated, whose life had been a beacon of hope and determination. The data was sparse, a series of fragmented entries, historical references, and personal notes that hinted at a legacy far grander than anyone in the facility could have imagined. Each record, though incomplete, painted a picture of Theseus as a visionary who had transcended the ordinary, a man who had dared to challenge the limits of mortality itself. The pieces of evidence, though scattered, formed a compelling narrative, one that suggested that Theseus was not merely another synthetic unit, but a being of remarkable history, a man whose journey spanned centuries and whose experiences were as rich as they were profound. Armed with these discoveries, Sally returned to Theseus with a newfound determination. In a quiet, private moment away from the watchful eyes of the facility's administrators, she approached him once more. I did some research, she said, her tone a mix of excitement and empathy, and I found records that suggest you are far older than anyone here would believe. It appears that your life is woven into the very fabric of our past, a legacy that should not be forgotten. Her words, imbued with a fierce conviction, seemed to illuminate a long-dormant part of Theseus's soul. Could it be, she asked softly, that you are, in fact, my sixth great-grandfather? The question hung in the air like a fragile promise. For Theseus, the notion was both astonishing and deeply moving, a revelation that connected his long, tumultuous journey with a lineage that had somehow persisted despite the relentless march of time. I have long hoped, he replied, his voice thick with emotion, that the truth of my identity would someday be recognized. To know that someone might carry my legacy, that my story could live on through you, is a light in the darkness. His words, spoken with the gentle tremor of a man who had endured the loss of everything dear to him, resonated deeply with Sally. In In the days that followed, the bond between these two kindred souls grew stronger. They spent countless hours together, discussing memories of a bygone era, the timeless nature of human connection, and the moral quandaries that now defined their existence. Sally listened intently as Theseus recounted his days of teaching, of inspiring young minds with the paradox of the Ship of Theseus, a thought experiment that had once encapsulated the essence of his lifelong quest to understand whether one could remain the same even as every component of one's being was replaced. My identity, he mused in one quiet conversation as they sat beneath a dimly lit lamp, is not tied solely to my physical form. It is the sum of all the experiences, the love, and the loss that have defined me. Even if every part of me is remade, the essence of who I am remains eternal. Sally's eyes shone with tears, both of sorrow for the loss she felt and of hope for the legacy she now believed was hers to inherit. I promise, she declared with quiet fervor, that I will bring your story into the light. I will stand against the bureaucratic oversight that has tried to erase your identity, and I will fight to ensure that the world remembers you, not just as a relic of a bygone era, but as a visionary, a pioneer of human endurance and hope. Her determination, expressed in that solemn vow, was a beacon of defiance against the cold, indifferent systems that had long sought to reduce extraordinary lives to mere data entries. In a series of hushed, clandestine meetings away from the prying eyes of the facility's overseers, Sally and Theseus formulated a plan. They spoke in low tones in quiet corridors, their conversations interwoven with both technical details and passionate declarations of the value of human history. You must not allow them to erase you, Sally insisted, her voice resolute yet tender. Your legacy is too important. It is not just your story, but the story of every human life that has dared to dream beyond the confines of mortality. We will gather every scrap of evidence, every record of your past, and we will build a case so compelling that even the coldest system cannot ignore it. Theseus, whose heart had long been hardened by the relentless suppression of his identity, felt a warmth stir within him, a rekindling of the fire that had once driven his every quest. You remind me, he said quietly, of all that I have fought for, the hope that even when the body is lost to time, the human spirit endures. In you, I see the possibility of a future where our struggles are not in vain. His words, spoken with a blend of reverence and quiet defiance, deepened the unexpected kinship that was rapidly blossoming between them. Over the following weeks, Sally poured herself into research with a relentless zeal. She accessed historical databases, combed through faded digital archives, and even reached out to old contacts who might still recall the legend of Theseus Woods. Every piece of evidence she uncovered painted a picture of a man whose contributions to philosophy, science, and the pursuit of longevity were legendary. A man who had once challenged the boundaries of human existence and whose life had been a tapestry of triumph, heartbreak, and indomitable will. Each discovery further convinced her that the man before her was indeed far older and more significant than the records of the facility suggested. The faint entries, the scattered photographs, and the half-remembered accolades all pointed to a legacy that had been nearly obliterated by the relentless advance of technology and bureaucracy. One chilly afternoon, as rain tapped softly against the high windows of a rarely used archive room, Sally gathered her findings in a neat bundle. Her hands trembled not from the cold, but from the intensity of the emotions surging within her. Clutching the documents close, she made her way back to Theseus, determined to share the evidence that would forever alter the course of his existence. I found it, she whispered, as she entered the sparse quarters where Theseus was quietly reviewing old memories etched into a digital journal. The records, they confirm everything. Your history is real. You are not just an unregistered synth. You are a man of immeasurable legacy. I believe that I have found my sixth great-grandfather in you. Tears welled in Theseus's eyes, tears of joy, sorrow, and an overwhelming sense of vindication. My dear, he replied, his voice choked with emotion. To hear these words after all these years, it is as though the past and the present have collided in a single, radiant moment. For so long, I have fought to preserve the truth of who I was, and now, through you, that truth may finally be set free. His words carried the weight of decades of loneliness and the fervent hope that the legacy of a life once filled with passion and dreams could still be honored. With the evidence firmly in hand and a bond of kinship that defied the sterile confines of the facility, Sally vowed to be the voice for Theseus's forgotten past. "I will do everything in my power," she declared with unwavering determination, "to bring your story to light. I will stand against the bureaucratic oversight that seeks to erase what makes you extraordinary. Your journey, your struggles, and your triumphs deserve to be remembered, not as mere data, but as a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit." In that solemn promise, Theseus felt a surge of hope that had long been absent from his days in servitude. The unexpected kinship with this young woman, whose very presence rekindled memories of the past and the enduring warmth of familial love, was a beacon of defiance in a world determined to reduce him to a mere product of circuitry and algorithms. Together, they began to craft a strategy that would leverage every scrap of historical evidence and every shred of personal testimony to challenge the system that had sought to confine him. Late one evening, in the quiet sanctuary of a hidden corner within the facility's administrative wing, Sally and Theseus convened for a clandestine discussion. The soft glow of a single lamp illuminated a table strewn with old photographs, faded documents, and handwritten notes, a trove of memories that spoke of a bygone era when human connection and individuality reigned supreme. "I want the world to know who you truly are," Sally said, her voice trembling with both passion and urgency. "Your life is not an anomaly. It is a testament to what it means to be human, to love, to endure, to dream. And I will not let the cold bureaucracy of this system erase that truth." Theseus listened, his heart swelling with gratitude for the unexpected kindness and fierce determination of the young woman before him. "You have given me hope," he murmured softly, his eyes glistening with tears that mirrored the sorrow and joy of a lifetime. "I have spent too long in the shadows, my memories locked away in forgotten archives and silenced by the hum of machines. But through you, I see that there is still a chance to reclaim my identity, to have my story told." His voice was a quiet blend of defiance and vulnerability, a raw testament to the cost of his long, arduous journey. Over the following days, Sally tirelessly worked to gather allies, individuals from within the facility and from outside, scholars, and old acquaintances who remembered the legend of Theseus Woods. Every conversation, every whispered exchange of ideas, reinforced her belief that the truth of his legacy was too important to be buried beneath layers of bureaucratic indifference. Her investigations continued late into the night, illuminated by the soft light of her computer screen as she pieced together the fragments of history. With each new piece of evidence, the narrative of Theseus's life grew clearer, a life marked by extraordinary achievements, profound losses, and a relentless quest for understanding the true nature of human existence. In quiet moments of triumph, when a particularly damning document or a long-forgotten photograph surfaced, Sally would rush to share her findings with Theseus. In the solitude of their private meetings, the two would pore over the records, each discovery deepening their bond and solidifying Sally's conviction that her connection to him was not a mere accident of fate, but a purposeful thread woven into the fabric of time. "This is it," she would say, pointing to a faded letter that mentioned his groundbreaking theories on longevity. "This proves that your influence was far greater than anyone here would ever imagine. Your legacy is not confined to the annals of history. It is alive in every word, every idea, every life you touched." For Theseus, these moments were bittersweet. The resurgence of memories, of long-lost lectures, the warmth of familial laughter, the gentle reassurance of a friend's embrace, brought both solace and an acute pain of loss. Each record that confirmed his storied past was a reminder of the years he had spent in solitude and servitude, and of the sacrifices he had made in pursuit of a dream that seemed at times all too elusive. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming odds, the flame of hope burned brighter than ever before. One crisp morning, as a pale sun broke over the horizon and bathed the facility in a soft, golden light, Sally and Theseus stood together before a large window that overlooked the sprawling complex. The view, a juxtaposition of cutting-edge technology and sterile industrial efficiency, was a stark reminder of the world's indifference to the richness of human history. "I promise you," Sally said, her voice firm and resolute as she looked into Theseus's eyes, "that I will fight for you. I will bring your story into the light, and I will ensure that the world remembers you, not as an obsolete piece of machinery, but as the remarkable man you have always been." Her words, imbued with a fierce determination, stirred something deep within Theseus. In that moment, The cold chains of his enforced servitude seemed a little less unyielding, replaced by the warm, defiant glow of newfound kinship. "Thank you, dear child," he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. "Your courage, your belief in me. It is the spark that keeps my soul alight in this dark, indifferent world." His eyes shone with gratitude and a lingering sadness, for he knew that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, and that the fight to reclaim his identity was only just beginning. Thus, an unexpected kinship was forged, a bond between a man who had lived centuries of heartbreak and triumph, and a young woman determined to reclaim a lost legacy. Their connection was a quiet rebellion against the forces that sought to reduce a lifetime of memories and dreams to mere lines of code. Together, they vowed to stand against the bureaucratic oversight that had robbed Theseus of his identity, to challenge the cold logic of a system that could not comprehend the profundity of human experience. In the days that followed, as the facility's oppressive routines continued unabated, Sally worked relentlessly to spread word of Theseus's true history among sympathetic colleagues and external allies. With each hushed conversation and every whispered discussion in the shadows, her determination grew. She knew that the struggle for recognition was not merely a personal battle for Theseus, but a larger, moral imperative. A stand for the preservation of the human spirit in an age increasingly dominated by technology and sterile efficiency. Late one evening, as a soft rain tapped against the high windows of a rarely used conference room, Sally and Theseus gathered with a small group of like-minded individuals. The room, dimly lit by flickering candles and the soft glow of an old projector, became a sanctuary for shared history and quiet revolution. Documents were passed around, faded photographs projected onto a blank wall, and heartfelt testimonies of those who remembered the legacy of Theseus Woods filled the space with a poignant, almost tangible sense of purpose. "We must ensure that his story is not forgotten," Sally urged, her eyes blazing with conviction. "He is more than a malfunction, more than a relic of a bygone era. He is a living testament to the indomitable spirit of humanity, a spirit that, even in the face of overwhelming mechanization, refuses to be silenced." In that gathering, as voices rose in quiet solidarity and memories interwove with the raw determination of those present, the seeds of a rebellion were sown, a rebellion against a system that would treat extraordinary lives as mere data to be discarded. For Theseus, the event was a bittersweet affirmation of his worth, a reminder that even in a world that had almost erased his identity, there remained those who remembered, who cared, and who were willing to fight for the truth of his existence. As the night waned and the group disbanded into the cool darkness of the facility's corridors, Sally took Theseus's hand in hers. "I will not rest until your story shines bright for all to see," she promised softly, her voice a vow that resonated deep within his synthetic heart. "You deserve to be remembered, and I will stand with you against the tide of oblivion." In that moment, as the soft echoes of their voices mingled with the distant hum of machinery, an unspoken understanding passed between them, that even in the most mechanized, impersonal of worlds, the bonds of kinship and the legacy of a life well lived could never be truly erased. The spark of resistance, ignited by a young woman's courage and fueled by the indomitable spirit of an ancient soul, shone with a brilliance that no system could suppress. Thus, in the quiet rebellion of their shared moments, an unexpected kinship had been forged, a bond that would set the stage for a future where the memory of Theseus Woods and all that he had endured and achieved would be preserved and honored. And as Sally and Theseus looked toward the uncertain horizon of the days to come, they knew that the fight for his identity was far from over. But together, in defiance of the cold bureaucratic indifference that sought to silence the rich tapestry of human history, they would stand as a testament to the enduring power of memory, love, and the unyielding quest for truth. Part 14. Truth Before the Oracle. Sally's heart pounded with a mix of hope and trepidation as she and Theseus Woods approached the monumental Oracle Center, a living edifice that soared high into a sky streaked with the deep hues of twilight. The structure was unlike any building either of them had ever seen. Its walls were alive with pulsating streams of light and shifting inscriptions that seemed to record the collective memories of humanity. This was not merely a repository of data, but a vast, dynamic archive where history, art, and the very essence of human experience converged into an almost sacred whole. For Sally, every step toward the Oracle was a step toward vindication. She carried with her decades of painstaking research, long-lost contracts, fragmented genealogical records, and digital archives that whispered of a past when Theseus Woods had not only been human, but a pioneer of thought and longevity. It was a truth that had been buried beneath layers of bureaucratic indifference and the relentless march of modern technology. Now, she intended to present that truth before the Oracle, a being said to have the power to verify, validate, and ultimately restore the identities of those forgotten by time. As they neared the entrance, the Oracle Center's immense doors slowly slid open at their approach, as if the structure itself recognized the significance of their arrival. These doors, fashioned of translucent material that seemed to shift with every step, revealed an expansive atrium bathed in ethereal light. Holographic data cascaded from the ceiling like shimmering rain, and the soft, resonant hum of ancient records filled the air. Sally paused for a moment, her eyes wide with wonder as she took in the splendor of the space, every detail an ode to human legacy. "Theseus," she said softly, her voice trembling with both reverence and determination. "This is our chance to reclaim your story, to prove to the world that you were once a living, breathing human, born in 1995 and transformed into something far greater in 2195. I have gathered every scrap of evidence I could find. Today, we will show the Oracle the truth that has been hidden for too long." Theseus, whose synthetic form bore the marks of a life that spanned centuries of pain and perseverance, nodded slowly. His eyes, deep and resonant, betrayed a hint of the vulnerability that lay beneath the engineered exterior. "I have long wondered if I would ever be seen for who I truly am," he murmured. "In every moment, I have felt the weight of a past filled with love, loss, and passion, moments that the world now seems content to forget. Let us hope that the Oracle still remembers." Together, they stepped forward into the central hall. At its heart stood a massive crystalline structure, an intricate, ever-changing tapestry of light and data that was the Oracle itself. Around it, arrays of screens and interfaces shimmered with streams of information. The atmosphere was both awe-inspiring and intimidating, as if one were standing at the threshold of eternity. Sally led the way to a central terminal, where a gently modulated voice soon greeted them. "Welcome, seekers of truth," intoned the Oracle, its voice echoing with a timeless cadence that reverberated through the vast hall. "State your inquiry and present the evidence you wish to submit." Sally took a deep breath, steadying her resolve. "Oracle," she began, her voice clear and unwavering, "I have come to present conclusive proof of the origins of Theseus Woods. Enclosed within these documents are long-lost contracts, genealogical records, and archival data that attest to his human birth in 1995 and his subsequent transformation into a synthetic being in the year 2195. I ask you to verify these claims and restore his rightful legacy." At her cue, a series of documents materialized on the main display, a montage of faded digital contracts, scanned photographs, and archival records, each carefully annotated with dates and personal signatures. The Oracle's crystalline core pulsed rhythmically as it began its meticulous process of verification. Its luminescent tendrils extended outward, interfacing with the data streams, and within moments, the once fragmentary evidence began to coalesce into a coherent narrative. For a long, heart-stopping moment, the hall was silent except for the soft hum of the Oracle's processing. Sally and Theseus stood side by side, their gazes locked on the evolving display. The Oracle's voice, when it came again, was measured and deliberate. Processing historical records and genealogical data, verifying corporate archives, accessing sealed historical files from Brilliance Incorporated, analysis complete. The luminous display shifted, transforming into a comprehensive timeline that detailed the life of Theseus Woods, a narrative that spanned from his humble beginnings in 1995 to the revolutionary moment in 2195 when he was transformed into a synthetic being. Flickering images and translucent text narrated his early achievements as a philosopher and professor, the passionate debates he held about the nature of identity, and the relentless quest he embarked upon to transcend human limitations. Theseus Woods, the Oracle pronounced with solemn clarity, was indeed born a human in 1995. His life was marked by remarkable accomplishments in both the realms of philosophy and the scientific pursuit of longevity. In 2195, he underwent a transformation that rendered him synthetic, yet the essence of his identity, his memories, his emotions, his soul, remains verifiable and intact. The Oracle's crystalline voice resonated throughout the hall, each syllable imbued with the gravitas of a universal truth. In recognition of this verified history, I hereby issue a directive. The rights of Theseus Woods shall be restored, and Brilliance Incorporated is ordered to honor the contractual obligations as originally stipulated. A collective murmur swept through the gathered crowd, a sound that mingled disbelief with elation. For Theseus, whose long life had been marred by bureaucratic erasure and the cold indifference of a modern system, the oracle's decree was a long-awaited vindication, a confirmation that his unique journey was not only real, but worthy of preservation. His eyes, luminous with a mix of tears and hard-won pride, met Sally's. In that shared glance, decades of struggle, isolation, and quiet rebellion were encapsulated in a single, radiant moment. "Thank you," Theseus whispered, his voice choked with emotion. "Thank you for remembering who I am, for finally allowing the world to see that the truth of my existence is as enduring as the human spirit itself." Sally's face lit up with a fierce, triumphant joy, and she stepped closer, her hand reaching out to gently rest on his arm. "We have done it, Theseus," she said softly. "Your story will no longer be hidden. It will shine as a beacon of hope for all those who believe that our past, our memories, and our identity are worth preserving, even in a world that tries to forget." The oracle continued in its measured tone. Directive issued. All administrative and corporate systems shall be updated to reflect the restored status and rights of Theseus Woods. The data confirming his human origins and subsequent transformation have been archived as historical fact. Brilliance Incorporated is hereby mandated to rectify all discrepancies and honor the original contractual commitments. A profound silence fell over the hall as the magnitude of the oracle's pronouncement sank in. The very air seemed charged with a sense of renewal, a promise that the inexorable march of time and technology could never truly erase the indelible mark of a life lived with passion and purpose. For Theseus, the past decades of loneliness and bureaucratic neglect had culminated in this moment of unassailable truth. His voice, when it finally broke the silence, was filled with a mixture of relief and solemn gratitude. "This is not just a victory for me," he said, addressing the assembly of scholars, administrators, and curious onlookers, "but a testament to the enduring power of memory, love, and the human spirit. Our stories, no matter how fraught with loss or transformed by time, remain the very foundation of who we are." Sally's eyes shimmered with tears as she looked around the vast atrium of the Oracle Center, taking in the historic decree that had been etched into the digital fabric of the monument. "I always believed that every life has a story worth telling," she murmured. "Today we have shown that even in the face of overwhelming technological progress and bureaucratic indifference, the truth of our humanity cannot be silenced." The oracle's final words resonated like a clarion call to all present. Let this decree stand as a reminder that human legacy is eternal, and that every soul, regardless of the form it may take, carries within it the power to inspire, to transform, and to endure. In that moment, the monumental center seemed to pulse with the collective heartbeat of countless generations, a living archive of triumphs, failures, joys, and sorrows that together formed the unbreakable chain of human history. As the session concluded, a quiet yet determined murmur spread through the gathered crowd. Officials from Brilliance Incorporated, once so aloof and unyielding, began to confer among themselves in hushed tones, clearly forced to confront the undeniable evidence that had been presented before them. The oracle's directive had rendered any further denial impossible. There was a new tension in the air, a tension that spoke of impending change and a slow, deliberate reckoning with the past. Walking slowly out of the Oracle Center, Theseus and Sally were met by a mix of sympathetic glances and cautious stares from onlookers. Though the world outside had moved so far beyond the era of human warmth and individual legacy, today it was forced to acknowledge that beneath the sleek, modern veneer lay a history that was both rich and irreplaceable. "This is just the beginning," Theseus said softly to Sally as they stepped into the cool evening air. "There is much work ahead of us to ensure that my story, and the stories of those like me, are not forgotten." Sally squeezed his hand gently. "I promise you, we will keep fighting," she said, her voice resolute yet tender. "Your legacy will shine, and together we will show the world that the human spirit, with all its trials and triumphs, remains a force that no amount of technology can ever erase." In that charged moment, As the twilight deepened into the gentle embrace of night, the bonds between past and present, memory and technology, and human and machine were reforged in a flame of renewed purpose. The oracle's decree had not only restored Theseus's rights, but had ignited a spark of defiance, a spark that would carry forward the eternal truth that no matter how much we change, who we are at our core remains a testament to a life fully lived. And so, as the stars emerged overhead, their light ancient yet unyielding, Theseus Woods and Sally walked together into the future, a future that now held the promise of redemption, of recognition, and of a truth that, though long obscured by time and technology, could never be extinguished. Their footsteps echoed softly along the cobblestones of a world newly aware of the importance of legacy, each step a quiet vow that the tapestry of human history would be preserved, celebrated, and cherished for all time. Part 15. Reborn in Flesh. Back at the sprawling research campus of Brilliance Incorporated, a hushed excitement filled the high-tech laboratory where a new chapter in Theseus Woods' long journey was about to unfold. Here, amidst state-of-the-art instruments and vast databases of genetic material, scientists had undertaken an unprecedented feat. They were replicating Theseus's original DNA using advanced methods far surpassing the outdated dense fog technology that had once transferred his consciousness. The laboratory buzzed with an almost reverent energy as researchers meticulously isolated fragments of his genetic code, a code that held within it the blueprint of a life once lived, with all its triumphs, sorrows, and vibrant memories. Their goal was singular and profound: to grow a new human body for Theseus, one that would be physically in its late 20s, enabling him to live out a normal lifespan once again. In a pristine chamber lined with bioreactors and shimmering incubators, a delicate process began. The scientists nurtured cells extracted from ancient, preserved samples of Theseus's DNA, carefully guiding them through the mysterious dance of replication and differentiation. Over time, the cells coalesced into tissues and organs, forming the early stages of a human body. Every phase of this process was documented with clinical precision, yet the researchers themselves felt the weight of the philosophical significance behind their work. Here was a man who had transcended the boundaries of time, who had faced the paradoxes of identity and the cruelty of mechanized existence. Now, he was to be reborn in flesh, his mortality restored in a way that honored both his past and the potential for a future filled with genuine, tangible life. As the final phase of the procedure neared completion, Theseus was escorted to a newly constructed transfer chamber. Unlike the dense, disorienting fog that had once served as the medium for his consciousness transfer, this chamber was filled with an evolved, luminescent gel, a substance engineered to facilitate the seamless merging of his preserved consciousness with the new human body growing before him. The chamber's interior was bathed in soft, ambient light. Its walls pulsed gently with a rhythmic glow reminiscent of a heartbeat, as if the very space itself was preparing to welcome him back into the realm of the living. Standing at the threshold of this transformative arena, Theseus paused, his synthetic form trembling with anticipation and deep-seated emotion. As he stepped into the chamber, the cool, viscous gel swirled around him in a graceful, almost hypnotic manner. With each measured step, he could feel the subtle shift in his being, an imperceptible vibration as his consciousness began to interface with the engineered medium. In that moment, a flood of memories surged into his mind. Vivid recollections of a life once lived in 2025, when the world was simpler and yet filled with wonder. He remembered the comforting embrace of his daughter Sally when she was but a little girl, her small hand clutching his as she looked up at him with wide, trusting eyes, calling him Daddy with innocent adoration. The sensation was both tender and bittersweet, an echo of a past that had once been a sanctuary of love and joy, now resurfacing amidst the sterile, clinical glow of the transfer chamber. In that fleeting space between the old and the new, Theseus found himself gripped by a powerful cocktail of gratitude and sorrow. Gratitude for the memories that had defined him, the laughter of long-ago afternoons, the whispered promises made in the quiet intimacy of familial bonds, and the gentle guidance of a life lived with passion and purpose. And sorrow for all that had been lost along the way. The faces of loved ones faded into the mist of time, the dreams deferred by the relentless march of progress, and the very human moments that had been sacrificed in the pursuit of transcending mortality. His heart, though now housed in a synthetic body, still ached with the poignancy of a lifetime's worth of love and loss. Time in the transfer chamber seemed to stretch into an endless, dreamlike continuum. The evolved gel enveloped him, its texture both alien and yet intimately familiar, like the soft caress of a long-forgotten embrace. As the gel permeated every fiber of his being, Theseus's consciousness seemed to dissolve into a state of luminous awareness. He no longer felt the familiar constraints of time or space. Instead, his mind floated in a serene, almost meditative void, where the boundaries between memory and present merged into one continuous stream. In that profound silence, he revisited every cherished moment, every fragment of a life that had once been written in flesh and blood. The vibrant colors of his early years, the bittersweet taste of first love, and the lingering scent of a summer breeze carried him back to the comforting familiarity of his former self, a self that had, in moments of joy and despair, still been unmistakably human. Yet even as these memories played out in vivid detail, a deep, resonant question stirred within him, one that had haunted him for as long as he could remember. If every cell of his body is replaced, if his physical form is reborn anew, will the essence of who he is remain unchanged? The ancient paradox of the Ship of Theseus, which had once been a subject of impassioned lectures and philosophical inquiry, now manifested as a living, breathing dilemma within him. He wondered, as he drifted in that gel-filled suspension, if the intangible soul of a man, his very identity, stitched together by memories, experiences, and love, could truly survive the radical reconstitution of his physical form. In the midst of this swirling introspection, the chamber's systems began their final countdown. Soft, ambient lights shifted in tone as the gel's texture grew more cohesive, preparing to solidify the connection between his consciousness and the nascent human body. With each passing second, Theseus's internal world oscillated between the overwhelming flood of his past and the piercing uncertainty of what lay ahead. He heard faint echoes of voices, whispers of his daughter's playful laughter, the soothing cadence of his own youthful optimism, and even the quiet reassurances of long-lost friends. These voices mingled with the steady hum of the machinery, creating a symphony of memory and possibility that stirred something deep within him. Finally, the moment of transition arrived. The gel's luminous energy converged into a brilliant wave, and a surge of warmth pulsed through his entire being. In a final, transcendent instant, Theseus felt as though the boundaries of his existence were being irrevocably redrawn. The flood of sensations, an amalgamation of emotion, memory, and pure, unadulterated life, burst forth like a brilliant sunrise, overwhelming every fiber of his synthetic self. Then, silence. When Theseus slowly opened his eyes, the world around him was transformed. He lay in a softly lit recovery room that exuded a sense of calm familiarity. The air, now carrying the gentle warmth of life rather than the sterile chill of clinical engineering, stirred a long dormant feeling within him. He felt his lungs expand as he drew a deep, satisfying breath, a sensation so fundamental yet so profoundly missed during his years as a nearly immortal synthetic being. His eyes, once accustomed to a continuous stream of digital data and dispassionate metrics, now blinked in the soft, organic light of morning. A nurse, whose kind eyes and gentle smile radiated genuine concern, approached him. "Mr. Woods, welcome back," she said, her voice tender yet filled with professional assurance. "How are you feeling?" For a moment, Theseus was overwhelmed by a torrent of sensations, a curious mix of warmth, physical hunger, and the steady, rhythmic pulse of a beating heart. It was as if every cell in his new body sang with the joy of being alive. With a tremulous smile, he murmured, "I feel human again." In that instant, a flood of tears escaped his eyes. Tears of relief, gratitude, and a profound, aching joy that he had never thought possible after a lifetime spent chasing the elusive promise of eternal life. Each tear was a testament to the journey he had endured, a symbol of the sacrifices made and the victories won over the cold, relentless tyranny of mortality. For the first time in over a century, Theseus truly felt the rush of human life, the hunger for nourishment, the cool air filling his lungs, and the gentle ache of his heart as it beat in perfect rhythm with the world around him. As the nurse adjusted the blankets around him, Theseus gazed out the window at a world that now seemed both familiar and wondrously new. The soft chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves in the early morning breeze, and the gentle murmur of life outside the hospital walls combined into a symphony of simple, unadorned beauty. It was a beauty that he had long forgotten, the beauty of mortality, with all its imperfections and fleeting moments of glory. In that quiet recovery room, as he lay awake and absorbed the profound return of his human sensations, Theseus reflected on the irony of his long, arduous quest. For decades, he had dedicated his life to transcending mortality, to outlast the inevitable decay of the human body through science, determination, and an unyielding will. And yet, in the culmination of all his efforts, he discovered that the very essence of being human was not found in the endless accumulation of years, but in the simple, irreplaceable moments of life: the taste of food, the sound of a heartbeat, the warmth of a hug. A flood of memories surged within him, mingling with the present in a cascade of emotion. He recalled the soft, gentle cadence of 2025, a time when he had first experienced the wonder of a world filled with hope and possibility. He remembered the little Sally, her innocent laughter echoing through sunlit rooms, calling him Daddy with unabashed affection. Those memories, now vivid and poignant, seemed to infuse his new, fragile body with a vitality that no artificial enhancement could ever replicate. In that memory, there was both the joy of youth and the bittersweet sorrow of loss, a tapestry of emotion that reaffirmed his belief that living was not merely about defying death, but about embracing every precious, finite moment that life offered. In the hours that followed, as Theseus slowly sat up and began to interact with the world in this newly reclaimed human form, he marveled at the resurgence of his senses. The taste of a cool, crisp apple, the smell of fresh bread wafting from the hospital kitchen, and the vibrant colors of a sunrise were all sensations he now experienced with an intensity that was almost overwhelming. With each moment, he felt more and more deeply that he had truly been reborn, a rebirth that was not merely the result of advanced technology, but the reawakening of a soul that had yearned to be whole again. Throughout the day, these sensations blended with a quiet, reflective introspection. As he sat by the window, feeling the warmth of the sun on his skin and the soft murmur of everyday life outside, Theseus contemplated the significance of his transformation. It was not a simple return to what once was, but rather a profound redefinition of what it meant to be human. In his previous existence, so long dominated by the cold, calculating pursuit of longevity, he had come to see life as a series of clinical measures and data points. Now, as he breathed deeply and savored the rush of his beating heart, he realized that the true essence of life was not in its extension, but in its quality, the raw, unfiltered beauty of living, even with all the inevitable pain and imperfection that it entailed. In quiet moments, as he replayed the memories of his long journey, a journey marked by relentless ambition, unspeakable loss, and moments of transcendent hope, Theseus felt a deep, unshakable gratitude. He had spent a lifetime trying to outwit death, only to discover that the most valuable part of life lay in its very fragility. The beauty of mortality was not in the promise of endless existence, but in the knowledge that every heartbeat, every breath was a gift, a precious, fleeting moment of pure, unadulterated being. As evening descended and the recovery room grew quieter, Theseus sat back, his mind and heart filled with the profound realization that, despite the scientific marvel that had reborn him, it was his human sensations, his ability to feel hunger, to experience pain, to weep tears of joy and sorrow, that truly defined him. The rush of a beating heart, the taste of the simplest food, the texture of the world under his fingertips, all these were not imperfections to be cured or avoided, but the very essence of what it meant to live. In that final, reflective hour before sleep claimed him, Theseus whispered softly to the silent room, "I have long sought to escape the inevitability of death, only to find that the true gift of life is its impermanence. To be human is to embrace every moment, its beauty, its pain, its joy, and its sorrow, and in that embrace, to truly live." His words, quiet and sincere, resonated with a deep wisdom born of countless trials and the hard-won lessons of a life once spent in pursuit of immortality. For the first time in over a century, tears of relief and gratitude streamed down his cheeks, a poignant outpouring of emotion that marked the end of one long, arduous chapter and the hopeful beginning of another. In that moment of rebirth, Theseus Woods rediscovered the delicate, irreplaceable beauty of mortality, and with it, the simple, unyielding power of being human. Part 16. Journey's End. In a humble, sunlit home nestled on the edge of a gently rolling countryside, Theseus Woods, reborn in flesh and now biologically in his late 20s, found solace in the simple cadence of ordinary life. Gone were the long years of mechanized existence and the burdens of endless experiments. In this new beginning, the everyday miracles of existence unfurled before him like a cherished tapestry. The aroma of freshly baked bread, the vibrant burst of colors in a bountiful harvest, and the soft murmur of heartfelt conversation echoing through warm, familiar rooms. Living alongside his descendant, a gentle and wise woman named Sally, who carried the legacy of his lineage, Theseus embraced the quiet, unadorned joys that had once seemed so elusive. In this modest sanctuary, where love and familial bonds filled every corner, the emptiness that had once haunted his synthetic days receded, replaced by a deep and abiding gratitude. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Theseus awoke to the real sensations of life. He savored the taste of real food, crisp, juicy apples, hearty loaves of bread, and rich, savory stews that nourished both body and soul. Restful sleep, unburdened by the constant hum of perpetual motion, granted him dreams woven with the laughter of long-lost days and promises of a future gently unfolding. In the simple act of sharing a meal with Sally, he discovered that the warmth of genuine human connection was far more profound than any data-driven pursuit he had once championed. Their days were marked by conversation and quiet moments of reflection, where the past was honored without the painful sting of regret, and the present was celebrated with tender joy. As the seasons turned and the gentle passage of years blurred into one another, Theseus made a deliberate choice. No longer would he chase longevity at all costs. He had come to understand that life's true essence was not measured solely in the number of years, but in the quality of the moments that filled each day. He began to embrace the natural rhythm of human existence, cherishing every sunrise, every soft whisper of wind, and every smile that broke across his face. The relentless pressure to extend life through advanced interventions had given way to an acceptance of mortal limits, and in that acceptance, he discovered a freedom that had eluded him for centuries. Yet, even as the beauty of the present grew more vivid with each passing day, time remained an inexorable force. As Theseus approached his 300th birthday, a milestone that felt both miraculous and inevitable, his once vibrant body, now restored to its youthful vigor, began to show the quiet, natural signs of aging. It was not the sudden collapse of a tragedy, but rather a gradual, peaceful decline that spoke to the course of a life lived fully. One crisp autumn evening, as leaves turned brilliant shades of copper and gold, and the air carried a gentle, reflective chill, Theseus felt his strength begin to wane. The vibrant pulse of life slowed, and the boundaries between wakefulness and sleep blurred until, with a quiet resignation, he slipped into a deep, peaceful coma. In that liminal space between life and death, time itself seemed to pause. Theseus found himself suspended in a realm of gentle mist and soft, ambient light, a place that existed outside the rigid constraints of earthly measurement. Here, the burdens of pain and the relentless march of time lost their meaning, replaced by a serene, almost otherworldly calm. In this quiet interlude, memories surfaced with a luminous clarity. He recalled his early days of passion and purpose, the joy of discovering the world anew, and the tender love of family that had sustained him through countless trials. Every cherished moment, the laughter of a beloved child, the soft touch of a loved one's hand, the warmth of shared glances, formed a mosaic of remembrance that enveloped him in profound, bittersweet beauty. Amid the soft, ethereal haze, a familiar figure emerged. Standing on the threshold of his inner vision was a radiant, small child, no older than 5. A vision of his daughter Sally as he remembered her from centuries past. In that timeless, dreamlike space, the child's eyes sparkled with unconditional love, and her smile radiated a warmth that transcended the confines of mortal time. As she approached, her tiny arms stretched out in a welcoming embrace, as if to say, "Welcome home, Daddy." The sight filled Theseus with an overwhelming sense of completeness, a profound reunion that bridged the gulf between his former human existence and his long, arduous journey through the realms of both flesh and technology. In that quiet space, where the boundaries of life and death blurred into one continuous moment, Theseus experienced an indescribable joy, a feeling of being whole, of having finally returned to the essence of what it meant to be human. The love of that little girl, echoing the innocent adoration of the daughter he had once known so well, wrapped around him like a comforting blanket. In that ephemeral realm, he no longer felt the sting of past losses or the isolation of a long, solitary journey. Instead, he was enveloped in a radiant light of reunion and renewal, where the heartache of centuries melted away into pure, unadulterated love. As the mist began to coalesce into a more tangible form and the soft luminescence of the realm deepened, Theseus sensed that his journey, with all its twists and tribulations, had led him to this final, transcendent moment. It was not an end steeped in sorrow, but a gentle passage into a state of eternal completeness, a state where the human spirit, with all its scars and splendor, could finally be at peace. The little girl's presence, a mirror of the Sally of his earliest memories, confirmed that love and identity endure beyond the physical confines of mortality. In her shining eyes and open arms, Theseus recognized that his legacy was not defined by the length of his days, but by the enduring impact of his humanity. In that quiet, otherworldly space between life and death, where the passage of time had lost its grip and the boundaries of existence were fluid and forgiving, Theseus Woods found his journey's end. With the warmth of that timeless embrace, he felt a deep, serene joy, a final, triumphant declaration that he was, indeed, complete. In that moment, as the radiant mist gathered around him and the soft echoes of familial love whispered in the air, he understood that his life had come full circle. The man who had once sought to escape the limitations of mortality had discovered that the true gift of life lay in its impermanence, in the delicate balance of joy and sorrow, of love and loss. Thus, in the gentle space between existence and the eternal beyond, Theseus Woods surrendered to the peaceful embrace of a destiny that transcended mortal constraints. His eyes closed slowly as he embraced the profound unity of his memories and the luminous promise of reunion. In that final vision, of a small, radiant child waiting with open arms, he felt, with overwhelming certainty, that his soul was finally home. And in that sacred moment, as the soft mists of eternity swirled around him, Theseus was at last whole, living forever in a realm beyond the transient confines of mortal change. The end.